stream contains fast flashing images that may affect viewers who are susceptible to photosensitive epilepsy or other photosensitivities. Viewer discretion is advised.
Bora pro primeiro mapa aqui no VCT Americas. Let's go! One more is all it takes.
Six teams are left in the lower bracket, but only 2 of them will move forward and make it to playoffs. Hello and welcome to day 8 of play-ins, coming to you live from the Riot Games Arena here in Los Angeles, California. Sierra Dawn here, back on the desk with Mimi, Athena, and a very special guest. Hello and welcome to M80's coach. We have Kaplan here. Woo! Oh my gosh, I'm so embarrassed.
Oh yikes!
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what that was. I don't know how I got there.
Kind of crazy that was.
It's gone now though.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. What was
It's
it?
in the past. It doesn't matter. Don't worry about it.
Just a dream.
It doesn't matter, but for real, thank you so much for joining us today. It's a pleasure to have you.
Thank you for having me.
It's gonna be a great day. We'll have to make sure to get all the analysis from you going into today, but
because we aren't enough.
Hey, don't put words in my mouth. You guys are always enough for me.
Aww.
Except for today.
Oh, okay.
Before we jump into today, though, we have to talk about yesterday as we looked at the upper brackets for 2 of our playoff qualification matches. First, it was MIBR versus Envy, and this upper bracket matches, teams have been ramping up here. How do you feel like their form has improved throughout this?
I think that there's some teams that are doing a great job. For example, Envy, I think they made these changes to these Phoenix comps. It clearly fits their team better. They're running hot. I think an MIBR loss, it was close. I don't think it's enough to really stop a honeymoon. I think they're going to be feeling good.
Yeah, it feels the same for Fury as well in this game. It got close versus EG when that streak of rounds went away from them on Sunset. But since they made that change as well, picking up the Neon Phoenix, going in line with the meta, as every team that was struggling in Americas has done, was also the solution for them. Koala looked amazing in that last showing on the Neon. We had a huge redemption game from Shy as well. And on top of that, I think they've just looked far more cohesive as a team since those changes. And I'm really looking forward to seeing them in the playoffs and trying to make that run back after having such a rough year post-kickoff.
And being able to secure a spot in the playoffs bracket now, much appreciated, because taking a look at our bracket and this lower bracket, this one's a tough one. There's a lot of really strong teams here, like the lower bracket of Doom. This is a scary prospect.
Yeah, I have some personal experience with it. It's pretty terrifying. You cannot count any team out except for M80 apparently, but that's okay.
If you told me that there's a world where G2 might not potentially make playoffs, I wouldn't have believed you at the beginning of plays, especially with all the teams. But there's been a lot of surprises, so I think this lower bracket is definitely deadly, but it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, they got pushed in your game.
Yeah.
A few rounds different on Breeze.
Yeah. I know.
You're gonna make him cry, dude.
That's crazy. Be nice to our guest, Mimi, okay?
I'm trying.
I appreciate it. A for effort.
Before we jump into our matches, though, okay, let's play a little bit of a game as we look at their 6 teams trying to push their way through. Anyone can make it to playoffs, but how do they do it? Let's play the Wheel of Play-ins. So we got all of our remaining teams here, okay? And simple. We're gonna spin the wheel. You gotta make the case for your team. You become their biggest fan.
Number one fan.
Number one
and it's
fan.
required.
It's required.
All right.
Required. Mimi, spin that wheel.
I'll spin the wheel.
I guess you go first.
Yeah, I'm stepping in. Who do I get?
Ooh, that's a good one.
Okay, so argument for KRU. They are one of the teams that have done the classic reinvent yourself by changing into the meta. They're now playing basically the same comp on every map, and the players look much more comfortable across the board. Sadak is in IGL. We're gonna go history narrative. How many times has this guy gone on crazy lower bracket runs? How many times has KRU made it to champions through crazy lower bracket runs? You combine that with a Dante who had one of the roughest group stages, has really turned that around in the play-ins so far. And I think the side of the bracket that they're on down below, not having to play with G2 there as well, I think this is a very winnable position for them to be in.
That's pretty good. That's a pretty good sell. I'm actually inspired. I like that.
Good.
I like that. Let me go next.
Who are you
I
defending?
got us. I got us. Ready?
Tough one to
Come
follow.
on, Bestia.
I feel like mine is not going to be as convincing. It is Bestia, my goats. I mean, the only challengers team to make it through for a reason. I feel like this team has so much potential when it comes to that firepower. You have Melzer kind of leading that charge as well. He's been on this stage before. He had a really nice run with KRU. He's able to get the team all together in the middle of the server, and it feels like a little bit of that proactivity is starting to pay off because they're very aggressive. When they're playing against teams like G2, some of those teams don't tend to hold proactivity and aggression really well. And so I think that's one thing that they have in their pockets. And of course, you have Loss, you have Taco, who have been doing so good on those double duelists. I feel like they're just fitting into the meta really well.
Okay. I'm picking up what you're throwing down.
All
right.
You like that?
I like it.
that?
All right, Kaplan, it's your turn.
Oh, the
what
funniest
team?
thing could happen. Let's see.
Oh, well, we already did KRU,
Yeah,
and
you
you
gotta
did
spin it
Bestia,
again.
so I feel like the next team on here is just... Anyways.
Oh, wow, it really... Oh, wait, no,
Okay,
that's...
I have
must
one
be
thing
something
to
wrong
say,
with it.
and
Yeah.
it's just, it definitely
Yeah,
was
that
supposed to
was-
go there.
yeah, EG.
So EG, I mean, first of all, the challengers teams in here in this play-in in Americas, they haven't been quite making as much of a run. That means there's some unused challengers meant to win energy still on the table. There are some wonderful challenge players over here in EG.
Yeah.
They're going to use up, they're going to soak that up, they're going to grab some wins. And I'll also give it to them, they're familiar with the Phoenix Neons. Zerona's been playing Phoenix for a long time already. I think they've got some comfort with the meta that they have as an edge over anyone they might play who's just now making the switch.
That's pretty good, too.
You're selling me on talking about the challengers players. A little bit of bias over here, but
Of course.
they're cooking. We know the skill and the talent here, but this lower bracket is going to be absolutely grueling, and we need to see who can stay alive today. So let's start talking about our match and move on to G2. We're trying to make a case that they have a chance to win Americas once again, but there is that opportunity today of that dream just completely ending. This is, again, as Mimi was saying, top of day. It's shocking that we're in a world where they might not make it.
Yeah, it's definitely a high pressure situation. I think in the case of G2 though, obviously one, they're really experienced with high pressure situations, and two, they are in a little bit of a lower pressure situation. They're probably confident they can get in champs no matter what because of points. So I think they will have an advantage over Bestia thanks to that.
Yeah, what's your impression on this team? You guys obviously played them. They're kind of in flux right now of trying to find their identity, not really being able to make it work with the Neon Phoenix the way other teams have. Do you think there's a place right now for a team that is playing off meta, who is still figuring it out, to be able to compete with top squads in Americas?
Personally, no. I think the meta is really strong, and I think the best thing to do to counter or work with the meta right now is just to play it. But I will say, G2, they are the right team for these spots, right? Like I said, they're in a bit of a lower pressure spot. They know how to play against teams that can get a little bit nervous, make a few mistakes. I know that firsthand. So I think they can make it through the play-ins despite the fact that they're on a bit of an off-meta style.
I mean, there's definitely players on the team that you can tell they're feeling confident just by how they're showing up in this server. We have to talk about Trent. The guy's just dropping 30 bombs out there.
He's
been
insane.
on a run.
I feel like this player just in general has to have the most util hit by Sova. Just in general, his Hunter's Fury always seems to get a kill, and every single time he seems to get shock dart kills when it's in a map. So I think just in general though, Trent, he's done such a good job at positioning himself in the server on the map. He's able to get those 3Ks more often than not, able to hold and defend when he needs to. And I think even playing forward, sometimes as an initiator, it gets kind of scary, but he does it really well and he pulls it off.
Yeah, he's super consistent. For a team that's been in flux a lot with the compositions they're changing, with having to modify a lot of their style to find themselves again, he's been the guy that you can always rely on to win out those late rounds.
Sky
to
Jail.
be very on point with his initiator utility no matter what he's playing. And I feel like he's also just has a certain confidence and X factor when he's in those late round clutches. I know you've played against him both in this tournament and before when you were with SEN in Americas. He's one of those players that it seems like almost every game is just winning at least a round or two for his team.
Yeah, I have a lot of respect for the fact that, like you said, even when the comps are moving around, they're trying to find their style, he can be that role player. He's not chasing those clutches. He doesn't seem like a player that goes in thinking I need to be this X factor, but then suddenly he's in a 1v3, in a 1v4, and he can take it home, and we've already seen him do that a few times this year.
I mean, we keep talking about the confidence of this team, right? But I want to hear it from them. Let's check in with Jogamo. Elizabeth caught up with him earlier today.
All right, Ja, we saw Bestia take down Cloud9 with an incredibly aggressive style. That was a lot of fun to watch. How have you prepared for that today?
How we prepare for it? I mean, we've been going game by game, step by step. That's kind of been our motive. I mean, we're not really worried about what they're doing as much, if you think about it. We've been losing to ourselves more than we've been losing to teams, to be honest. So just doing us today.
So just to be clear, you're not really anti-shrouding. It's more like self-focus, work on our mistakes?
Yeah, team focus, self-focus, make sure we're not shooting ourselves in the foot, and we'll be right back.
All right, well, best of luck today.
Well, I wanted to actually take a closer look at one of G2's protocols because this is the one thing that has kept them alive and been the most consistent thing that they as a team have, whether they're on those win streaks or those loss streaks. So we're going to start off with this map of Sunset. You can actually see we have Sage and Neon set up here. This is very obviously a Neon trap play. You have so much util to kind of use in the server, but what happens when you have these two players fighting for elbow control and actually losing this fight regardless of using all that util? This is where G2 does a really good job because as you can see, they actually end up grouping towards the same main. In general, when you're down numbers, the first thing you want to do is equalize. But the good thing about G2 is they do not overextend right away. They actually take their time. You can see Baby Bay grouping up with Valen over here. They're hearing a lot of noise because KO has actually grabbed this orb and they're just waiting for that noise to dissipate before they start to walk up and creep up and get a pick. So that's exactly what they do. They're just chilling, waiting, the noise cuts, and they take a really good timing to actually peek from this angle and get a pick onto KRU. And best case scenario, KRU actually had the spike. So now, instead of actually just full fighting for this spike, they give up that map control and instead try to meet Trent towards mid and find the lurker that might be around the map and isolate that pick. So again, really good protocols because they actually end up catching Alvin on this lurk and all of a sudden they've equalized numbers. So it's a 3v2. It was a 4v3 at the beginning of this. And the next thing that they do, this is why G2 is so good, because they have so many layers when it comes to the way they play, is they group up towards spawn. The reason why this is so important is because their winning condition at this point is the fact that Trent still has all of his util. He had two flashes. He used one of them just now. He has a dog as well, and he has that heal. This is their winning condition because they can get back into sight and be able to play it really well. So they use that dog initially to get onto site, clear that corner. That is so much information for them, and they just win out the rest of this round because they've just played it almost perfectly to a T. So it's really interesting to see how they're playing these kind of maps and how they have these protocols on so many of these maps. And I think that goes to show that the main reason why they do that is because they've just been playing together for so long.
I love anything a Telestrator segment.
Oh, really? I'm in awe. I'm in awe.
Do I get a thumbs up, guys? Oh my God, she gave me a thumbs up.
She's so good. She's so good.
We'll have to see how their protocols come to life today and if we can get a win. But we have to talk about their opponents on the other end. Talk about our first and only Challengers team to score a win on the Americas stage. They did it on the back of a lot of clutches. They did it on the back of a lot of just heart and prowess. But do we think that it's going to be enough to make this run?
I think it's going to be tough. I think, they've got that breeze. I think they can grab a breeze against G2. But looking at their past games, their vetoes, the rest of their map pool, I think they got a really big hill to climb, and I'm going G2 here.
Ooh, that's crazy. I think these clutches were really good. I think this one in particular, the David Ace, was kind of insane. But it is a lot of these picks that they're getting because C9's positioning is so bad. The peaks that they're taking are a little bit suspicious and the spacing is a little rough. But I do believe that this part of Bestia is so good because they're so confident. They're so active. It feels like at no point are they just standing there. But the best part is they do all this stuff after just defaulting, which I feel like we don't see anymore.
Yeah, I'll give them credit for how they're playing with extreme confidence. I think they play off each other quite well. They won a lot of these rounds where C9 gave them an opportunity, like you're saying. I thought that this was, in a lot of rounds, kind of a disaster from C9, honestly, in how they were playing, especially their man-up situations. But they still got through, and that's where you have to give them the credit. The issue, though, is playing against G2. You just highlighted how good their protocols are, how good they are, even in man-down situations, constantly thinking of the proper way out of this round. I don't think they'll be given the same opportunities today. And when they have to win from even footing, I then look to them, who is a team who is also, like G2, not fully playing to the meta. It's still playing things like the Jet Raze comp on Split, which I just think at this point in the game is way worse than the value you can get from the Neon Phoenix. And I struggle to see how that they can get out of this game unless it's a G2 that is really stumbling, unless it is these individuals having another incredible day like they did against Cloud9, and even then, a really uphill battle.
I raise you a point. Because actually in that clip I showed, M80 knew what they were doing. Because in the calls, we actually had the live comms, they were like, this is bingo. You guys had a keyword for it. So what if Bestia's done all their homework and they know all of G2's protocols? They're ready for it the whole time. They're aggressing and forcing the timings to be on their
I don't think
side.
it matters because I don't think it's that G2 has like really good set plays and like micro like that, the way a team Lev does. They do, to be clear. But I think what makes G2 great is how when they're down a man, they play to a win condition. When they're up a man, they play to a win condition.
Fair.
They're always making the right decision in a round, not necessarily just something that's pre-prepped that you can counter.
I mean, we'll have to see if Bestia is ready for their match today. Let's send it to Elizabeth and hear from them and Loss.
All right, Loss, we saw that incredible win against Cloud9 with that very aggressive style that you come to know and love from Bestia. Do you guys think that's something you are best at? No pun intended.
I think we're a pretty aggressive team, and it's really nice because playing against the teams in here, it's getting great for us. And that's it.
Do you think can we expect that aggression from you against G2 today?
For me, you can always expect aggression.
All right, well, best of luck today being aggressive.
Looking forward to it. Regardless of how the match goes, being able to see the aggression from the team is incredible. And Lawson Takalia put up some big numbers up against Cloud9. They need to repeat that today if they want to make it to playoffs. Do we think they can repeat it?
I'm not feeling too confident in them. I think they'll give it a good shot. I think they can take a map, but I think G2, same way we were talking about them prepping for G2 are going to be able to prep for them, and I think they're going to do a really good job knowing where to capitalize on them.
Okay, well, there's so much Bestia slander here. Okay, listen, they find where they find where the op is. They go the other way. They abuse that. They're so good at doing that. They did that against C9 the whole time. They actually punished Oxy.
Whose site would they be hitting if they're going away from the op?
It doesn't matter because it's not baby base.
Trent.
Don't worry about it. He's rotating.
Fallon.
Don't worry about that either. It's fine.
All right. Fair enough.
Catherine, I'm so sorry we had to bring you into this.
Yeah, you got the worst best, to be honest.
I will say, I think what I give a lot of respect to Bestia for is that they're playing the way that they are in Challengers.
Yeah.
And I'm interested in your impression of that as a coach, because for bringing young, new players into a bigger stage against a team that they've been watching for a long time, I think it can be hard to maintain your style in that circumstance.
Yeah, absolutely. I think, I alluded to it earlier, G2 definitely have a style. They're very patient. They're very, like you guys were talking about, in any situation, they know the fundamentals, they know the win conditions. They're really good at playing around teams that don't know these things as well.
Yeah.
When you're coming from Challengers as the top team, you don't run into a lot of teams like that in Challengers. It's a style that you need to be prepared for in Tier 1, but it's really difficult to get experience playing against it before you get to it in a game like this.
And again, for Bestia being our last remaining Challengers team, they have no continues left, and the stakes are so high for them. On the opposing end, with G2 looking to return to what they could have, the whole heart of Challengers is with Bestia here. I know you're just not believing, but are you at least rooting for them?
I will be rooting for them, of course. Our only team still carrying that Challengers torch.
Yeah.
I would love to see them win. I would love it.
I like the way they've been playing. I'm very excited with it. I feel like they default really well and they go into those aggressive pushes really well. So I'm totally seeing them potentially causing an upset here.
I don't believe in an upset, but I do like this team a lot.
Crazy.
I think what really enamored me to them was after getting the win against Cloud9, the way that Taco took it. That every interview, it's we're happy to be here. We've waited a long time, and I'm happy to do that with these guys, to bring those players who haven't been in Americas before to the fold. That's exactly the right mentality to have against a team like G2. You're not favored to win, play like you have nothing to lose, and maybe you can get another upset.
You know what the best part is I'm not on this prediction. You don't even know. But I picked Bestia. I'm telling you right now, I picked Bestia. That could be a lie, and you wouldn't actually know.
You gotta lock it in right now. Did you pick Bestia?
Yes.
All right.
Yes.
Done.
You cannot change your
guys?
final answer?
Yes. Right, guys? that's what I picked, Bestia.
All right. Okay.
I'm in.
Okay.
I'm glad to see
full
Zowie.
We're locking it in. Kaplan, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
I've appreciated it, and I'm hoping that you're going to enjoy the game that we have going on. For us, a lot of stakes on this match. We're looking at a lower bracket. We're looking at Bestia holding the flame of challengers and a G2 trying to make it back to just winning Americas. But for now, Bestia G2 are ready to take the stage and they're fighting to stay alive. VCT Americas starts right now.
Bestia beat Cloud9, we're gonna have to be worried about them.
It's Bestia's day today.
It's an insane way for us to go in the match with momentum.
We're already in the lower bracket, so we don't really have another life.
They have been playing here for ages now. I think they're a pretty structured team. I know that our playstyle is gonna surprise them.
We kinda just have to shut down Takulia and loss. They're gonna be very aggro. We're gonna have to be able to deny their aggression, not let them do whatever they want.
Lo viene a buscar David, que lo marca el segundo y el tercero para él, el 4K, y es David!
Good teams beat good teams, and if you wanna win, you gotta beat all of them. This match is the one that will give us momentum to win the whole thing.
Go short. Nice!
We just gotta take it one game at a time, trying to make it through play-ins to get to playoffs and play the G2 way.
Coming out to the stage, it's Challenger's last hope as Bestia. This lower bracket, everyone rooting for them. Can they show up today and show that this wasn't a fluke, that they can make this run? That is the question.
Yeah. As this Challengers team, I feel like they have a lot for them, going for them in terms of aggression, in terms of everything that they've brought to the table. Mimi talked a little bit about their attitudes as well. It feels like outside of the server, they've become this really close-knit group of friends that just enjoy playing the game together. And you're looking at big names like Melzer, when you're looking at how they're trying to form this team, build a solid foundation instead of trying to just pull out a lot of these small little gimmicks that we see some of these Challengers teams do. They've done a really good job at building up that foundation and making sure they're working on a lot of their gameplay together.
More and more reps on this stage. We'll have to see if it can show up for them. But for G2, the pressure is on. Opportunity to make that run or maybe face elimination.
Absolutely. G2, I think they walk into this without a huge amount of pressure. They're good in these lower brackets. They like being in this kind of tournament format, and they have the points to likely make champs no matter what. What I think this run about is finding themselves, proving this is a G2 that beat the opponents that they are favored against. They can show a style that will be competitive against the top teams again, and to show a G2 that can show out to the playoffs and be able to compete for another America's trophy. Any other result would be a backslide for this team, but they still have a chance to go on a run to show that G2 that's always been on top.
Yeah, absolutely. I think they're still finding their footing in this meta. They're still working it out. I think this is the perfect spot for them. It's a loser bracket. They're used to this pressure, and they can capitalize on some more inexperienced teams. They have a little bit of a buffer to kind of grab some wins before they get to stabilize before playoffs. I think they can do it.
Going into our maps for this team, we're looking at how Bestia can make this run happen. Starting off on Breeze, an ascent that we haven't seen from G2 next. Are we feeling a bit more confident about Bestia's chances?
I think they have a little bit better of a shot. I have confidence in their Breeze. I thought it was going to go to Haven map too, and I think the comp matchup there would have been a really tough one. The Viper against a Yoru and a Chamber, no flashes. But here we have an Ascent. We haven't seen G2's Ascent yet. We don't really know what it is.
Yeah.
I think it could go either way.
I think that's where like some of the role issues we've been talking about will really sort out, because it's hard for them to play the like Neon Phoenix Chamber that I think would make sense for them unless Leaf is back on Phoenix. But to rewind to map 1, this is another Challengers team picking G2's Breeze. You guys picked it. You almost beat them in OT. What were you seeing in their Breeze? Why do you think this is a good direction for Bestia?
Yeah, I mean, we took it there just because it's a great place to try to punish teams that are off meta. When we picked it, we expected the Astra. They did switch up back to the Harbor. I think it's going to help them out a lot. But still, I think it's a map where Chamber has a bit of a harder time. This is a team that hinges on Chamber a lot. It's a map where you're stuck behind a lot of different walls, cameras. There's a lot lot of tools these teams and comps have to push off a chamber, and I think Bestia can just make it so BabyBay can't find the value they're hoping he gets.
Yeah, it feels like they've done that, especially when I'm looking at that C9 game where they punished Oxy the whole time. Every time he got an operator, they knew exactly where he was and went the other way. And I feel like this map coming up first, for me at least, when I'm looking at Bestia as a team, it's a really good start to this series because they do tend to get that momentum and tend to fly it into that rest of the series. They are starting with that double duelist, which is normal for them, the Taco and the Loss. I really like the way that they play with this double duelist. It's not always just super send it, super aggressive the whole time. They pick and choose their timings, which I think is something that a lot of challengers teams tend to struggle with, and it might be enough to just catch G2 off guard.
I will say playing this version of the comp with the kind of double dive agents of the Jet and the Neon means you're giving up the Phoenix flashes, which is normally one of the tools that makes it really easy to, for example, like accelerate back sight and fight through this harbor utility.
Yeah.
So I think you end up being a lot more reliant on these fights with the G2, who also doesn't play the Phoenix into their comp because they pick up the chamber, where it's just walls drop and then it's just who's better in the big team fight brawl. And honestly, I lean heavily towards G2 in those situations.
Heading into this first map of the series, we'll have to see if it can be a Bestia that can punish G2 on Breeze. Let's get this do or die elimination match started and send it over to your casters. Here's Vansili and Riv.
And Bestia need to make a miracle run through this lower bracket. It is going to be a gauntlet, and they're basically going up against a final boss here in this game, G2 Americas Champions.
Yeah, that's it. It's the last team that we have for Challengers in 2026 versus the first team that ever ascended to the VCT Americas in 2024. We'll see if the old guard can remain victorious in this matchup, or will the beast of the South Bestia out. Let's go to the Samsung OLED match start here with the pistol round. Bestia on the defensive side. As G2, this is a good thing for them to start off on the attack side as well. They get to dictate the tempo here. As Riv, it looks like it will be a very quick start. Well, at least on the pressure over on that B side. So think about how much pressure they're trying to do. They're trying to lay here onto David, who's been awesome on this map against Cloud9 recently.
Honestly, the clutch we saw just in the preview coming today, an ace for himself there. He's going to be tested immediately versus G2 if they decide to commit. Already getting a bit of noise as it looks like they set up the rendezvous, foreshadowing a further peek. And there goes the utility, wasting no time. Less than 20 seconds into the first round of this series, G2 finds themselves in B side of Breeze.
Easy one, too. Even avoiding that trip that was placed there from the two defenders over on that half wall, looking for the spam kill for the trip. This is a prime position for G2 to convert the pistol.
The util is so good from G2 just to chip away at that retake for Bestia. The frenzy has been going crazy for Jogamo in a lot of these instances. Leafs to start them off on the right foot, but Bestia has an answer, and they're trying to do it again. Leaf still fighting a few. Jogamo and Valen getting two as Bestia come back with a few of their own. David left alone, and that's what we were wondering. It's not going to be enough as Valen takes him down. And it just looked like Bestia could not lock down where the G2 members were.
It's a great start for the pistol round for G2. You have BabyBay just peeking out first to break the camera. So right now for David, he didn't really know how many players were behind BabyBay at that point. So it allows for G2 to really go for the surprise execute into the B site. And think about these type of hits for both of these teams, actually. As Mimi mentioned on the desk, none of these teams are playing Phoenixes. None of these teams are playing Flashes to really support a push towards the back of the B site. So if you're actually able to pop a lot without having to spend a lot of util, think about the amount of util that's going to be available for the stalls on a retake, to stall the retake attempts of Bestia and vice versa. So this is nice.
So much damage David took just from the shock darts, so it's hard to come back when you're eating all that util. And possibly a rinse and repeat as that util goes right back into the choke of B. Loss is ready to take a fight. Protected for a moment by the cover, but Jogamo gets space, makes that area open for the team as they continue to push forward. And this time they do have BabyBay on that flank, so they're covering all their bases.
And you see the difference, too. This fight's about to happen here towards that flank, but BabyBay usually will not miss that fight. But you see just on the presence of Loss inside of that dome, inside of that cove, how much util was actually expended just to get onto site. That's a lot less for G2 to have in the post plan. So think about those when Bestia is going to start getting their gun rounds and their money right. So far should be good for G2, though. They've been 100% conversion rate so far in this stage after winning pistol. So if you're a G2 fan right now, you can be comfortable here that you'll see a 2-0 scoreline, potentially even a stronger buy for the bonus round as they'll bring in 3 Bulldogs here.
Out of charges. A few spams, escape frags. Leaf the only one on the other end of this as they try to go for the spike deaths. And another alt orb going to David. As they do clear through that round. Nice and easy for G2 to start this one off and see if they can get through the bonus. Now, you mentioned those Bulldogs are going to be helpful as they get through this.
It's going to get a lot of bite for sure. For G2 here on the bonus round, they have that option. Because Baby Bay also have the Guardian, you could play slow if you want and default across the map because the Bulldogs are still quite good in terms of the buy that Bestia will bring out. They didn't get too many kills in the first couple of rounds, so there's no Operator. There's no Outlaw that's being purchased by Bestia this time around too. So there's a chance here for G2 to walk around that map to scan a little bit in terms of how Bestia sets up the defense so they can run a better attack once they get their guns.
Conditioning again. At least some forces for G2 towards this B area. So now Bestia's heard this 3 rounds in a row, but they may not get the complete strat. So G2 already putting a lot in their mind. The map still covered by G2 members across the board here.
Because the Cove was there, but they never threw the high tide for Valen that was sectioning off this side of B, there's no rotations coming out right now from Bestia. So they're assuming already that there's a fake going on. So it's Baby Bay to try to get this pick onto Loss.
Quick peek. Info gained. Whether they smother him or not is the question. We see everybody running over here actually going quite quick on this pace, leaving Leaf for that mid control. And now they tempt A for the first time. G2 is going to try to crash through here.
Yeah, Leaf is just going to watch rotate. He's got this Outlaw, which would do some decent damage on the ones rotating across. And here's that fight on the back of the A site, though.
Lost his challenge. 16. He's actually back up after the wall. And now Chibazine and him are going to try to defend the back side of the site. A spam in from Trent and Valen. Clear some space for breathing room and a quick plant.
Baby Bay could just be positioned here. Sees that fight. Information on one. Still trying to figure out what the rotation's going to come from, but because it's so slow and Leaf already has that presence on mid, G2 will have an idea that's the full rotate from the defender spawn of Bestia. And after losing another one there, where you have a bonus round that's guaranteed to be converted for G2 now, the last 2 players will try to salvage these weapons into the next round. So a great start for G2. Talked about how it's going to be such an uphill battle for the Challengers team. As Kaplan mentioned, you know, it could work so well for you to play this double duelist meta, or to not play to the Leviatán way with the Phoenix in your comps locally. But once you step onto the main stage, even if your opponent's not playing to that meta either, they're still playing a different type of style and protocol that you're going to have to keep guessing every single time. This is going to give a lot of pressure for Bestia to learn every single round.
And it's something that G2 is refining too, right? They just get Valen on this Harbor instead of an Astra or an Omen. So yeah, they have to learn what it's going to be. And right now, a lot of it, as you mentioned before, is G2 walking a lot of it in here. Saving that util and just being able to throw it all in Bestia's face. Valen there actually 3-0 on top. We'll start with the Harbor, that gun round getting through smooth for everybody. Leaf keeps the Outlaw in mid, so it looks like they might repeat on A here as Bestia is going to try to get in their face for a round.
Triple wall done on elbow, which is fine. It's the Outlaw watching it from a long range as well. G2 senses that against the anti-eco, or against the eco for their opponents, they should be playing a little bit more passively towards the spawn. The bad news right now for Bestia in this current state of the game is that it's 3-0 for G2, and if you're looking at how many of these players are close to ults or whatnot, a timeout in the next round probably is not going to be as beneficial because you don't really have anything that's going to help you on big swing rounds. And G2's been doing nothing but sight slams that unfortunately is not being held here by Bestia. So they're keeping it basic for G2. They're just converting these rounds one by one.
It's always G2 way, right? This isn't the sight slam Phoenix Neon. It's the G2 sight slam. They lose Leaf in this process, but should be able to spam back on some nice util pings as G2 once again clears away into sight. They still have to go up against the 2 rifles, Chubazine and David, and that could cause some issues here. Baby Bay is going to be the first contact into the site if that angle isn't for Jogamo just yet. Baby Bay actually fails on the first shot, and that's more space for Bestia as they lose another 2v3 here.
It's just a late lurk from Trent, though. That's going to be the final nail in the coffin.
He's probably going to move a little faster now as he hears the shots knife out to get those steps and get the pacing. So now see the back of Melzer cleaned up. There it is. Trent on that lurk, cleaning up the round, and 4 in a row now for G2.
And Bestia thought that it was going to be easier for them to retake towards that site because they already took down Leaf at the bottom of middle after that first trade. So technically there shouldn't be anybody else moving on that side. especially when also this just happened. The recon dart came from site into the mid double doors, so for them, the bingo call was already that Trent is still on A site with the rest of the team. So good readjustments coming out from G2 to always keep Bestia on their toes. Currently being tamed in this first half of Breeze, but they are looking for aggression. The first op comes out for a loss, holding it towards middle.
An ult from main and we slide stun. Like I can ult from here and it'll push him in and you slide stun.
He's in main right now.
Or dart the fall away as well.
I'm gonna drone with it. I dart for deeper.
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, droning.
Could be in main.
He's here, on the right. Tagged. I'm darting as well.
3, 2, 1.
3, 2,
Yo,
1,
small gap
dart.
on slant on the right. Small gap on slant on the right.
Slant, I think.
He got out to yellow.
Got out. They full gave, boys.
They have up.
I'm gonna recode the right.
Okay, play up.
It's 2 yellow, boys. I'm holding left side yellow.
Could be bridge, they have an up.
You wanna claim?
Up dead. 3, 2, 1, claim.
Shocking in front of you
Nice,
guys.
one more Jake yellow. Harden and back up.
Dead.
You're good. Back
Wait,
up.
we just got a shot mid on you.
Layers.
Up down mid, I'm gonna fight him.
We didn't see yellow, boys.
Alright, relax. Just wrapping playtime, okay?
He's going spawn 100%.
Play time, I'm fighting him.
I'm making noise for you, Nate. What's wrong?
He fully dipped.
No, he's on the right.
Chill, boys.
I'm one. We're good.
He's still fighting spawn.
Right here.
He's right here.
Can't see him. I'll kill him in 3.
He's on you.
Don't see him.
He's still
On you, Trent.
close to you, Trent.
Nice.
Let's go, boys.
This hot dog
Even better that they stay alive right now for G2, so that at least you get the backstab and get 1 pip closer to the ult. But the protocols, as sometimes people are criticizing the communications, that could be a little bit muddied for G2, but that was actually quite clean in terms of how fast you wanted to go off the exit, off the reckoning. Making sure that they're crossing all the T's, dotting all the I's from reckoning on the left side, recon on the right side, and making sure that Bestia has no chance to hold site to fight back.
A big sigh there from Melzer as the timeout button is hit, and you're right, everything from G2 seems so orchestrated there. So the conductor on Bestia has to get everything in order now, so they can start singing their song. A lot of the problems Bestia talked about in their interviews, Melzer was saying, and Taco, is that it came down to the anxiety. Just being on stage. Yeah, they came out really strong in that first Breeze game, but when everything's clicking and flowing, the practice hits just like you are on stage. There's no problems until they faced that second map when they didn't have an answer, and being on the stage then really started to get to them. So they got to figure that out, shake it off, and see how they can come out of this timeout.
You can see here for G2, it is a race for champs. Kaplan mentioned it. Pretty much the chances are quite high for G2 to really already make it, so they don't have that much pressure going forward. But you're still in control of your own destiny. Yeah. Trying to make it to at least the top 4 of the Americas of Stage 2 will guarantee you an extra 4 points, therefore even hiring the chances and confirming your spot at Champs in Shanghai later this year. But yeah, what is the conversation here from Coach Phonics going into the next round on to Bestia? And the one thing that you mentioned here, Riv, in terms of how much pressure they felt when they played against KRU, the good news is that they at least won the first map of the series, so that confidence is there. And they also bounced back in the lower brackets with a revitalized C9 when Coach Veer took over, and they were looking primed exactly for a deep run. So for them, they've had a nice little cushion moving into, in terms of confidence, moving into this matchup. And G2, the same thing. They had to play against M80, the best team in Challengers that we had this year. And that's a nice cushion for them, mentioned by Trent, for them to have the lower bracket run as well. So the hill continues to be also steep for Bestia.
Nice timing. Bestia has a bit of a read here, but it is lower by. So they're just looking to make these Sheriffs work together as much as possible. A jump out, triple crossfire from G2 as they just quickly smother down and Goomba stomp Bestia out of A.
Makes me notice, too, like how assertive there are for some calls. Last time when we just had the comms in the previous round, I think it was Trent saying, do you want to claim, get into the cove, 3, 2, 1, go in. But it's not like the 100 Thieves way of like a ping pong where they just want to really go. They're still asking the question, and maybe it breaks the timing a little bit because it's not as assertive because the other ones need to answer to the questions before. But it still works here on the way that they're playing the anti-eco against Bestia.
And running. Jogamo wants his ult. find out where that last kill is. Looks like Trent will have it here as David looks for one more and finds it. Get out. Ooh, baby bait. Easy find there, and he just skirts out of the Radianite ring. Easy round for G2, 6 now, as they are going to see what comes out of Bestia in this next gun round. Pretty much what the timeout was for, what they can set up and see if they can start to strike back against the Americas champs.
Oh, David.
Sometimes it'd be like that.
This is a lot of confidence for G2 to move into this series as well. We haven't seen, as Kaplan mentioned, the ascent for G2 going into the stage. Overall, ascent has not been the best for a G2 throughout this year, with so many different comp changes that they tried to utilize across. But most recently, I think the last time that we did have some information on the ascent games, it wasn't looking too good either. So I think right now it's for G2. They want to go for some sort of Hail Mary, testing out their compositions, testing out something new. While Bestia, because locally for them in LATAM South, they haven't had the best results either going to play Ascent. Switching from the default comp to trying to bring a chamber in there. And unfortunately not getting any Ws for their column either for Bestia.
Well, they hope the W finally comes out of an operator purchase, but Bestia have placed it in A main. It's unlikely to see G2 this round. And Baby Bay is going to be working the op on the other side here to try to open up B site. Lost may actually find Trent. Util out for a moment, but he drops the op. A huge investment for Bestia off the map, and now they realize a big focus was over towards A, so G2 starts to hit. Jogamo's cleared, though. The ultimate David got from last round on that Sheriff shot comes into play huge, and now G2 has to skirt around this. Melzer picks up his first kill. Can it be another one? This is huge. He starts to clear mid, and now G2 have nowhere to run. What a round for Bestia to get back. It's on a pressure cooker. 10 seconds left here as Valen's forced to plant. We talked about the Harbor fragging. We talked about him being on the new agent. Now it's can he clutch on it in this situation. Takes a bit of chip there, but this is going to be tough. He's got a bit of a wall to work with. Looks for the gap, and he finds the first one. Jubazine is down. He doesn't really have to work against too much util. It's all about the firefight now as Valen takes a bit of the high ground. This angle is insane, actually, to see somebody's head cross, but he's going to find the 1v1, and it is going to be for Takolia. Valen buys a bit of time, but it's always going to be for Bestia in that 1v2.
Looked very doable, rather, for Valen back on this Harbor. Baby Bay also mentioned here when they were playing the composition in the past and you had Valen on the Astra, it just allows for him to be a little bit more free and more confident here around his util to play. Because you have to think mechanically of how to play the Harbor. You have to get into a zone to throw an orb. The wall, you're kind of like just shackled to move. But he had enough time to place the Cove down, isolate some fights around his bubble, but just couldn't win the 1v1 against Takolia, who has also had a resurgence in terms of his performances ever since 2026 with Bestia here.
A bit of momentum. You could say that timeout does pay off. Bestia find an answer. Taco is able to invest in an op again, and that's what they were looking for last time.
It was in the hands of Lost before, and that's the beauty of this comp as well, or this team. Double duelists, both of them could op with aggression between Lost and Taco.
Leaf jumps in, creating a bit of noise there, and he goes down. An interesting choice by G2 to see if they can kind of tempt what Bestia is going to do in this situation. They lose 2 already here. And now G2 really have to call the audible. What a resurgence just from these last few rounds, but can Bestia contain the momentum?
There's still a lot of options that G2 could work with right now, though. They have 2 big ults. Baby Bay's watching that line in case Bestia, under that minute mark, wants to clear up in front of the A site to get a little bit more map control. But because this camera's over here, too, it's easy for them to take control of that B side, get that information late round where players are coming from, and they can just play a 5-man retake over onto the B site. So if Valen could actually make it into the site with Trent, those ults could actually do a good job in terms of stalling Bestia and dwindling down numbers as Bestia will try to retake.
He almost has to let Valen in alone so he can keep the Hunter's Fury away, but they are going to commit. Help each other out as that plant comes in. A little bit of denial to give Bestia time to move across the map throughout that Hunter's Fury pressure.
Oh, no.
But he gets Valen. What a shot to find him in the sight. The push-in comes from David as well, and now Baby Bay is just watching the coattails of Bestia head in to protect the spike on B. Another round, and this one's going to be flawless coming from the Let 'Em squad.
And you would think here that Valen was going to be able to dodge that and get that plant down here for G2, but somehow just guessing where that third beam should be shot connects here onto Valen, and that's a spike down. Beautiful first shot here by Takalia, yeah. All of them trying to find timings to encroach. Both duelists playing together on Bestia to watch each other's backs to make sure that nobody gets the timing on that backstab for G2. And to stop that push, to get a flawless round for them as well while they have the operator, you're happy with it. And Josh, half-half. Was he happy or not?
I thought about it. He was going to hit that timeout button, but he waited.
Happy with the call probably from Valen in this round, who are looking to move aggressively through the mid-double doors.
The detection, the util. Great start by Bestia here to gain confidence a little bit more, but can they convert the 4v5 now as G2 is waltzing in just as if they had won the site take?
Keep it simple. You have a Reckoning to stall. Keep Trent towards that back of the site, towards A main. You have a Hunter's Fury. So right now for Bestia, you have to start hurrying up.
Tries to get him off the slow tag, and they do find it. Actually taking down the Jet is Nutty with the Hunter's Fury. Beautiful from Trent, and Leaf has that angle. Misses the first shot and has to reposition here. They're all getting squeezed into the A main position, which could be a bit sticky here for G2. Taco waiting for the rest of the team to make this distraction, to start breaking the crosshairs. He actually identifies one, Bricks is down, and they're going to be able to squeeze the last two G2 members in the A main. David has to get back to the spike though, and it looks like Trent is going to have this all locked up from his position. Ooh, and he even steps out to make sure David can't get away.
I felt I was dubbing that when I said the woo, looking at Trent's face, because he was actually quite happy of the clean shot he just pulled there on that release and the fallback of David trying to save his weapon. But the two shots that we saw here off screen, right here now for Baby Bay, close range right into that Neon ult, was what was needed here for G2 to win that round. Focusing on the first one, trying to defuse, and there you go. That's what we wanted. Dre to pop off here with the op on the side of G2, and he's got some huge impact frags.
Things got exciting. We had some water spillage on the stage. We're going to get that cleaned up. Tech pause player. Might be a first. No. But yeah, G2 are swinging for the fences right now. Even in the rounds where you think Bestia is going to get that momentum, they only had two. And G2 steal it right back. But those two rounds don't initially reset Bestia's money. So they're still here, coming out with a bye, and they can recapture a few more rounds.
The good thing as well for Bestia is when we were watching them on that stage, they're looking like they're vibing still, right? And that's also the beauty of not only having that pressure of being or playing on the main stage here for the VCT Americas, but losing a crew, it doesn't matter for them. They're just having a good time. They're happy of where they are right now. Of course, going deeper in a run for Bestia would be awesome for them, as they already had the first upset win against Cloud9. And if they're able to continue to do so, man, they could do some good damage with that confidence going to the playoffs.
Even Loss was talking about playing against crew in an interview, saying, that was great. We played against two world champions in Sadak and Lester. That was so much fun.
Yeah, and most importantly for Lost too, as we're looking at him right now, he's trying to make it to at least the top 4 of the Americas, because that will give him a chance to go back to Sao Paulo to play in his hometown, in front of his friends, in front of his family. So now that you're having so much aura for a guy for the first time on the stage in the Americas, and he's just absorbing all of that fun.
Yeah.
And he's also looking over the stage and saying, oh, to see the crowd cheering for me when I'm doing these cool shots, when I'm playing the game, that was me a couple of years ago when I was aspiring to become a pro player. So it's cool that he's being able to experience that from the point of view, the lenses of a pro player, and hopefully now help Bestia move over to the top 4 and play in Sao Paulo.
Well, it is one of the names we look at here for Bestia. Currently at the bottom, 4-7-1. So we'll see if he can pick it back up here. It does seem like that's just G2 really on their game today, able to hit these shots. And if it's not right when they open the site, it is defending the site aggressively.
Well, the mouse pad has been dried up, but we still have the Cove winning up the map. That's being controlled here for G2 to start. And that's just to fake some pressure on middle. It's going to have to keep players really a little bit turtled back. They don't have full control, speaking of Bestia, on mid control here. It comes down to the extremity control from the camera look and the op once again from Lost down towards this A main line.
Lost hasn't even activated that dash yet. Waiting for the first shot. He won't need to. Dodges out on Baby Bay's hit. And Chubazine's actually going to take Jogamo down. A second one over towards that B site. And this has happened to G2 quite a few times. They activate on either side of the map, and it seems to be taken apart. But they sometimes have an answer, and this could be one of those times.
Flank, though. Right from Melzer.
Maybe a few more kills, drop some weapons out of the hands of Bestia. But yeah, this one's going to be tough. It's instantly closed in on as soon as that plant starts to happen, so they're sourcing out another kill. Melzer has that flank timing perfectly. And they know exactly where Baby Bay is to hopefully clean this round up without any more casualties. A third round for Bestia just on the horizon here, and it really needs to be this kind of momentum before they start the second half.
You wonder now here when Josh RT was hesitating on hitting that timeout button, will it come down now? Just to not give a chance for Bestia to really come back in this game. Remember what happened against Cloud9. It was at round number 12. David A's clutch. 1 versus 4 on the site. And then it just gave that momentum for Bestia to clear out here that second half and upset C9 on C9's best map since Coach Veer came in. But looks like no timeouts will come out. They still have another good buy coming out here for G2. Half shields for a couple, but the Tour de Force is going to be the first thing trying to go for a pick. It's back to a piss around strat, though. 5-man hit over on B.
Yeah. Leaf, the only one hanging back, right behind that drone. Quick, concise, and clearing layer by layer. Jogamo starts to go a little bit further forward with the overdrive on. Bestia trying to retaliate defensively here as they set up accordingly. It's just going to be the plant. They've divided the site. Baby Bay creeping out, looking for the opening kill here. A lot of that util being prepped now. The layers to come from Bestia on the way in, and they lose David. The next shot here looks to be in favor of Baby Bay, and he does wallbang. Just chipping away at the members of Bestia as they head into the site, and they haven't even found the rest of the members of G2. What a relay bolt, though, to get the 1v1s online. Trent, from that distance, still has it, cleaning it up with Leaf, and they are going to be able to take that round 8 now for G2.
And that's the thing that's annoying to deal with for Bestia when you're trying to flood back into the site. They had all 5 players getting ready to move towards that half wall. But when Baby Bay lands that shot, because he has the ult from Chamber, that slow field on the ground just slows things down a little bit more and does not give a chance for Bestia to really activate in full force in a retake in the back of the site. And I love the protocols that you have from G2 here. Leaf being the...
Let's go. Let's go. Good call.
The one to secure the round for the team by playing towards that window. The other one's playing on site and off each other as well. Always identifying where their win cons are. It was a player advantage. Time in their favor from the spike. And here's a fast split into A to end the half.
Oh, pinched. This is going to be very tough for Lost. Dios comes up with 2 as Melzer was the target there. They finally clear A site, and G2 is planting. This kill from Leaf is just basically going to solidify the round if you can find David right away. There it is. Taco Leo with the op. Has to hit every angle on point here. And G2 are going to be happy to get away with this 9-3. There it is. Trent takes him down. And G2 go through the first half with a lot of confidence here to let Bestia know this will not be easy.
Yeah, at least you're happy here for Bestia that you were able to salvage 3 rounds there. Couple of rounds that went in their favor too, by one of them being a flawless, so it's nice for them to finally activate towards that 7th round. But the whole story of this first half was definitely the protocols of G2 and the dominance that they've been showing so far in this series.
We're going to get the side swapped and see if Bestia can bare their teeth on the attack when we come back from break. Don't go anywhere.
that's me. You're probably wondering how I ended up here. It all started when I got to the FIFA World Cup, and wow, thousands of Verizon customers.
Oh, you got the free Verizon tickets too?
No, I'm with amazing seats.
I'm sorry. Okay.
And even pitch-side access.
Are you? David Beckham.
A Verizon customer.
This used to be for players. Now it's for Verizon customers. No one gets you closer. Only on Verizon.
All right, Trent, we're in the lower bracket. Sometimes you can get frustrated, or just people's confidence gets down. How do you hype the team up? How do you keep that energy, that positive energy coming in and going into games?
Usually that's Baby Bay's job, but if it ever comes to me, kind of just, try to keep the morale high, just tell the boys we got this, we're better than them, just do our thing, basically just, the standard things.
What does Dre do specifically?
I don't know. He's just kind of got that. He's got that fire in him that kind of just, he has so much energy that it just goes to everyone, and it kind of just, it brings you up without you even noticing.
Well, best of luck today, Trent.
And we are about to get back on to Breeze to see if Bestia can make this comeback happen. Shaking off the first half jitters. They talk about anxiety quite a bit here, and it's got to be tough going against the America's champions to shake that off round by round when they can always come back.
Yeah, it is a lower bracket matchup, so whoever loses this series is unfortunately out. And for Bestia, there's no points here under their belt to try to make it to champs. And I've noticed that when they're trying to clear the jitters, though, before starting this game, Takulia was staying as long as he could on that stage to warm up against bots, just to be ready for the fight against G2 now. And hopefully that warm-up will help Takulia and the rest of the team activate themselves on the attack side here of this pistol. It's an open site for G2 as they're reading a push on B. So that trip is going to activate now. The sound and execution that Bestia has encroached into the A site. And now for G2 to slowly make their way back here on this 5 versus 5 fight.
They're forward pushing here, but the plant is more for A main, so they gotta be careful of actually how much space they gain. As mid doors is gonna be where they come from. 2 eyes from Bestia on the doors. His spawn is getting pushed. Lost and Melzer with some quick kills. And this is just G2 not being able to source out how far Bestia had gotten into the site, where they could be coming from.
Positioning was difficult as well. Baby Bay was basically playing to help out and watch towards the mid double doors so they could crunch from the B site to A. But because he was forced to fall back and there was walls coming up on the side too, his rotate across here towards Troll does not work out in his favor. Because again, with no information, everybody's just getting surprised, flooding back into A. That's a strong pistol here for Bestia to take.
What a push. Melzer coming online for this pistol. And it's the momentum Bestia needs here, especially for the younger players to get in here and feel comfortable on the stage. I think Melzer, one of the things he said was important to tell him is you can beat any of these guys any day. Sometimes that's all a player needs to hear. Okay. Getting that spam. Hearing for the quick fight, and Lost gets another one with a snap kill here, and he's not going to stop David and him go for more as they protect elbow, and G2 goes for a quick attack round.
All right, just jumping across here too, just to potentially maximize orbs. Lost was already halfway there, but Taco is also slowly creeping up. Second flawless of this matchup for Bestia against G2 so far. Yeah, you're seeing G2 trying to do almost as similar than their pistol round strat, just to continue that pressure over on that B line. Good news for them is they can see here how Bestia kind of opens up when they're leaning towards this B side. But it's only going to be good enough in my eyes for this next upcoming round if you have Bestia try to work towards the B side again, because they're in their bonus round. They don't have the best of weapons. It's going to be a full rifle round where potentially they could have wanted to push quickly into the B site. But very similar to G2 on the first half, it's a slow default. putting the cameras to see where G2 could be accessing the lanes here, especially when it comes down to Baby Bay. Might have to be the one on point for G2 with this chamber pick.
And they're just looking for the ADS Vandal 2 from Loss. Almost acting like an operator here for a moment. Leaf getting ready for the Vipers, Snakebite rather. As they start to deny towards a up and over though. Loss instantly into the site trying to create space. Critical miss by Baby Bay there to keep David alive towards mid, and they keep moving into the site. Loss does get his kill as Trent doesn't know which way to look, and he's gonna get turned up a little bit there. Does get a kill on Loss really quick though. They are not stopping. And G2 still trying to kind of waltz into the site here without the protection of utility or each other. Baby Bay. This is a very big ask. And one is checked off the box. They've created the 1v1s for him. It's going to be pop-up, though, and he's not going to have that decision correct. 4 for Melzer as he starts to get himself online.
Yeah, big round for Melzer. Especially denying here the gun round from G2. So a bonus round converted for Bestia, starting their run on the attack side too, and that was a freebie that just was drawn around the hat of David. Baby Bay's not going to like that. Or it comes down to missing those critical fights for that first angle. You TP away, and you lose all that space where your teammates are relying on you to cover up towards the tunnel. So the two players towards that back of the site start isolating each other where they can't help each other out. And that's why you saw here like it was a little bit mismatched and playing the protocols and playing to their strength for G2, who are usually very good for trades. But Bestia are identifying that. Just to continue to move forward, the wall contact play does great pressure, gives great pressure onto G2's defense. And that was one of the win cons looking at this matchup here between Bestia and G2.
They go for somewhat of their stinger play, but only on 2 players from the side of G2. Oh my God, Baby Bay coming online. He wasn't happy about that miss last round, so he goes for the quick close-up right. Actually gets himself a gun and ships in the night right now. Can he snap this one? Loss is a little bit faster there, and he needed to be if they would have any chance in this round.
2 different timings here, though. Trent is going to spot these 2 players, but there comes Leaf, but he only has a stinger to work with.
Oh, the discipline. He's going to... Oh, he gets peeked at the time. Chibazine knowing exactly what needed to happen across the map. Now they've just got G2 split here for an easy sight. And what would be cruising in with this stinger and this bandit in just a bit. Just ult orbs for the side of Bestia. Another nice round.
That was the only win con here that G2 had when Leaf was on that flank after Baby Bay did whatever he could on middle, holding that with that headhunter.
Double picked up. Some time to upgrade through mid. Those weren't protected. Still have the camera out. No, they're not coming from elbow. So they see and spot it from tunnel. Jogamo is trying to pressure them out of the position so the shot from Valen can come through. And that's going to be the quick close-in from Bestia. They know they cannot toy with G2 in these situations and squish them right out of B.
Nice there that David had the full health and armor. Valen did connect with the Outlaw, but it did a 140. So David was able to stay alive. But these shots from Baby Bay, like I said, did whatever he was trying to do to hold down towards that middle. But then that flank could have been the best thing. Because David was in the window, he was watching for that push towards B main. Leaf was able to sneak through that. But thankfully here, Bestia, grouping up together, was able to just capitalize on Leaf on that rotate. There's no chance here for G2 to play that. At least they did some good damage on their eco round. Only investing in, what, 2 stingers on the previous round? Now an op on the attack side for Lost, watching towards the window into the B site. Not too sure exactly here if Baby Bay's gone in to get his ult out, because he did invest into a rifle in this round. So playing with his teammate back and forth with Jogimo, being that jiggle to be the first contact into any A pressure.
Ooh. Bladestorm invested too. Big info. His eyes just widened on that screen. He's backing up into the site right now. Here comes the high tide. A delay after delay layer. So G2 can try to get some positioning or at least just stop this altogether.
Orb's going to slow them down right now, though. So that's Hunter's Fury gone. But thankfully, Chubi still has the Reckoning if they want to go for a phase 2. comes down to the noise they're trying to activate on the B side. So the 2 lurkers, maybe on middle, could try to catch some rotates. But G2's not giving him an inch. So no punishment there for G2. Comes down to the anchoring and the triple setup that they have on the B site for G2 to hold the B hit.
G2's just wondering if mid could be pushed as well, but they have to focus forward. You see everyone crashing in from Bestia towards that ladder and castle side. Oh, the site is about to explode right now, and towards the backside, Leaf and Valen come up huge, setting up that garrison. They start to move forward under the spike being planted. Oh, no. G2 get 2 more kills. Bestia try to plant in the site while everyone's fighting, and it just does not pay off.
For when you had a nice 4-piece from Melzer in that 3rd round, unfortunately this time around could not get the spray down onto who I think was Trent or Valen, either or. But it became that kill whiff that allows G2 to flood back into this B site.
10 seconds left.
I love the protocol still, though, that Bestia had going into that B site. They shock darted into the cove around the Reckoning, just punishing anybody that's trying to find timings through smokes on G2's side. Yeah, the vibes are still good.
Sometimes you gotta laugh at yourself. We've all been there. Law still has that up. Baby Bay has the ultimate. It looks like he pulls that right out too. So Tour de Force is here. We're gonna go long guns against each other as A is where that will happen. Ooh. Lost it. Was not favored in that situation. And Baby Bay comes out on top. He actually pushes forward to go for it again without Rendezvous up. Why would you expect this? Oh my God, he's smeeging. And now he needs to unsmeeg very fast before he goes down. Oh, Takulia takes advantage of that. They don't want it though. Not yet. Really nice to pull out the Reckoning. You still have the lurk from David.
That's the biggest thing, because all of G2's defense had been pulled out from the B side. Nothing really watching towards B or middle, because they're not playing a Cypher. It's up to Leaf. He's playing out in the open to show himself, and that's how it happens. Ooh. As you get punished, it gives a chance now for Bestia to open up and get information on site, and it's B for the taking.
Easy. It is Bestia's way right now, and that is all the way to B. I mean, you still have Melzer looking for any breadcrumbs that could be over towards the A site, and we'll have a hopeful answer here as they lose Taco. He has to move a little bit faster. They're looking for him, and now they know. They can push that fact inside the site. But everybody's out. Bestia just playing the distance. This must be so weird for G2. Not finding anybody in sight. Cove getting dropped quite fast there, and now they're in the open. Camera's not going to be active for this. Half defuse. Actually, Valen comes up with 2, and Bestia plays with their food a little too long.
Bestia had such good information after that duel won by David, but they played too many inserts. Chibazine was playing on the top of middle. Melzer was trying to flank from the back out towards that spawn. And then the other 2 played outside of sight, so there was no way for them to communicate with each other to try to win the round. I guess because they knew nobody was retaking so far for G2, you could play outside of the site and try to catch players off the rotate. But with nobody really focusing on, the site takes, anchoring on that spot to delay and give a chance here for those that were inserted to come back into the B site. Well, you saw how that ended. G2 was able to pull Magic out of that round that they shouldn't have won, after David worked some magic in the mid-round against Leaf.
You see the loss stats on your screen. There's Lotus versus C9 there. Honestly, enjoying his time on the stage, we already said before, and he has a lot to show. The teams put him on the stage, doesn't mind, says he likes duelists, but he's a flexible player. And that's great to see from Bestia.
Yeah, I mean, he's also a player that comes in from the Furia Academy, and he joins in after Shy left the roster to go join Furia and try to go on a deep run to champs with that organization. That kind of changes the composition, the synergy a bit of Bestia as well, because Lost and Takulia will take advantage of that double duelist when David used to play a lot of that Phoenix in Challengers. So they were at some point playing a lot of that Leviatán meta. But going into the play-ins, they found their own type of playstyle by putting David into the Senti. He finds his timings on alerts just like you saw in the previous round, and Lost and Taco could leverage their aim to win the rounds back potentially here for Bestia as we come back from a timeout.
Baby Bay forced into rendezvous and out of that position as he still hits a few shots. They can understand a bit of how this is being protected, but can they kill him? Taco with a nice slide into safety there as Loss encroaches into the site faster than Valen can react. Jeez, this was explosive from Bestia, and Coach hit that timeout button pretty hard, so we can see what they have now in the works. Already, Loss again in their face, and I think this is something we saw from them before, is that they kept pushing up, they kept getting a little more aggressive after their plays.
G2 was trying to find a little bit of a timing, feeling that because they were able to convert a scenario where they had less players in the previous round into a W in their column, they could do it again here in a 3 versus 5, especially with the mixed pot of buys that you have for Bestia. But again, David's utility, the camera sees one, and everybody's just kind of isolated in the end, and Bestia's aggression turns out to be another flawless. Third one for them now in this game.
See, Lost with the Furia spray there. Yes. Called that out from Academy. Paying respects. You see this again. Oof. Just ducks right under it. They're making Baby Bay feel the pressure this time, too. When they find them, they kind of source them out immediately.
That's definitely the important thing for this comp, too, for G2, right? When you're putting a lot of trust into Baby Bay as his chamber, you got to be on point every single one of these games. He had a rough one against Furia in the upper brackets, but found his footing against M80 and has had some pretty decent shots so far against Bestia. But definitely, as you mentioned it, Riv, as soon as a shot is missed, how much space is instantly taken by Bestia? And G2 has to make sure that they plug those holes a lot more quickly when Baby Bay misses a shot and is forced to TP out.
A new look from Jogamo here, sliding across the middle of the map, figuring out what to do on this Viper wall. A little control from that operator. Moving to the right side here. It looks like Loss is going to set back up in A main, but the space is gained, I feel, from G2. They can make the informed decision that a lot of this action could be coming A or double doors. And there's the rest of the audio cues that will confirm they are correct. Oh my God, Valen hiding amongst the enemy right now, actually within arm's reach, and that's not what Loss wanted. Dashes right into a hug from Jog. Where are they going to go from here? Got 2 in A main, 2 in the back of the site. G2 has to figure out how to get him out here as we're looking through the eyes of Chibazine.
They need to protect the VIP, which is Leaf here. If you're able to make it in the back of the site with the pit, that gives G2 a chance, and it starts off well with Taco falling down.
They might be able to strip Bestia of their members before they even need to get the pit down. They've been so good at dissecting these site holds here from Bestia, and they will do it once again to push Melzer off of the site. They hold that all. Leaf's still going to get the defuse anyways. I mean, Valen should be getting it, but it doesn't matter. That's how confident they are. They are just cruising through right now. G2 get to map point.
And that's what was annoying here for Bestia, holding that pulse plan. Playing a little bit off-site this time around too, but when G2 started experimenting with the harbor on this map, that's the slicing wall that plays control containment and not give a chance here for the attack to really move as quickly as they want to and move into the right positions into the A site. That's how Valen was able to find his timing. Get that pick there onto Loss, and the rest of them for G2 allows for them to just set up here for a clean retake. Just using the non-pressure that they're feeling right now, right? They have to wait for the high tab down, their own cove, and still win these fights.
They're definitely playing their game. This is one of those we're focusing on us games that players always talk about. G2 is feeling it. They're even going to push out mid to get a little bit more info on this as we watch Taco, a position he's gotten quite a few kills from already on this map. Oh, he's going to get challenged by Util, but he stays for the last moment. And that's the moment he does take a shot at the utility. Just G2 able to figure out Bestia through and through.
And the timing too. Protocol once again staying very clean. Leaf just waiting for that drone to come up before so that it guarantees the shot onto Taco trying to break that drone. Advantage now is lost though. Finds a little bit of a space towards the tunnels.
Oh. Put the barrel right in Trent's face. Leaf
puts a bullet.
Very fast trade. Doesn't even care what the range is on that. But this is the run. Bestia actually quickly choose the soft site. Wait a minute. Leaf may just make it a 1v1 before this actually happens. Puts his orb up, and that's actually, what a challenge from Chibazine. comes through the orb to take the fight, still in the same position here, and now they put the pressure to keep this map alive onto G2.
Kind of wish he had Valent's Reckoning now after all with the defuse on the previous round, but
right.
Jogamo has the Odin. This is going to be fun to watch a Neon slide with a...
The Joden heading into the site. Will he go backside? Does create the fast lane for that entry. Nice try with the Harbor Util. Oh my God. Jimazine has no answer. And it was quickly for the overdrive as Baby Bay tries to put the final touches on one more kill here. Now up to David. We've seen the clutch before against Cloud9, but it's gonna be too much from the Joden. 13-8 here for G2 as they head to their map of Ascent. One map up.
And this is gonna hurt for Bestia. Playing on their best map that they've shown here in the play-ins, but getting absolutely crushed by G2 in the first half. There was a little bit of room to breathe here on the attack side as well, but G2, they maintained calm throughout all of these rounds and were just able to capitalize into a victory where you didn't need too many of these timeouts and big conversations between Josh RT and G2. That will put them in a very comfortable position to move onto an Ascent map that we haven't seen either Bestia or G2 in the stage yet. So this is a Hail Mary for G2, just test things out to see if it'll work out to close out on a 2-0.
Absolutely. Bestia chatting it out, reforming, and coming back for this map on Ascent. We'll see if they can bring us to our third decider of Lotus versus America's Champions. Don't go anywhere. More VCT Americas after this.
Dos en contra de 4, ronda que es jugable, por supuesto, lo viene a buscar David, que lo marca el segundo y el tercero para él, el 4K, y es David, ¡es David!
Kid's gone, 32 HP, throw your body at the problem, my boy.
Oh, it's more than that, it's Leaf with everybody!
Here with the coach of G2 Esports, Josh RT. I mean, that was brilliant, stealing their map pick. I'm going to talk to you about the Ascent that we have coming up, because we haven't seen your Ascent since Masters London, where you lost to Foot, and that you were playing a Waylay into Phoenix. Can you give us any indication about what your plan is for this Ascent that you picked?
We picked a comp that fits our team identity a bit, something more our speed, and it took a little bit to get over the PTSD of our Ascent. Like, it took a lot of screams for me to convince the team, like, yo, it's ready, we can pull it out here. And so I think it'll be a better showing this time around.
When you say your identity, do you mean, you know, just kind of protocols, or what do you mean by that?
More about the comp choice.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Best of luck.
Starting off this do or die series, Bestia try and take G2 to breeze, maybe one of their best chances at taking them down, but it's a switcheroo. G2 instead take their map pick, a crazy dominant attack side, winning 9 rounds, be up 1 in this series. It was incredible. G2 just came out of the gate so strong. Maybe they just were not messing around.
Yeah, they look great on this attack side. The first 6 rounds in a row, I think they were just trying to slam these A hits round after round. And I think the fundamental miss here was when both teams are playing a no flash composition. You look at Breeze, and traditionally we think of this as like the out-aim, outplay map where you can often get upsets. But I think when you play in this harbor mirror meta and you don't have any agents with flashes, the fights, especially on defense, are so often coming down to the timings of harbor utility dropping and having to have better trading, better team play in these very on-the-fly team fights. And that's where I think G2 just looked a league above in this game.
Yeah, it felt like their timings with a lot of their util was a lot better than what we were seeing from Bestia. And I think for me too, we saw that actually Bestia had more first kills than G2, and I think they couldn't capitalize on that, mainly because of the way that they were fighting. It felt like every time that they were sitting on backside, they were struggling, unable to get the trades when they were swinging and trying to keep that A site. And eventually, when they did give it up, their retakes were struggling.
Yeah, they really were. I mean, you saw in that first round through the bonus G2 won, that's when they tried to play hard on site, G2 destroyed them backside. Then they're trying to play these set retake rounds, and look what Leaf is doing. We gotta listen in this round. He's not even saying anything. He's just sitting here, straight up winning the 1v2 in the mid doors, while his team is holding it down towards backside as well. When it came to the big team fights, when it came to the quality of the trading in these rounds, G2 just looked better at it. And that's what catapulted them to the lead they needed to win this match.
And this was actually one of the rounds where we noticed Bestia's spacing, just swinging by themselves one by one. It was such a struggle. Meanwhile, you have a really well put together team of G2 playing that post-plant very nicely, making sure they're working off of that util, and also Trent just having an absolute insane game when he is in that backwards position.
And top of day, we had talked about Bestia in their previous matches and called out. We saw these clutches. We saw, you know, they can fight.
Yeah.
But you can't make these mistakes up against the G2, right? I mean, when it came to light, we saw how they were punished.
Yeah, G2 is not Cloud9. They're not going to make the same mistakes in the way that they're trading. They're not going to give the same opportunities. Yeah. Credit to Bestia, they punished C9 in that game. They played well, but G2's protocols, their fundamentals, looked a step above in this game. And despite the fact that we did have big individual rounds, the Melzer 4K, some of the stuff from Taco, that got this game to at least look close in the scoreline, I didn't feel like it was close in the quality of play.
Sometimes a map slips away from you, okay? And hopefully they're still feeling confident. But we have to hear what Coach Phonics has to say ahead of map 2.
You're the coach of Bestia. Now that was your map pick, but you did lose it. I would love to know about your plan for Ascent, because we don't know G2's Ascent.
Básicamente fue una sorpresa para nosotros el piqueo de Ascent de ellos también, pero tenemos bien preparado, entrenamos como algún tiempo, un poco estar considerando el meta actual, entonces igual es mirar que se sale bien nuestro juego, lo que entrenamos y básicamente eso.
Yeah, you know, it surprises us too, this Ascent pick from G2, but we've practiced and we trained specific meta comps for this map, so hopefully we'll be ready and prepared.
All right, well, best of luck.
Ascent's going to be a surprise for a lot of us out here. G2's map pick, and I loved hearing the insight earlier of okay, I know it wasn't, we had problems in the past, but we fixed it. We're confident. What are we expecting from G2 here?
I mean, for me, hearing Josh RT talk about how they're trying to play that more meta comp, knowing that they're switching to that and actually feeling confident, I'm expecting to see a little bit more of meta. Maybe a Chamber, definitely a Neon up there somewhere. I don't know if we're going to be seeing the Phoenix, but it feels like G2 have a solid hold, or else they wouldn't have let this map through.
Yeah, I think this is really the test for which direction G2 go in their identity.
Yeah.
Did they return to forcing Leaf onto the Phoenix and thinking that straight up following the meta is best for them? Or do they look to divert, maybe play that Phoenix-less composition, put them on something more comfortable instead? I think this is really where we're going to get to see if they're full committing into the Phoenix, into the meta, or if they're trying to blaze their own path. I think ideas around Yoru on this map can actually be quite interesting, and that would help fix some of the role issues. But with the amount of time it's been since they played this all the way back in London, this is bound to be a surprise that I think is going to be really difficult for Bestia to recover from, especially with their elimination on the line.
And on the other side, Bestia, the last time we saw this, they played Waylay Chamber. I feel like we're going to see a different look on the other side of the stage as well.
We have to, because for Bestia, they are fighting for their lives. Have to see if they can make that comeback. Rivet Vans will be back with map 2 after this short break.
Welcome back to VCT Americas. Hope you're hydrating just like Baby Bay, because this could be a long series if we have Bestia coming back strong here. But that's the question. Are they prepared? As we heard from the coach, they're going to try to play their game and come into this one. They weren't really ready for the G2 pick on SEN, and maybe this is why.
I think I was expecting this after listening to Josh RT speak to Liz, because when he talked about we scrimmed it a lot, we could bring it back, and when you think about G2 finding their form again within this stage, it's also a lot of their reverting back to the old ways. So this is where it was very dominant for them going into 2025. They were unstoppable on this map, winning this map week after week. They played it 5 times, won into the grand finals, went 6-0 in that stage in 2025 with this comp right here. So that's going to put everybody into their comfortable roles, and for Jogimo to just find that the better timings. I think that's the biggest difference, is just the timings of the TPs from Jogimo that maybe will force him to be a little bit more antsy, or we'll see how that's going to pan out.
We're definitely going to see the spray paint thumbs up a few times in this game.
Exactly.
Also, the Chamber not there for Bestia. Now, they have the Neon and the Waylay, as we just heard the desk talking about that. Maybe finding a change, and it certainly does.
I agree. Bestia there going into the, this is what works for us. Just making sure that we're able to continue to dive and pressure with a double duelist look without really leveraging going into the Phoenix, just because they want to add a little bit more speed in terms of what Lost could bring. I think it's better for him in terms of how he could opt, escape, tackle Leah the same way as a Neon. And I think that's why they want to sacrifice not having a Phoenix in their compositions and their identity for this play-ins.
Well, here we go. On to map 2 for this matchup. Losing this ends your playoff race. And as we said before, G2 is basically a final boss of this lower bracket run, as Bestia is trying to do their best to get a win here and keep it alive. Looks like the focus towards A is going to find that soft site. Lost is going to have to do quite a bit to stay alive here. Using the util a bit. Finds one great choice there, actually running in front of the clone. Cost Jogimo his life. Ooh, quick trades. Baby Bay actually went for a solo there. You see that happened over at Tiles as they're re-wrapping through mid, but that's also Trent. He could have a timing, and he has to be the one to really make an impact on this round because his team is about to get swarmed in sight.
Was able to have a huge backstab previously. Let's see if he can do it again. This time on Ascent. That is Trent.
He's waiting for their activation, knowing they might be looking his way. They go for the 360 spin, and he still clears both. A turret just coming back through for the squad here, and G2 are able to answer right back. Even losing Jogimo on the site take. Taco, huge on the Bandit.
I didn't come here to die.
Has to almost stay on this now. Trent has all the advantage, and a 3K for him. That lurk was huge once again for G2.
Now Bestia has to be afraid of the amount of people that can lurk around for this roster. You're playing double Senti, usually you have Baby Bay cutting the rotates. Leaf finds his timings on the lurks as well, but it's now Trent that saves the piss around in 2 occasions over 2 maps so far. That instantly converts a 5 versus 3 that Bestia had back into a 3v3. The crossfire is perfect for G2, and they steal that pistol away from the Beast.
Little play from the Book of Calm there. Just all the way around. Now to B main. G2 attempting this, but Taco wants to stay for another quick kill. Takes the armor from Leaf, but loses his life in the process. Baby Bay straight up mid. God, he is just schmoovin'. Oh, cleans up the second one. May not realize there's a few more, but he actually skirts around the situation. And man, G2 has all the positioning to make this one work. They are really making Bestia feel uncomfortable on this map to start.
You're going to have to think for Bestia here is, again, this was a composition that G2 really used it as their signature back last year. You're going to have to go back into the old vaunts to remember how G2 kind of plays this map, especially on the attack side. It's usually fairly slow because you're playing double Sentis. You have aggressive walls being thrown here on either A or B, so you have to force Bestia maybe to play some aggro lines on defense as well. Because if not, if you're depriving yourself from baiting out the information that the turret could get and the wall could get from Leaf and Baby Bay, that is still going to give some good active information for G2 of where Bestia is trying to work the map, which most likely would mean that they're given a lot of space that G2 could take because those pieces of utility are never bested and never tested.
Okay.
Blind is dead.
Another round for G2. They did lose Jogamo in the end, but that was the whole purpose of giving him the Marshall to run forward. And yeah, a little bit different than Breeze, playing both sides of the map here very early instead of conditioning towards one. Yeah. Ever since he missed that, that rifle shot, he has been kind of on it. Shook that right off. Now to bonus round here, a big one for Bestia to strike back.
Disadvantage for Bestia is very similar to Breeze, not being able to capitalize on big rounds on pistol or big damages on your star duelists, so there's no operators in the round here that G2 has. So the bonus is still quite good for the attack side as they're, once again, the slow play creeping up. That's a nice little early drone, though, for Bestia to now identify this pressure on Cat.
Big util fight as they float to safety on both sides, but very hurt on both sides, or at least for Jogamo. And no forward push yet. I think they're going to wait Baby Bay again to start getting up mid. They're going to have to realize at some point this needs to be more covered.
Especially when there's no camera watching the mid time.
Nothing.
It's because the door is broken, so that means, though, you have to force these guys to watch towards spawn. That's more space now that G2 could start taking in the front in these extremities. Look at that pressure that Baby Bay brings forward just by Pizza. How much paranoia is there for Bestia because they're not finding information?
Leaf can still make noise here, too, or catch a rotation if that's the play. Fake into the tree area as it looks like they're going to take a bit of control of tree and jungle. But Bestia is here to anchor the site. They're not trying to leave. Quick move from Lost as he tries to reposition, and it's not going to be enough as G2 sniff him out instantly. And Taco can't even help from heaven. Yeah, they are finding the least path of resistance every time. And okay, Leaf's like, did you guys see that? I didn't expect it. Stinger kills for him.
Yeah, against 2 guys that had Phantoms. That's a demoralizer for Bestia for sure. Unfortunately, you can't really call a timeout yet in my eyes for Bestia because this is just G2 winning gunfights. I think the reason why also they're kind of playing in the unknown and kind of left all that space available for G2 to take.
Oh my god!
Was because of the early drone that was used by Bestia. Yes, they get the early info on mid, but after they close the door and the camera's still watching towards B main, it's still question marks on Cat and middle.
That's the big point. Why do you ever want to play with any of those question marks? And now That was, I think, just a quick jiggle peek from Taco, but not fast enough for Jogamo. And Baby Bay's at the same clip right now. Leaf takes one down. And as Bestia goes for a few of these low-buy kills, they are just quickly swept away.
What you want right now is for Jogamo to grab that orb, just wait it out, just make sure here that G2 gets the plant. He'll get the ult for round number 5. Pip just got picked up, as you can see here on the UI. Now they confirm where Mauser's at. They could kill him now because the plant's about to come through. And there's the ult ready for Jogamo. Very clean round for G2 once again, playing in the extremities to just stop Bestia attempting to go for a crunch play.
And we saw this a few times a season or two ago where starting attack on a SEN, if you went hard, it just became attack-sided. Usually you see it be defensive-sided, but I don't think G2 is going to let that happen at all. They continue to go hard, considering it. 2 rounds in a row now, actually. We've seen the coach of Bestia look for that button, but he's going to allow the team to sort things out, get through this experience.
That might cancel the push from G2 after Jogamo moves in there and sees the operator.
Fake teleport actually comes out of drift back in Boathouse here. Steel Garden pushes out Bestia just for a moment, and Melzer wins a 1v1 on the other side of the map here. But I think they can source out that it's just Melzer, and they want to be able to push through that Bestia is trying to chase on the other side of the map.
Yeah, the hit's coming towards A, but here's a big fight now towards Shed. Jogamo doesn't clear the corner. Oh, no, he turns away. Okay, there was a chance if Jogamo looked towards that left side, but now on the A site, Valen's able to get that pick onto Loss.
They're still pushing. Spike isn't even near sight right now. They just continue to go through the map, and it's not the first round they've done this to Bestia. The last time it was the low buy. They crept through like this. But now I think they might have gotten themselves in a situation that feels a little more uncomfortable. It's G2. Ooh, Valen repairs one, and the swing from David isn't fast enough. Trent in another clutch versus Chibazine. A player we have kept our eye on now coming into this play-in stage. Oh, 1 HP right off the bat. Trent's gonna stay in the open, and he gets the Phantom Diff headshot. What a round from Chibazine to come up big and get that momentum going.
The 140 ding from Trent. Another scenario where we would have seen G2 win at a man disadvantage somehow. Yeah, Baby Bay, I mean, he loses that single fight, but it's okay. They were looking for that pressure. Trying to find that timing. G2 did an excellent job faking towards that B site. But then you saw those mistakes happen. Jogamo not clearing towards that Shed. Couldn't cut the rotates over across. And now, unfortunately, here for G2, they couldn't just win that 1v1 on Trent to continue the steamroll of the first half, but yet. It's still a 4-on-1 here on the first half. You're happy.
Yeah, they're feeling fine there. It might be some of the ults to create momentum for Bestia, but there's a few on G2 side to answer right back. Is it going to be split now for G2? Did the same thing on Breeze a few rounds into to start working the map a little more.
Surprised Baby Bay went for the ult here instead of buying into an op because he's maxing out onto the next round. I'm Asian, I'm very frugal, I save my money, so buy the op, use the tool to false in the next round instead of this round here, but nonetheless, speaking of Baby Bay, he has found a gap. He's already looking towards the A side, trying to see if anybody's going to peek out. And as he clears all of this, he's like, yeah, I don't see anybody. So let's just sell this fake from the drone on the B site, pull everybody towards A, and just exit here.
There's so... Now they're jumping off Fountain in the back of spawn. Bestia is no longer letting mid be open, but they have to worry about A because G2 is about to get another walk-in here. As all that power is over towards Cat. Wait, they're not going to jump in right now.
They can't.
Yeah,
they got stalled.
I was going to say, Taco might... Or sorry, not Taco, Lost. I thought he was going to dive right in with that Hunter's Fury, but they keep it coordinated as G2 just gets that plant down. 5v5 retake here. And is it going to be the choice to waterfall into the site? A little bit of vision. Sees 2, 3 coming through spawn. Taco in to get his own vision here as we're playing basically where everyone is. So they can relay that back to the team. 3 up on Heaven. A few for Bestia still on that ground floor, and they're trying to stop them from getting in. G2, a few good shots from Valen coming in from Hell. And he starts to make it feel real sweaty for the side of Bestia. They have to push through the smoke and source out what's going here. The crossfire, almost disjointed, but it's gonna be Baby Bay that is able to pick up the final frag there as they keep a bit of safety outside the site as Bestia crash in.
And staying calm there on that 1v2. The instant trade from onto Trent, but also getting the wall bang as he jiggles across. I love the amount of trades of utils, though, from both of these teams. When you had the Hail Mary play of the Paranoia of Melzer so that Bestia could actually flood into the site, Leaf actually placed his own flash from that Vice on the top of the A wall. It stalled the push from Heaven, and it allowed here for Valen to activate at health.
Hot dog, come on, baby.
So not only the old comps are back, but the old calls are back too by calling out the hot dogs.
Dang, you saw what that meant to Valen, too. To not let any momentum go towards Bestia for a second round. And that forces that timeout finally.
It's desperate measures, though, for Bestia, right? You've tried everything. That last first hit, well, the last prevention they were trying to do here to prevent G2 from getting onto the site was trying to throw losses slow and time it with the ult from Chubizin. But unfortunately, it just did not hit. But the slow hit actually 2 players from G2. How did you not get kills out of that with the Hunter's Fury is beyond me. And that is probably the main thing here that really didn't allow Bestia to have the cleanest of flood retakes on their side. Because again, if it came down to that, it still had that big paranoia for the retake. So I feel like this type of timeout is to calm the nerves, knowing how this is a very important game for Bestia, where it's do or die, go home if you lose this series. So it's time to reel back now that pressure that they potentially feel on their shoulders.
It is to carry the torch for the challenger squads here. They're trying to get that over the finish line. G2 stands in their way right now. Looking for the low buy fight over the shoulder of each other. Bestia still using a few protocols, but they just keep getting taken apart by G2.
And G2 could really just take their time once again if they want to just maximize orbs one more time, but they mentioned it once again at the desk at the beginning of the series. It is one of those games where G2, they have the heavy upper hand over a Bestia right now.
I mean, favored for the lower bracket run, too, and they know what that pressure's like if they have to play back-to-back games, whether they're BO3s, BO5. They have everything under their belt. Just a quick drone into A, as this is a very noisy map for G2 to work around their side, trying to create distraction with utility, and they still leave Baby Bay and spawn as Leafs getting kills to start off on B. A round where Bestia leave that opening once more, and Valen gets a quick kill there. Dogamo on another one, and they are just wondering where G2 is here. They own the entire map, 6-1 now.
So it comes down to what will Bestia do in this after this timeout call here from their coach. I was wondering if they had enough money to maybe try to go for the Hail Mary double ops if they want to on the defensive side. Try to leverage that range, denying that early util that's being placed by both the Vice and the Chamber from the side of G2. It'll still be the op just on one player. That's lost so far. It's mid control on their side, where it really hasn't started that way for G2. It's always been towards the extremities at the start, opening up here and trying to break even Cypher util. And also grabbing this orb for Jogimo.
More and more hits from that Yoru. A main control for Bestia here. And Baby Bay has a line at least for Cat. Loses that line. Nice job by Taco to play a little bit of a different position here. Start getting G2 to have to play the guessing game.
Thankfully, though, for G2, they could just cut noise. There's no drone. Chubizin already used it at the beginning, but the contact play is good with the operator. That shows its hand.
Goes right back for it. The aggression there. David with the kill straight to B main as they kind of look for that peak. And a lot from mid has been the thorn in the side of Bestia here from G2 as they continue to push. Taco Leah gets a kill from the top of mid. Leaf, no, the 1v4 now. He's just going to get jumped on quick as Melzer takes the final one. They slow it down a bit. They get a read on G2, and these rounds look very doable for Bestia.
Yeah, lots of 4-1s for G2 that for now 2 rounds has been Baby Bay punished here on the timing that he's trying to find. One towards the A main, this time on the catwalk. Wouldn't be surprised here to see G2 pull up a little bit more of a buddy system this time around too, and under slow scaling of their defaulting. Or it could be a fast hit. This is going back to the tried and true of the potential dimensional drift with the Hunter's Fury. Roll back the years here on the play. Yeah, he's going to start TPing fake on the A side, get back towards B, and try to see if you could leverage something out of that.
See how fast they execute it. You don't have as much time on the gate crash anymore, so he's going to go right now, throwing as much util as he can. Gets the paranoia out. That's going to hurt Bestia's retake if we do finally get G2 inside sight. As they gate crash right back to position. It's still going to be hard for the team members of G2 to get in, though, as they're stopped by a bit of that util. Spike goes down.
Spike planted.
And that protection from B main should be enough. A little bit of a question mark there as Bestia could flood the site and make this tough for G2.
Ooh, Valen just moved on the top of the staircase. I think he heard where the Omen TP'd at, so there's nobody flanking.
Everybody into switch. Nice hit from David. He's able to get that theft on and figure out where everybody is. But Valen makes the play! Or sorry, Jogamo makes the play. Going up the stairs, Valen now is able to get a few kills on, and a snap judgment from G2 confuses the hell out of Bestia.
Just great positioning from G2 after the plan. Like I said, Valen moving up there. He hears the Melzer TP.
Yeah.
Now for them, it's like, okay, we could guess here that nobody's going to be flanking from Bestia's side. You play the contact. That means that Trent could play safely outside towards B main and pull in the Hunter's Fury. Make all of Bestia scatter around and look at the push forward, just catching everybody off guard, wasting even the neural theft from David in that round. And now even less big util and ults on the side of Bestia into the last remaining rounds of this half. Dominating series so far by G2.
Speed right into this line for Baby Bay to start peeking, even through the one-way that was thrown here by Melzer. Tries to throw another one. He might get caught, but the judge is going to ring out. And he puts a verdict down on 2 members of G2 and 2 of the ones that are making the impact frags, as Taco puts his name on the board for this round as well.
No way you're going to not win a 4 versus 2 for Bestia, right? But Leaf has the Steel Garden and Odin. And it's always Trent in the clutch that's been very good this stage.
Oh my God. Just laser beams David. Gonna get another kill. No. And actually up to Trent in the clutch situation. Who else would you want? Taco tries to get a peek, still waiting for the drop sound from one player. Oh, he just shoots to the left of Taco. And a beautiful round for Bestia to come back with 3 for them here, as they still got to close this gap before rounds.
And he needed that hit for Tacolia. The crosshair placement was there for Trent, but it was just a pixel peek on the side of Taco to land that shot.
I think he shot his hair bun.
It was a 4 versus 2 here for Bestia.
Yeah. You almost wish it went cleaner.
Yeah, and because Elite's position outside here towards A main, he couldn't really utilize the Steel Garden so that they get the advantage back in their favor on that on the 2 versus 4 for G2. So their shots had to land. Fortunately, it doesn't, and Bestia salvage a round.
Eyes up.
That Odin's still there for Chibazine. Tacolia with the operator. We talked about how that works a little bit better for him than if they run the traditional here on Ascent with that composition. All 5 for G2. Go, David. Taking that one into his own hand, sees the entire team of G2, so the info's there, but they're a member down. His loss. Quick even up.
Spike planted.
Good ping, good detection. Jogamo trying to move forward. Getting a little antsy in this situation here, and another round looking like it could go towards the way of Bestia as they start to creep back in.
Nowhere to run.
Utils there. Hunter's Fury is going to be the activation code for this one. Good bit of damage coming through so far, but they haven't tagged down any kills for this. Melzer gets a spam onto Valen to start, as Baby Bay is just freely able to walk in the open, and Trent locks him down too. Another round for Bestia, having trouble on that retake, and this one looks like it actually might just go all the way in favor of G2. Yeah, fast peek there, Trent. Oh my word.
I just heard G2 in the background, 3 of them going, ooh, so that had to be a nice little one-tap in the POV of Trent. But what should have been a round converted guaranteed for Bestia again?
Yeah.
Another 4 versus 2 scenario that unfortunately is lost by these shots from Trent. Baby B landing a beautiful off shot, and yeah, that was a nice little one there.
It's not even a sidestep, it's a slide step. It's just smooth.
We did it again, Trent.
Yep. They did. They thrive in those clutch positions.
Yeah, another day in the office for Trent for sure in these scenarios. As we talked about, not too much economy left available for Bestia in the last couple of rounds. Thankfully, salvaging that round number 11 gave them a little bit of hope. But then now for the round number 12, you can see here, Takolia and Chibazine has not too much to work with, but thankfully Taco still has the overdrive. So he's trying to gamble out, try to be active around the map so he could actually activate the overdrive to its best of its capabilities to close that gap and help the teammates on the defense. He's choosing correctly to start, though. It's mid-pressure out for G2 on the 1-3-1.
Just waiting to activate. They're not hearing anything. So credit to Bestia for making this feel weird, but it's still, G2 knows the protocol they want. I don't think much will stop them on this. They are heading into a few of those guns. As we said, a bit of that saving grace. But this is one of those rounds where it feels kind of weird for both teams. You're wondering if G2 is going to act, if they're actually going to commit, but you still have some in Boathouse. Chibazine gets cleared. And G2 are waltzing into B now. Better late than never, you could say. 15 seconds on the clock. That's going to be Leaf cleared. They jump into sight one after the other, and they have to be all on board with this player. It's not going to work. The timer too low, and they're not even going to get the plant down. They put themselves in an unwinnable position, and Bestia will get a 4th round in the first half of the Red Bull clutch.
Is it going to be one of those stories again here with David getting a clutch in round number 12 and Bestia finds a little bit of hope to fight back in the second half? I mean, it was low HP for Valen. He almost made it into the site, but good on David to find his timing at 2 HP to win the round for Bestia.
It's going to take a lot for our Challengers team to take down America's champions. We'll see if it happens, and they can bring us to a 3rd map when we come back from this break.
All right, David, what has been the most difficult part of playing on stage at the Riot Games Arena?
Yo creo que la parte más difícil de jugar en el stage es adaptarse como a la presión que uno tiene, sobre todo en las primeras rondas. Luego de eso, ya cuando uno empieza a hacer kill, empieza a estar más suelto en el mapa, ya es como jugar en casa o jugar en online.
I would say the most difficult thing is the pressure, really like playing on stage. Once you get those first few rounds out of the way, it's a lot more comfortable. It's like playing at home.
All right, well, best of luck today.
Looking start fresh here on the second half of Ascent and get those first few rounds and shake off those jitters. It's never going to be easy against G2, but it has to happen now.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part. You've already brushed out 12 rounds over here. You already played 21 on the previous one, and unfortunately, you're trailing behind by a lot. So I think that pressure is going to be even heavier going into the second half now for Bestia, and hopefully the double duelists that they have with the dive around that Neon and this Waylay could help them out now, as they're leading so many players over on this B side, but G2 still has a good stack here.
Baby Bay, right up in their face with Rendezvous ready. There's a bit of damage there, and the force through actually from Jogamo for a secondary hit comes through. And he's able to gate crash, so they're playing the double trickery. Oh, 3 quick kills though for Bestia. A flurry inside the site, and they gain full control here.
That's crazy. I think that's 2 kills they got through smokes as well for Bestia running back into the B site. Got to count your lucky stars. A chance to fight back now as we're trading pistols potentially in this second map.
Leaf, super clean. David's possibilities, he brings them very low in HP. You can see Melzer's low as well. As they creep into the site, this becomes even scarier. Van Silly, a few more shots. There's no way this is a possibility that G2 can do this. It was supposed to be Bestia's pistol round.
Another 2v4! Bestia, you cannot let them do this to you! They had 4 players, 1 smoke that they try to turtle up in on their side, and suddenly that turtle smoke that they have doesn't allow for them to trade out with the rest of the team, opening gaps for G2 to take, for the backstab to happen right here for Leaf. That's just so nice. Actually, it was a Valorant smoke on that right side. So even better in terms of how they adjust for G2 at the managed advantage, and yeah, Takulia is leading back, man. He is not liking that.
You got Baby Bay and Trent saying, oh, we clutched again. You got those 2 doing it. Where do you miss?
Yeah.
Where do you miss?
I feel like a watch party. I just jinxed this like FNS or Zix or something.
Oh my gosh. And they push up again. They have so much safety in Rendezvous and Gate Crash just to get into Bestia's face and make it feel that much worse.
Ali's gonna plant down.
Yeah.
Thankfully, also Valen's fallen at door.
No. Oh, Baby Bay, a few dance moves there. You got to congratulate him for that. At his age, it's hard to move in such a way. Jogamo and Baby Bay clean up a few more. Oh, I thought he would be able to get that quickly with a switch, but Chibazine makes a case for putting a few more kills on the board. The defuse comes through, and so does another round here for G2.
I mean, at the end of the day, I don't know if you ever seen that video of I woke up like Baby Bay. He could cut shapes, man. He could dance.
Yeah.
Throws out the moves, wins that fight against David, who usually is unstoppable in these alert timings that he finds. The shots that he also finds for Bestia in these moments. That's 2 shots right in the back.
Just 1 more.
I mean, you can see it. He's trying to place his crosshair for a headshot, and Baby Bay is just crouching, going up, going down. Just unfortunate.
We've all been there. One of us. 10-4. 2 retakes for G2 just to start this pistol round, or start the second half rather. And they are going to still do some wandering. See if they can't find anything. Oh my God, Valen with the timing! And Takulia's only able to just repair that. Loss on 11 HP. Baby Bay drops David, and again, it just seems to fall away from Bestia here at the end of Ascent. An 11th round on the horizon for G2. Baby Bay finds him, and everybody is in pursuit now from G2. Oh, good slide. Safely. Uh-oh. Oh. Ooh, just gets by the Vicey kill.
Asking for a lot here for Takulia, and even gets wall banged. I think even before getting pinged.
Yeah, before pinged.
And this is another round converted after the piss round for G2, being flawless now in this second stage, putting themselves at 21-0.
Jeez. Just playing in the heads of Bestia at this point. On top of their plays, inside their plays. And Bestia can now, nope, not another water spill.
The cap's there, it's all good.
We're good.
But look at that. A round coming in for G2 where they could flood, have the possibility of flood retaking with Leaf if they want to.
Yeah.
Still playing a 3-man stack, but this time not having Jogimo with them. Jogimo's trying to find some info in front of A main to start. He finds it.
Phelan, the sliver peek. Nice job by Lost, though, taking a different position here. Just a different look. Something is all they need to throw G2 off here. This is going to be keeping G2 off a game point. Keeping themselves alive in this series. That much more. David's going all the way around here for a bit of a late play.
Not too sure with Leaf at the door there. Like I said, they had the Steel Garden to work with for the retake. But I guess too afraid of the lurk of David in case the backstack came back from tree. You can already see even Baby Bay's trying to find him, trying to take him down, so that wastes the clock down even more. And Trent cannot do the heroic plays. And because of that threat of David just lurking around that site, there's no capabilities of and opportunities for G2 to win another 2 versus X round. So Bestia scores a 5th. Money's still pretty decent out for G2 in the next round, though.
Yeah, they've got to work through quite a bit of G2's economy to feel super comfortable. And Bestia need to find everything within them that they've practiced. Hold that torch up high for the challenger squads and bring it all to G2 here. Because this is where G2 can find all the experience to close out a game and understand exactly what needs to happen. Melzer's going to be a big factor here. Loss still hyping him up.
And now as the curtains might fall down onto Bestia, they're going to try whatever they can, anything that they can to fight back in this attack side. Leading on a 3-2 split, and we'll see how they activate in round 17.
Piqué baranda uno, no sé quién.
No hicieron nada en el agua.
Claro, piqué baranda uno.
Ya juntémonos.
El Omen baranda de guardia.
Juntémonos, ve. Dale.
Cuidado, les pueden estar bajando medio.
Hagámonos juntos para medio.
Hay un cuadro acá al lado, hermano. Ven, 1, 2, 3, va.
Puede otro más medio, puchado, cuidado.
Droneo, juntémonos, ve.
Sí, espera.
Me quedé cerrado, ve. Estoy viendo medio.
Ya, estoy abierto.
Voy a salir hasta casi.
Hermano, tengo todo el agua. O spliten o vamos en el B. Spliten para la...
Piteo.
Dale otra vez acá, tiene toda la info.
Moquea para nosotros.
Me moquearon, puede ir main.
Bueno, hay un one baiteado acá, creo.
Cabrón, tiempo, por favor. Ya, hemos quedado en 3 segundos.
Baranda el chamber.
Benito, ¿usted es para nosotros en baranda?
Sí.
Ya estoy al lado y el hermano.
Hace para mí acá si consigue. Quebré trapi, flasheo como sea, 1, 2, flasheo.
Baranda 1.
Puedo tener main, pueden.
Murió baranda.
¿Puede estar abierto para mí, fecha?
Juega la ulti la Vice, puede estar retake. Cuidado, se comete uno, papi.
Te miro cielo, te pueden subir cielo, te moqueo.
Llegando cielo, van a sumar por tiempo,
Tiene ulti Vice, van a jugar con eso.
Spike planted.
Lo está muy bien.
Me tengo que tirar Maxi, cabrón. Bueno, tiempo, Berser. Déjame jugar a mí primero, ¿ya?
Estoy mirando acá, sí, para que no te comas. Estoy mirando para que no comas.
Ahora estoy cruzado con vos.
También así.
Estoy trifeando igual.
Last player standing.
Nada, cruz tuyo, acá. 60.
NT, weón. NT, man.
Oh, it's a nightmare for Bestia. Leaf continues to be in their heads. A Red Bull clutch and a series point put onto Bestia now. All the pressure is on.
It's the wrong beast that has awoken here. It's G2 just winning so many clutch scenarios against Bestia. That was a perfect crossfire setup. What an entry and a work by Loss when they were at their turn on a 3 versus 5. It was looking so doable that they finally are able to convert a minute advantage on their side for a dub. But it's Nathan Leaf. Singular Leaf finds singular fights and gets that round for G2. Map and series point. Bestia at the brink of elimination.
Baby Bay. That first piece of the wall here that could stop Bestia's run. They've made it into the site, and he's keeping quiet right now in the discipline category. And the first kill comes through. They begin to extinguish that torch for Bestia. As the plant goes down, they are giving Bestia all that room to set up as G2 prepare their own retake. Drone first. Hearing the drone actually activates Shubi's ultimate. So Hunter's Fury is going to try to delay and takes down Trent. So that initiator util is going to be tough to find anywhere on the entrance to the site. Jogamo with one, and they already have a bit of forward positioning here. Goes in to source the rest of the players. David, everybody's kind of stuck on that left side of the site as G2 looks to win another one of these clutch rounds. Baby Bay with the final shot. They extinguish the challenger's flame, and G2 will continue through the lower bracket to keep that playoff dream alive.
G2 after the win against M80 in the lower brackets, as mentioned before by Trent. Coming up here with a lot of confidence that he needed after that G2, after the M80 win. And showing here that redefine themselves, finding the comfort picks, not going into the meta, and also being the team that could also just play to their own game, could make things work, could be like the energy style as they dominate Bestia in this best of 3.
So many of those clutch moments that turned the game around. I mean, listening to Leaf's interview, he was talking about, oh yeah, I saw Taco get that ace. You know, David had an ace. The really good play by as well Loss on their play. So he knew what he was going up against. Leaf did his homework, and it shows. The whole team did their homework.
Now Bestia is just going to be like, okay, well, G2 had a 2 versus 4 win here, a 2 versus 4 win here, a 1 versus 2 win here. That's just unlucky there for Bestia, but they still have to be proud of the run that they have made. They've been the only team from Challengers in 2026 to get a victory over a partnership team in the Americas, and that's against Cloud9. You have to be happy here for Bestia, but for G2, for me here, Riv, this is a fun little story of their lower bracket run. It's basically an ascension run for them once again, because they just beat M80. They also just beat Bestia, and now they had to play against Envy, the latest team from last year that ascended from Challengers as the rankers to try to qualify into the playoffs.
They're going to get a lot of that playtime going through the lower bracket run. Coming into this one, they definitely showed that they were ready. Continuing to prepare for opponent one after the other, using Shaq on that off time as he is abroad when they're asleep. Makes more strats. They come into the next game, they absorb those strats, and then they go right to play. So there's no downtime for G2. They're always learning, they're always progressing.
They got people working around the clock, so Josh RT preparing for this matchup today after getting caught up here by bench. Coach Shaq, sorry, and now that's going to be that same thing, the prep for Envy tomorrow, where looking at how things went in the upper brackets for Envy yesterday, though, it's not going to be an easy match for Envy against G2 tomorrow either.
It will not, but it's going to be a good one. Right now, though, we're going to send it down to Elizabeth, down on stage for the Verizon post-match interview with Baby Bay.
Thank you so much, Riv and Vancillian. Yes, I'm here with the man himself, Baby Bay of G2. I'm going to bring up something you just said to me because I love that you said this to me. You said, man, I want to play Harbor so bad, but I believe that's someone else's role on your team. But I mean, are you, I'm going to kind of pick and prod here. Are there comp changes we can see you possibly play Harbor on? Or is that just like a pipe dream or like, Josh, please give me a chance?
No, it's definitely just a dream.
Okay.
I mean, yeah, for sure. Definitely got my inspiration from Mata though, you know, I was like, if he can do it, I think I could do it too, you know?
I think you can do it too. I've seen these clips on Twitter.
That's what I'm saying.
I think you're still pretty nice with it.
Come on, bro.
But I mean, to kind of go back to today, this was a pretty decisive victory for G2. I think, you know, Trent has spoken pretty openly about confidence and finding that confidence again. And when I asked him outside, when I say, you know, who is the like, how do you get your confidence up again? He immediately pointed to you and he said, well, that's
told me.
Yeah, that's your job. But then I asked him about specifics and he kind of just didn't quite answer the question. So I'm going to go to you and say, how do you hype up the team specifically? Because yes, we catch you on camera, but I would love to know behind the scenes for things we don't see.
I don't know.
Okay.
I just be doing it.
But like, how do you, is it a demeanor? Is it like, do you go out of your way?
It's everything. I guess it's just who I am, you know? Okay. Like I just have that aura with my teammates. It just makes them like really happy and, you know, confident.
The intangibles, I think, that we were talking about. And I think we're going to need that confidence moving forward in the lower bracket. You're still moving on. You're still pushing through. In your estimation, with the teams that we have left for G2 to face for this play-ins into to make it to playoffs, how confident? I mean, yeah, how
it's confident? It's a banger matchup. I mean, we scrimmed a bunch this stage, actually, so we kind of got to see like them progress and get better and better. So it's like both teams are very familiar with each other.
Yes.
And it's just going to be who shows up on the day, honestly. That's what it's going to come down to. Yeah.
A very fair judgment. Well, thank you so much, Trey. I'll let you go celebrate your win and survival of the lower bracket. Stay right there. We're going to take a break, but it is Sentinels versus KRU Visa next. All right, who you got today? Sentinels or KRU? I have a guess.
That's a tough one. That's a hard one.
Yeah.
I'm definitely gonna have to go for Sentinels.
Yeah. Shocking.
I think it's gonna be SEN. I know they have had a couple rough ones recently, but I have faith in John QT especially to do what he needs to do to get it across the line no matter what.
I'm going to go SEN 2-1. I think it'll be really close. I think they're both evenly matched teams, but I'm going to give the edge to SEN.
I got Sentinels, man. I gotta support John and QT, man. That's my load right there, man.
Sentinels. I'm here for Qbert and Qbert only.
Not the players.
As long as I see Qbert, I'm happy.
Okay.
Qbert, where are you? I need to find you.
KRU is an aggressive team. They play a special type of VALORANT. They definitely rely on hits up, less taking his lurk timings and being aggressive as a lurker.
Yo creo que venimos teniendo muchos altos y bajos realmente en estos play-ins.
I think we're very tense and stressed in previous matches. We have to have like really high energy on stage, carry that energy, gives you a lot of confidence.
Siento que a poco vamos encontrando como un rumbo en el equipo, entonces seguir de esta forma y ver que sigue contra Sentinels. Individualmente creo que son muy insanos. Va a ser un partido reñido, va a ser un partido muy peleado.
Was looking forward to play them, want my revenge. This time won't make the same mistakes.
No va a ser fácil ni de onda, pero bueno, esperemos que salga para nosotros la victoria.
Welcome back to day 8 of play-ins and our second lower bracket elimination match of the day. It's Sentinels versus KRU Visa. I'm Sierra Dawn, back on the desk with Mimi and Athena to break it all down. Before we get started though, we have to say goodbye to our final challengers team.
Bestia, no, I'm
You were
so
the one.
sad.
You were the one bestie left.
Yeah, I really wanted them to win, but it was just G2 is just too good.
Yeah.
What can we do?
I'm happy that this is a G2 that not only won that, but did
Yeah.
it confidently
True.
and looks good. Like that's a G2 I can believe in to make a run into playoffs and be the threat they're expected to be.
Yeah. But even though we say goodbye to Bestia, it's part of all of this. We gotta keep moving on and move into our next matchup of the day. One where these two teams are very familiar with each other. This is a rematch from week 4, where we saw KRU Visa switch up their comms, and this is where Heat started his Chamber 1 trick journey, securing the win there, but looking so good since too.
Yeah, it felt like he's starting to really pop off with this. His first kills have been phenomenal, but I feel like just in general, he's given that team a little bit extra confidence at being able to push. That being said, Dante also has started to step it up. It feels like we've seen him kind of underperform a little bit, but in this last matchup, they ended up playing really well. Both Dante and Heat, they had crazy first kills. And then obviously you're looking at a person like Les, Mimi.
Yeah, he's been excellent all year. Dante was the guy you mentioned that stands out to me because I felt like out of all of the Neon players, he's one of the guys that got hit the worst by the Neon nerfs. His movement looked a lot more rough. He struggled to find his form on that agent, but KRU, they went back. They reinvented themselves. They switched into playing the meta, the Neon Phoenix, and they've looked really good since they made that change. And that's why this kind of matchup is so interesting to me because both of these teams had a very similar mid-season reinvention where they had to lean more into the meta. For KRU, it was all about the Chamber. For SEN, it looks like it might be about the John QT Phoenix. And that's why this is so interesting because despite that recent match, the teams have gotten very different since then.
I love that we get to see all these makeovers coming out, and especially when we're looking at Sentinels and how they switch things up. This is one that's been very, very recent, but this makeover has shown up so huge, taking this win over to G. And talking a little bit more about it as well, I love that we've gotten to see the confidence here with this Phoenix coming out on QT. Like this just is, I don't know, this just makes sense.
Yeah, I think it's really interesting. Not a lot of IGLs are actually playing the duelist role, but John looked great when he picked it up. He was very confident, very aggressive. He's always been a really fantastic individual. But what I was impressed by is when you listen to the listen-in that we got in this game. He was still doing a lot of controlling how the team was team fighting, controlling how the team is set up. And I think that's really hard to do when you're playing one of these entries where you're constantly fighting in with the Neon. But its synergy looked fantastic as well on these entries alongside Jerwin. It was a game that they won pretty dominantly, but it was a great first sign for me.
That's actually one thing I was going to talk about. Is that Sentinels, one of their biggest issues, it felt like Jerwin didn't really have someone to follow him up, unless it was Redux on the Omen half the time. It felt like it just didn't match up. But now that John QT is
when he was solo Waylay every round,
exactly.
It was rough.
Now they have a body to follow him up, to be able to get a lot of those trades, because Jerwin has been phenomenal, but he just needed that little bit extra help. Plus, John QT was an initiator. He has that initiator main in him. He knows when to use those flashes to get the most value out of them. So I just think overall this is really fun to watch. I just wonder how sustainable it could be, because IGLing on Duelist
Phoenix is
really
just KO.
hard.
That's my take. Phoenix is just KO. It's like the same skill set. You have to run in a little bit more. You're putting your body on the line more. But John has always been very confident in those positions. I don't think it's a good sell for every IGL, but I think it's not going to be a problem for him.
Yeah. See, what I'm looking at is whether it's just a honeymoon phase up against a 2G, or if it's actually going to be something that's sustainable going on forward. I feel like going into this matchup today, when you're going up against a crew that has been ramping up with changes that have been in effect for so much longer, it goes back to that level of sustainability. Is it, oh, we feel great for this once, but it's going to get picked apart now?
I mean, it also comes with like the learning curve of it, right? Like John QT has only recently introduced this. So he's fighting this. He's making sure he's introducing that meta for the rest of his team, and they have to play to that strength. So he might have a couple things on the Phoenix, which he might not be 100% on.
Yeah, and looking at the team as a whole, I think the big thing for me is how much depth they have. Even in the 2G game, I think they got exposed for the limited prac time some. On their split, I noticed a lot of rounds where Jono was playing on-site, anchoring towards A, where most of the time the best fades, like blows on Leviatán, who everyone's copying, are always playing that ramps position, looking to spam. There's even a round where a player's getting a timing past him, and you look at their defense as a whole, they didn't have a lot of preset ideas for aggro set plays, for trap plays that are the bread and butter. So it's clear that this is new, but I think this is them starting on the right direction. And I don't think KRU is necessarily the opponent to fully expose them for the weaknesses.
We can talk about this Phoenix and the direction all day long, but I want to hear from the expert. For more on John QT's new role, let's hear from the man himself.
All right, John QT, I mean, we got to talk about the Phoenix, right? We saw Ewok in a Sentinels video say that you were pretty keen on playing that agent. So I'd love to hear from you directly from the horse's mouth. Is that the new identity of Sentinels, having the IGL be on the Duelist and moving Redux to smokes?
Yeah, in some maps it just made more sense for us, especially if Redux gets to play the Omen, which he likes a lot and he's good at. I'm just down to play whatever, to be honest.
Okay, you're down to play whatever you want. Is there anything you want to play? Anything you're like, Coach Ewok, please let me play this Duelist maybe?
I'm not sure. I think when it was more kind of Euro meta, I'd play some scrims on Euro and I was nice with it. It's pretty nice. My op is pretty good, so Chamber or Euro, I'm down to play.
Well, you remember, Ghost Gaming, you were a Chamber back then, so best of luck. The good old times, and I remember.
John QT and Sentinels have to be prepared for a fight today, because KRU Visas showed some real resilience in their comeback win over Fluke Show. There was a moment where I thought we were getting a map 3. And this string around 6 in a row to close out, I feel like that was a real bout of confidence for the team.
Yeah, it was kind of insane. It felt like we saw them have a resurgence almost in mentality when it came to that Breeze game. They were doing so good, and it just felt like they were struggling on that defense side so hard. They only got the 4 rounds. It did not feel good. Their Ascent defense, I don't know what it is that needs to change, but for me, the biggest part was that they were just struggling on a lot of those retakes. They were struggling when they were losing the numbers, and they didn't know how to adapt right away.
Yeah, it was really rough for them. I will always credit the resiliency and having the mental to come back in, but to be honest, with the form that most of the Challenger teams have shown in this tournament so far, I feel like when I'm watching the VC teams play them, I need to see them winning kind of dominantly. And I think that this was legitimately a worrying sign that their Ascent defensive side got exposed in the way that it did. Credit to Fluke Show for doing so, but I didn't feel like this game had to be a massive comeback in its way. I don't feel quite as confident in KRU coming off of their win versus the Sentinels, who, despite some of the flaws I mentioned earlier, still handled 2G very quickly.
Yeah, I think it was insane because when you're thinking of a player like Sarak, who's IGLing, who's been IGLing for so long, who's so good with a lot of those mid rounds, the easiest part of the game should be that defensive side, the defensive macro, a lot of those rotations and making sure that we know exactly what's happening once we have done that forward aggression at the first half of the round. So it's really interesting to see how they struggled a little bit, but I always think that KRU is one of those teams that works really well when they do see those VODs, when they do pinpoint a lot of those mistakes.
And hopefully just a learning opportunity.
Yeah.
They've got the mistakes pointed out when it's going to be okay. They can bounce back from it. But for more with the team, let's send it back to Elizabeth and hear from the veteran MW Zera.
All right, MW Zera, I think Sentinel surprised a lot of people with their composition and role changes. What have you been able to do in such a short amount of time to make that adjustment for facing them today?
Cara, eu acho que o que a gente vai mudar assim, curto período, eu acho que é mais a nossa energia dentro do jogo. Querendo ou não, agora, por ser algo que tá valendo meio que a vida, a gente precisa estar com a energia muito alta assim e se apoiando muito dentro do jogo. Acho que nem falaria algo sobre composição assim do nosso jogo.
I think we just need to focus on our energy and, how we're going to play this game and how we're going to see things, because I wouldn't even focus much on composition or anything like that. It's just our energy inside the server.
All best luck today.
Now, the stakes are huge for this one. Both of these teams are mainstays on the global stage, and for one of them, their season will come to an end. That's just unbelievable, Mimi.
It really is. Both these teams had massive revamps this year in terms of the roster changes they made. For KRU, seeing the return of this duo, Sarak and Les, after their time in Europe to come back to Americas, the region whose inaugural season they won for what will be the last season here for VCT Americas in its current form. They want to be able to recapture that, to bring their younger players to those heights. And for SEN, despite the fact that that roster is so fresh, it's a team that has such high expectations always.
Yeah, high pressure. You have so many really good players, such high fragging power, such high skill ceiling, but they still struggle to find that identity. And I think it's really cool to see the crossroads that both these teams struggle to find them until so late in the stage. So it's really interesting.
And to get this reinvention now for KRU, it has been a little bit more in the works, but for Sentinels, maybe just being able to hit that stride at the right and proper time. But going into this with our predictions, it seems like we're very heavily leaning towards a Sentinel win, only 2 for KRU.
Yeah, I'm missing again. And I'm going to be real, I don't remember who I picked. I think
Why do you think it's so close then?
I think it was a 50-50, and I think it's because both these teams have struggled to find that identity until so late. So for me, it's always a toss-up on who's going to perform, essentially.
It's going to be a close one, though. It was a struggle considering the looks that these two teams have had, but I've loved this Phoenix. I've loved the aggression, and I don't know, I just hold so much stake in Sentinels and what they're capable of doing that I just can't bet against them at this point. I just cannot. But it's still going to be a close one with elimination on the line. But it's time to head down to the stage and bring out our squads. For KRU, Visa, this revamp that's been in works for a while. They've been on a tear since, even if they are now backs up against the wall.
It was late for them to find their own identity, changing around the compositions, but it seems like they've figured out the way that they want to play. It's centered on Heat, the guy who's been a big player in so many moments in his career, but had to have that moment sent back down to Tier 2, losing out on an opportunity to play in Americas, to be brought back up here with KRU to find his peak form at just the right time. But now a question of fixing some of those errors from last week, cleaning up their gameplay and showing that this new direction didn't come too late.
I'm really hoping that they start enabling their players a lot more. I'm looking at Les trying to get on those lurks more, making sure he's just enabled to play the space in his own way and being able to get a lot of those timings, because that's one of their winning conditions on the team of KRU.
For KRU, we'll have to see if it's going to be enough, though, in this series to keep that run alive. But for Sentinels, there's not many teams out there that face the same amount of constant pressure to perform, to be able to pop off. And in this lower bracket, that pressure is higher than ever.
Yeah, pressure is the name of the game here for a team like Sentinels. When you're looking at the roster changes that they've made, they made this with a common goal of winning, making sure they're making that stance as a team that they should have been a long time ago, especially when you're looking at names like John QT. He's even changed from the IGLing role off of it and back onto it. Feels like it's been a little bit of a turbulent year for these players, and they're looking to cement themselves, especially with those rookie psyches of Redux and Jerwin.
It really has. Last year, Sentinels was fighting for trophies.
Yeah.
They were always in the top 3, top 4, just around the corner from the likes of G2. And they blew up the roster going into this year.
Yeah.
That was not good enough for Sentinels. And that only tells you one thing, that this team is expected to win trophies, to make it to globals. This year's been anything but. But they found their form now. They've at least showed it in one game, and a chance now to win against KRU, to keep this run going and keep the dream of realizing their expectations alive.
It's only going to get harder from here on out, though, but heading into this Ascent, first up on the list. This is where we saw KRU with that comeback and already picking into it.
Yeah, picking it means that they've done their homework, that's for sure. But I really like the Sentinels have also picked to start on the defensive side, knowing that they're giving KRU's stronger side that first half. That means when it switches over, if KRU does not have enough rounds on that attack side, they might start struggling because their defense was the one that was weaker. So for Sentinels, they might go on a run, making sure that that second half does not enable KRU to get that momentum back.
To talk bigger picture, Sentinels being a team that doesn't have a hard permaban and can juggle their ban around depending on the opponent feels so good against KRU.
Yeah.
We know that their Lotus is their best map. We know how good they are at it. SEN, who hasn't been great there, can easily ban it away, and they get to pick into kind of a wild card in this series.
Yeah.
They're locking the Haven, they beat 2G there, but that's a map that we've not seen from KRU Visa in Stage 2. I mean, they were playing some crazy stuff the last time they played this in an off-season tournament.
They played mix, ISO, and Jet.
And I'll eat the Wingman plushie if they lock in the mix again today. I'm sure it's something new.
Not the Wingman.
Yeah, I do it. It's an inherent risk, though, to pick a map where you don't have footage on your opponent. But I think this game is not about counter-strat, is not about prep for your opponent at all. For both teams, I think this is two squads who have just figured out who they are, and they just need to get better at being that team.
Yeah, you heard it in that Arrival interview. They were talking about making sure they're just keeping that energy up in the server. They're not worried about counter-stratting, like you mentioned. They're not worried about anything else other than cementing their foundation and making sure the comps they're playing are ones that they're most comfortable with. And speaking of comps, I'm looking at KRU to have that chamber. Once again, making sure they're reintroducing that on all these maps, especially when you're looking at Haven. I think Chamber's been really nice to watch, especially on a player like Heat.
I'm curious for Sentinels on this very first map, because when we talk about the changes that they've made, I feel like we cannot see a comp switch, but maybe who is playing what role, if we're really leaning into that.
Yeah, I think that at this point for Sentinels, you want consistency across the maps in the kind of comps you're playing. They were previously playing the Phoenix on this map, but I want to see John playing it. I want them to juggle it in a way where it matches what they're doing elsewhere.
Getting into it. Yeah, the Heat, Chamber, makes sense.
Yeah. It needs to win condition, especially on a defense.
Surprises.
It was so rough the last time they played this map. He's the guy I need to see get active in this game and have a great performance.
Yeah, this is the same comp that they're playing as they played versus Fluke Show, which makes a lot of sense because they did end up finding the success. And actually, Redux is on the Phoenix. I think we just got baited a little bit by that John QC interview.
I'll walk it through because I was pitching that I'd rather see John play this, and that's just because I want to see them get the same synergy between John and between the Neon when they're diving in together there with Jerwin. I think that's what I wanted to see, but they do have reps screwing this map already here, so I can understand the other arguments here.
It makes sense in the big picture, but for now, two storied orgs are about to fight for their lives. And we got Tenrek and Wyatt on the mic.
Thanks, Sierra. Yeah, bask in that brutality, folks. When it comes to Sentinels and KRU Visa, as organizations, as teams, as fans, and as players, losing is not an option. But unfortunately, at this stage in the play, for one of these teams, it's a conclusion. One of these teams' dreams dies tonight. A season ends today, Wyatt.
This KRU team, powered by the legacy players of Brazil, your champion winner duo coming back together, Sodhawk and Les. MW, one of the best players, the best player at the beginning of the game in that region. Heat, one of the best duelists of all time. Then you look at the opposite side. You have SEN, who have dipped into that talent pool from their own academy team. Other challengers players like Jerwin. There are differences between these two squads, right? In that second stage, you have the Sentinels team playing off-meta, now leaning into the meta. KRU tried to play the meta, but it didn't work, and now they're the off-meta team. But the one similarity that binds them is that they are two organizations and players on either side who come with an expectation of success.
fresh new coats of paint. It's what got KRU their first win in a hot minute in the VCT group stages against Sentinels just 2 weeks ago. Sentinels got their own memo, have switched it up and proven that they can go toe-to-toe in their own fashion against 2G. Now they got to bring it back against a VCT team again to survive just one match longer.
Slow from KRU early. This B-main control the other day was very crucial to their attack side game plan. Often it was just Heat on his lonesome, gaining all of this map control. It was a win against Fluxo, but a very close one. It required that late 6-round comeback. They were down 7-11. But it's really that experience on KRU that guided them to the comeback win.
While Sentinels does boast more, you still got a good couple rooks on the squad that no doubt their most important match of their career is today.
30 seconds left.
Cortez has been planted in the wine cubby and is going to pop out of the perfect moment to grab all 3 heads.
Player standing.
Starting things off with a bang. Sentinels on the defense here. Just might be flawless, but Heat with the creep to try to make an impact.
The kind of play that Cortezia is always capable of. He has given Sentinels a number of takeover maps throughout this year. He is always liable to give them that 20-plus kill game. The aim skill he's had, never been a question. And late in that run with MIBR last year, became a real leadership figure in terms of keeping the mental of the team up, bringing that energy to his teammates, keeping them confident as well. And he's immediately leading from the front.
Boasting a staggering 40% headshot rate in this play-in coming into this series. And I think he just made it a little higher. KRU, no buys for this follow-up, but already a little bit more aggression, particularly into tree. We saw Heat planted there instead of B-main to start. Wonder how much he's going to flip-flop back and forth. Previous match against Fluxo, he conditioned B-main and then turned into the tree presence when no one was questioning it.
KRU just fast on this rotate back towards the B side as Les is attempting to work mid. That's a great shot from Heat. He was the problem player for Sentinels the last time these two teams matched up. It was a 2-1 win for KRU. SEN, in fact, haven't been able to beat KRU in the VCT this year. They're 0-2 against them. And to stay alive, to keep their year alive, the run to champions, they'll need to beat them in a match for the first time.
KRU have, at the very least, excavated decently to get one
left.
solid fight. How much blood can they squeeze from the stone? Jonah P. started off with the stun on the relay bolt, but Cortez once again has his back, continuing to just farm away. Eventually gets doed into the corner, and KRU are able to blast through that site. Jonah doesn't do a thing.
Can't believe they've gotten away with it. HP is
10 collective, good God.
dreadful. So you have to imagine SEN could still pull this off, but even Redux, he's susceptible to just that classic headshot.
Sonic would love to get that one free shot at least with this Guardian in hand. But you breathe on him, he dies. Les just taking the brunt. First flash out to sell MW. He's going to show himself first, already getting blasted through that smoke as well. He's down to 30, and you just got to throw some bullets at the problem, surely, right? MW guessing wrong on the door. The turn-in is good from John QT, and they'll make the second round work, but only with one gun remaining.
Massive cost for getting the second round here. KRU are basically going to have an anti-eco coming up, aside from John debating which of the two rifles to carry over, going to have the Guardian. So KRU are in now a great position to get their first round on the board, with these anchors just being completely overwhelmed by the KRU numbers.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I was going to say that's more a sense of relief than celebration from Ewok.
It's going to be a long series, for sure. Buy up from KRU here looks solid. Heat with that glass op, though, and he is on the 1. So a question of if SEN want to really press this, knowing that there's that potential for him to be a little worse for wear.
They find out that Heat is over on that B side in main. Like we said earlier, that's going to be the case constantly. Loves to control that side of the map with the operator. A little bit of danger for John. Awkward with the movement around the architecture, but does survive. It feels like SEN feel a bit comfortable to stack towards A, given they know Heat is on B. Might be that lone man. KRU are coming forward.
I'll try and go for the sandwich here. They still have a good couple rooms that need to be cleared out, but Sadok able to find the fragment, bouncing onto Redux, trying to hold the lever. Cortez hasn't backed up too hard, trying to respect the space as far as he can. And yeah, SEN are not buckling for this stack. They're just leaving Jerwin with the oneer and taking care of the rest of this on their own. John QT well pressured, not able to really do much in the trade. Dante is low, but not down, and being that nuisance, the rest of KRU have a lot of freedom to just start shooting. The verge of flawless. Dante just starting to W key a little bit with the gun diff in his hands. Feels very well imbued this time around.
KRU do an excellent job syncing up that ultimate, the Hunter's Fury, with the rest of the utility, the push through tree. Now they just want to get away with as many guns as possible, get this economy off the ground.
Well, you're going to hand a rifle to Jerwin with that, but... Wow!
Oh my god, I mean, denies
That's
the off.
huge.
Oh,
shame
no.
he can't grab that. Yeah, Les
Yep.
able to cut that short at the very least, but Les, I mean, that's damage control more than anything else. You still got to buy up twice over for this follow-up, so SEN can start to set up shop a little bit here.
Getting that op out of the hands of Heat would have been crucial. The last match they had, it was that 2-1 win from KRU that we mentioned. In that series, Heat had 23 op kills and did not die to an op once. And we're going to see in this round, Jerwin wants to challenge him. This is going to be a critical head-to-head throughout the series if SEN are intending on getting the op in Jerwin's hands.
This time around, that's the call. All lights. A necessary buy. And if they're looking to dare to challenge Heat, it doesn't really impact them too much. Drone will catch Heat again. You once again confirm the 1-4. But already, MW0 is considering conditioning a little bit of that freeze to see if SEN try to double down on a lack of presence or intel.
KRU spot out this op, and they want to maneuver to the opposite side of the map right away. Split through market, getting into this B side. Jonah wants to time out that recon to get some Odin spam, but denied of that effort.
In goes KRU. Jonas sticking around. 3 now on the B site for the entry. Slide by Dante, wastes a good amount of time, but not enough for the rest of them to get out of the lane, and Sentinels is able to trade their way through quite well. Heat stands alone, nothing to open him up. Les from the back site, and as the Neural Theft procs, they've got to go for it, and Les is able to win that duel. The Spike Plant 2v2 is clean.
Heat versus Jerwin, op, both of them with the initial one. Pressure onto Les.
That relay bolt, though, catching Les. Able to grab the opener, and now you can freely move forward, but instead, Jerwin having to take a back step, and now it's the op duel.
Oh my god, that timing.
Oh, Jerwin takes it. Ends up going for the better swing out. But that slight misstep did keep it a little suspenseful.
In their last match, Heat was 8-0 against Jerwin. Jerwin could not kill him a single time in that series, and does so here in the most important moment of the game so far. Wins the 1v1 clutch. Keeps Sentinels in control, and puts the cash for KRU in a very awkward position. Defining moment early in this series.
You already see KRU really debating this buy. They're going to try and send it with the guns that they could get. KRU once again maintaining Heat on that constant singular presence, even though he hasn't got the op this time. Flash in for Dante to slide out and clear wine. It forces out the hot hands early from Redux, as John QT still a ways away. Now he'll hop down a bit, check that extra vantage. And KRU will take Dante's clear, turn it into an insert to see if anybody tries to double back down the lane, but Sentinels keeping a solid equator this round.
Jonah wants to re-clear B main. Where is Heat? He was all the way outside of that, giving a little bit of false information to the SEN initiator, as KRU intend on just working up into B. Going to be forced to execute with some lesser weaponry. Sadok doesn't deserve to win that.
No.
How is the Stinger good there?
Erwin will get smoked out. Oh, that proc on the cam almost lets him get a free shot. MW Zera just barely going to be able to get out of dodge and let KRU get in. But with the level of interrupt that Sentinels have to hold on to at the moment, they need to go in now and just give it their all. Less on top of the paranoia, cracks 2 from the lane, and that'll get all the resetting they need done. John QT, 12 seconds to go here, and can't really do any immediate interruption with so much in his way. And KRU take back around. The perfect time to be able to restabilize before Sentinels can start a streak.
They couldn't put together a full buy, didn't have all the rifles, it didn't matter. That opener from Sadok, pivotal to win that isolated duel. Redux just can't get the adjustment. Now I do want to call out that, man, we saw some serious proactivity from SEN there on the defense, trying to get that flood in. There was a lot of criticism thrown their way when they were on that 4-match loss streak, especially in the last one of the 4, as to how passive they were on defense. We're definitely seeing a difference here. They go for the tiles crunch straight away. He blinded up at the perfect moment.
It's a gorgeous flash out from Redux, but can they finalize? Indeed, Jerwin able to grab that with the overdrive, which reactivates it. KRU will take the trade and just send it into A.
It feels like a play like that will have a high success rate against KRU. You are going to find Heat on his lonesome there pretty often, and they activate that play on the perfect round. But still, the weaponry terrible, but somehow Cortesia gets the ISO kill onto Les in the 1v1 fight.
And now it's suddenly so ridiculously possible for them. Dante trying to challenge Tree early, but the inside angle here from John QT might catch him unawares at the perfect moment as the explosion from heaven comes out, twofold on the blaze. Now, as they shuffle down, the rhythm is taken apart. John QT does find the backstab onto MW, which will let the rest of Sentinels come on down. John again gets Dante, you gotta be kidding! And Redux, now that he's picked up the rifle, clears Sadok. Well, KRU had a budget buy, but that is a tried and true thrifty from Sentinels to make it 4-2.
SEN opened it up with the great tiles crunch play, but from there, just winning classic duels with consistency? How is that happening? Oh, that's Les just getting caught, pushing up alone. I mean, maybe there was going to be a Sadok pop flash coming around the corner or something. I would hope, because if that was just a dry push-up in the 4v5 against the eco round, that's a massive risk to take.
Well, KRU have 4 ultimates now to call their own, including Dante willing to forego that rifle buy in this, once again, budget round to potentially pop the overdrive if they sense blood in the water. No more Heat all alone for this time around, but with that Tour de Force active, you could do the exact same thing. It's just that scaling potential that KRU have will keep them in a survivable position until Sentinels actually grab a kill.
It feels like KRU just have an excellent full buy, basically. Yeah. He's got the AWP, the overdrive. They have 4 ults to work with. I mean, 3 realistically, right? The Tour de Force is already popped. Here comes a Hunter's Fury onto MW. Oh, he's dancing.
Great avoiding from him. And yeah, the third tag isn't even going to try and find him. Realizes there's too much space he could have gone to. Yeah, just spray. Redux down, and that will be an easy kill for Sadok. Easy assist for Dante. Easy 5v4 for the team with the worst buy again.
A couple times now, Redux, the man on SEN, being caught, just hoping that that timing push would work out a lot better than it did. KRU are able to spam him down, even blind. And now call this rotation to be for the big execute. Pressure on Cortesia, he's entrenched in the site.
Peek from the dash has already called him out. The overdrive will take him out swiftly. The boathouse presence will get TP'd away from. And Sentinels want to go for the reset. Interesting move from John QT to allow for that potential. I mean, I feel like you save it.
Yeah, this has to be a save. Look at the money of those two compared to the other three. They just got to get these guns out of here so they can get a full buy for the next one. Good execute from KRU, but I mean, it's simple, really, right? You get an overdrive 1v1. That is just the nightmare situation for Cortezia or any player playing against the Neon. You just never want to deal with that, ever. So Dante is able to get that quick entry. He here would love to go recover one of these guns, so a serious stimulation to this KRU economy is going to come through on this round.
At the very least, John is able to grab that operator that Jerwin dropped, so the bigger buys don't have to come through. And with an extra kill on Sadok, KRU is also still going to be kind of clawing. Both sides very slowly building up the dividends here with what KRU and SEN have both been able to save coming into this one. And the ult cycle is nice and active.
Sadok he just kind of saw the shoulder before Redux fully got the swing out. So that was looking pretty free for him. Sadok just loves this KO. Has had series where he's played KO on all 3 maps in 2026. It's crazy.
It's really been a beautiful shift that KRU's taken. I'm excited to see how they work it. Let's listen into how they manage.
Aqui agora. Caralho, mano. Tudo bem, força. Ele já tá com a ponte. Pega o orbe. Já. Pega essa hora. Les, smoka meio, mas vamos para B, Dati. Vamos pela você para B, pose. Les vai pegar esse meio assim. Cuidado aqui, Dati.
Colocou a câmera o Cypher aqui agora. Acabou de colocar a câmera.
Vai soltar daqui, mano, já.
É bom voltar nessa câmerazinha aqui, viu?
Cara, faz o seguinte, deixa eu dronar aqui
Drone B.
Tá, depois do drone dele, eu vou dronar a B e vocês voltar.
Tá. Volta agora. Tá voltando. Tá,
fake uma ult agora, Les. Fake uma ult.
Agora, mano, o Fênix tá perto da porta, guys. Perto da porta daqui. Tá pra esquerda, tá ligado?
O cara da B tá cagado de medo, guys.
Tá, o cara tá
corredor.
aqui, ó.
Não, tá lá do peito. Tá, eu que você comer com minha ult?
Tá,
ZK com a sua ult.
Ele tá close esquerda, tá?
Moca aqui, Les.
Tem uma câmera direita, guys. Câmera direita.
Vai, passa primeiro.
Ok, vou bangar, guys.
Na verdade. Põe mais ver.
É só ele?
Sim, era só ele até agora, parecia.
Era o Fênix aqui também.
Eu vou bangar por cima.
Tá ruim. Coisa guarda, só. Vai matar tudo mesmo.
O Cypher tá achando o B.
Era Cypher, Neon, B e tinha mais um cara base. Era o Soba tava base também. Era 3 caras pra B.
Não, foi boa. Só o cara não matou cagado.
Não, mas eu acho que a gente tá inventando demais, mano. É a Ascent, guys. A gente tem que abusar do que eles não sabem defender, velho. Só ir pra varanda, mano.
A varanda tá fraca, mano. B também, tá? B a gente tá entrando legal.
Não tem porque ficar, mano, fazendo 3.000 fakes. É a Ascent, eles não vão dar over-rotate.
KRU worked themselves into a decent situation there. The less TP and the drone towards B did occupy the attention of 3 Sentinels players. They null command both of these guys in sight. There's no paranoia for John. There's not going to be a close molly from Redux, but just immediately gets the spam kills. Dante is down. No Neon to be that space creator. Despite having no defensive utility, KRU cannot get out of the choke. Now John is up to a comfortable 11 for 3 on the Omen. Went off on the Phoenix in their last match and is carrying that over on the controller as well.
I'm glad that he's still able to find that activity that Ewok said he was searching for again. And meanwhile, Redux doing just fine on that duelist once more. Flash in from Sadok to clear out tree, but Redux has the presence in the smoke, so KRU gonna try and bait something out here. Wait, Heat's alone on B main?
That's crazy. We've never seen this before. He doesn't want to overstep, though. He doesn't have any utility that could push a potential AWPer off the line, so all he can really do is hold while the rest of the team try to make this effort into A. 3 players from SEN to greet them.
This fragment clears out the lever, but let's SEN have a little extra time to stock up, and Everybody on Sentinels is just coming up crazy, and the kill feed Redux just dancing around Jenny, and he's gonna grab almost 4, but MW is able to shut that down and allow for at least a re-up here. Sentinels once again in time for the interruption, but Jonah P revealing his head! MW falling the slide! An ace to get KRU back on the board! Out of nowhere!
Oh my god! That last shot was crazy. I can't believe it. All of those initial entry players were completely shut down by the SEN anchors. Seemed like an inevitability that Redux was going to be the MVP of that round. And yet, I mean, no, they can't believe it. Don't believe it. That is unbelievable.
And right back into it. Don't give them a second to think. Sentinels didn't call the timeout, so KRU will not let them sleep. But the Cypher setup on the A site and the freezing that KRU's already been forced to do, they won't immediately go for the fight if Sentinels doesn't choose to either.
Trying to get MW towards that Hunter's Fury, now just one orb away. KRU work themselves into middle. They've been able to contact up and take a lot of space in these rounds before activating that full execute, throwing out all of the utility. Feels no different here up towards mid. Jonah has a sense for it. Good timing for that drone.
So KRU, choose to turn it into an insert instead. Have the potential presence, but make it minuscule, make it heat.
Man, SEN have lost a lot of map control here.
Dante going for the dash in, just flies through that Odin spray, but yeah, it's all debate out that run it back from Redux. Tossed aside by the fragment, just placated, slowed down, and nobody daring to peek into him, so instead he's just gonna spray right on his Sadok's body! Nowhere else he could have fired, and nowhere else Sadok could have gone. So now KRU have to work with still what map control they have, and Heat managing the pivot, but Druid managing 2 op shots from so close on the switch, and with 10 seconds to go, they've got to just keep W-keying Heat, winning the duel against the Operator. 3 kills, but not enough time to get this spike down, but Jonah P still falling. Almost another ace for KRU, if not for the clock. It is a clutch round from Sentinels, but not one that I think anybody would call it.
Insane couple of kills from Jerwin. Saves SEN on that round. If he just gets traded out, feels like it's done. You had Heat in the perfect position, cutting off those rotators. And it's crazy that Redux finds that. It's this kill from Jerwin. That is ridiculous. Highest pressure game of his career.
Bro's Jim from The Office. And yeah, now the timeout will get called. Yeah, bathe in that chaos, y'all. What a first 10 rounds this has been for either side.
KRU were setting up a pretty cool round over towards that B side. The way that they were able to bait out the Redux all duck away. They had Heat just inserted so deep in mid because SEN were playing an ultra passive defense round. And it looked like KRU might have been able to exploit that, but man, it really is SEN heroics there. Like that Odin spam through the wall. The Jerwin op is looking nice. Feels like players across the board right now just in form. MW, Heat, John, Redux, Jerwin. Everyone is at a moment where they're just shooting. Both teams just giving it their all with their 2026 on the line.
2 rounds to go in this half for KRU to make an impact on the attack. Sentinels, this being their opening choice of side. Tougher buy here. Sadok relegated to the Stinger. But he'll just play even harder buddy-buddy with MW. This double initiator core has been making mountains out of molehills to let KRU be able to act. It looks like they want to let Heat work to start. No spray this time with the Odin. But knowledge of that position. Are they aware of how close MW is? Again, KRU just really taking the liberty here up mid. Ready to check, but Jerwin with the cross. Low HP with the operator, though, so he's got to get proactive. Misses, finding the barrel, and instead Dante will clear both out. KRU can get an easy pinch on this B site.
Util there is so sick. Can Jonah be the next Sentinels player to step up in a clutch, high-pressure situation?
Able to only get one on the way down. MW, quick as can be for the trade-off, and Heat now holding it down. Redux finds the overextender and less, so no smokes for the post-plant. Heat, though, stepping out immediately and finding Redux. And with Cortez all on his own, and not great creds, you're going to be forced to play for a 7-5.
It is definitely save time. All good, bro. No one's watching.
Yeah. Yeah, very impressed by how they were able to manage that without giving anything away to the market peak.
Yeah, those pieces of Util, the stun with the molly going over to the right side, it just dismantled that SEN setup. KRU in some of these games, they are really making a case for this KO. Sodhawk getting a lot of value from these utility pieces.
Last round in the half.
Puts up an insane amount of assists when he's playing it. So many good flash timings as well.
Yeah. You already see how radically teams have to play around being nulled out, whether it's by the knife or the ultimate. You see especially someone like John in this instance have to throw down those smokes a tad bit earlier, even when the push, even when noise isn't necessarily given away. You're inherently working with less intel because you want to work with more util. If KRU can maintain that tempo control with something like Sodok's ability to block out the noise, then yeah, that KO can take you so much further than the Phoenix can. All about how you work this map, and KRU have done so beautifully, conditioning mid to the point where Sentinels are questioning whether or not they even want to have someone post on it, or just play for the pivot back and retake.
Cortezia and John were so close up to the choke. KRU about to pop through. What can these SEN anchors do? No help. Going to be close, and Jonah is down.
With no one able to follow up on it either. Cortez, fun spot on the switch. Cam and Wire to help fortify, but no reason for KRU to actually aggress.
Look at how thin SEN are spread across the map. Jerwin has to watch for players walking up mid. Redux would be fully exposed if someone was pushing through a main from KRU, but he has to play this tight angle, and it might just pay off. Less on the peak, goes down.
Relay bolts traded away, so you can feign Redux ducking out, but Jerwin does fall in the process, holding down the opposite angle. The knife does confirm that Redux is still close, no doubt with that shotgun, so the fragment used to flush him. It doesn't matter, Redux gets 2 more! And now John QT right behind, they're not ready for the extra! And now you can wait. Now John can take his time for Cortez to make it back.
Will it be MW again? Odin, Hunter's Fury, has the tools to accomplish this. Already with that monster ace clutch round. 6 years into his career, and he is still this good.
This would be a beautiful way to make it 6-all. Early shock dart on top of the spike. Sentinels ain't there yet. They've just now dropped down. Recon bolt to confirm that no one is still on top of it. Hunter's Fury is not on this spike, and he immediately has to get rid of it. It's a total bungling of the timing, and Sentinels will escape with a 7-5.
Just can't get out there in time. 7-5 for SEN, but you gotta be asking, is that enough for starting on Ascent defense? When Ascent is picked into you, it can feel like a gift. If you snowball and get that massive defense lead that the team who picked it, even though they like the map, they can't overcome it. But this might be the second time in a row where a team is picking Ascent into SEN, but they can't capitalize. They lost to Envy in that situation, and KRU have definitely put themselves in a good position to win this one out.
Comes down to who gaps and who diffs in the follow-up half here on map number 1 to find out who gets the first leg up in this sudden death match. We'll be right back after a short break.
All right, Jonah P, it feels like it's been forever since you've joined Sen City, but it's been like a hot minute. It's been a while. I mean, you've talked about the fans before. You talked about your love of the fans. I want to know what is the best part about being a part of like kind of the, you know, the members of the body of Sen City.
The best part is honestly when you lose 4 games in a row and they're still waiting for you outside. So, and they give me free stuff. I get Pokemon cards, you know. Yeah, they're actually really loyal. So it's always nice to see them, you know, after a hard day and there's 40 people outside waiting for you to cheer you up.
Yes. Well, best of luck today.
Well, Sentinels maintain a very slim lead coming into KRU's map pick of Ascent to start off what is a sudden death series in the loser's bracket of play-in. It's a tough path to champions either way, but only one path can continue after this series. And John QT leading the charge for this Sentinel squad, back on the Omen after an uncharacteristic swap, and it seems like it's all he needed to get the ball rolling.
At the start of this year, he was relieved of his IGL duties to, in the words of Sentinels management, just focus on his own individual play. And he was statistically one of the best players of kickoff across all teams. When he picks up IGLing, there's a bit of a dip in the numbers. But if he can find the form to accomplish both, lead the team in terms of the strategy and individually in the way that he's playing, that could be enough. That could be the recipe for the Sentinels team to go on a serious run.
Sentinels going for the 5-stack up A main, sending Jerwin in bright and early. Les able to avoid the trap wire without having to shoot it. And he's able to get the backstab after that.
Sen want to take some space because they know they're being flanked. Sadhak is on the watch, though. This is just surely unwinnable for Sen. 3 players alive, Jonah weak, KRU retaking from all angles.
As Redux decide to hop up to this first on, no, it's the Heaven engagement on top of the Paranoia that catches everybody, but still, KRU can trade their way better through it, and the recon provides Dante all the intel he needs on the run back. The fish hopped into the barrel before it was even fully built for that pistol round, and KRU make it 6-7.
Sen were... I can't. Sen were really just forced to make the only play that they could have in that situation. The one solution is try to do something proactive with the Paranoia, the jump up, but I have to give a lot of credit to Les. He was the pivotal player in that round. Catches Cortez on the flank, controls A main, doesn't overstep, is just that presence behind Sen that they have to be concerned about the whole time. And KRU kept them completely encircled in that site, gave them no escape route. Now they can tie this up 7-7, get the snowball going, try to get those ops cycling for heat, and they will be in a great spot to take this game.
Yeah, already setting up really solidly here. Heat staying singular, rest of KRU staying secure. Cortez trying to ward some attention off, but Sentinels just seeing what they can bait away. Les will decide to once again step out of Cat. Has some friends though, and Cortez now reconned. Is gonna have to get some support of his own, but gets killed before that can happen, and now Sentinels decide to hop into the sight lines, and they will fall heavily. Now, Jerwin has made his way back around, but Les is keen to that possibility, so even here, he's ready for the turn. And as Spike is more than well guarded, and Les is not checked, it is, in fact, a very solid 7-up for KRU.
Clean round, recover all the guns that they actually bought into it. Tied scoreline, but it feels like KRU have just taken the lead.
Yeah, seems like a quick momentum shift. This bonus means everything for Sentinel's bottom line, even just how well they can win it if they still have that massive advantage. Ain't that massive, though.
I mean, look at this. To get full utility kits, they are sacrificing so many heavy armors that he basically has an op right now.
Yeah. One-shots everyone except John QT. Posted alone on A main. Sentinels ain't touching it this round. They have Cortez ready to ward off the potential still B-lurk. Good blaze pocket, but you just spray your way through it. Jonah P not prepped for, but only one traded away, and you can use just about any ounce of util or lead to be able to deal with him. It'll be the shock dart that KRU chooses, and this round's already basically disintegrated for Sentinels, and there's still 70 seconds for KRU to keep feasting.
how sick is that proactivity from KRU? They beat SEN to the flash fight through the wall. SEN were setting up for the flash fight. Redux doesn't even get a chance to throw one of the curveballs. Oh, not over yet. Look at that HP on Dante.
Yeah, they're trying to push it a little harder, and John just sprays through the smoke again. Les is found. And yeah, with these two stars on very little HP apiece, and then your Senties trying to stay stalwart. 35 seconds. Onus is still on SEN. Where do they go from here to try to make this work? John creeping up potentially to make it back through market, but Dante's going to be prepped.
John versus Dante, both one-shottable, no HP. It's going to be reflexes between them.
Heat just watching the entry. Cortez allowing himself a better radius to work off of. The Cyber Cage to go for the fake out, and it's a solid attempt, but not enough in the tank. KRU will steal the bonus round away and make it 8-7, and like you said, it really does feel so dominant out the gate despite the scoreline being so close.
It was just so cool to see them be that proactive off the utility that SEN were using in mid. Zero hesitation. The flash through, the recon from MW. They all pushed zero hesitation to take that team fight.
We've seen them do that before against Fluke Show, is they'll weaponize a lot of the opening attack util and use it to creep themselves. Screens go both ways, and Dante, being as fast as Jerwin is able to use these fast lanes and blazes to creep up super heavy early on, and the rest of KRU is not shy in following in behind.
Taking a look now at the last time that these two teams matched up, where Heat was dominating Sentinels. He's definitely been playing well so far, and with the state of the economy, how the game is going, he's going to be able to get the operator consistently. The snowball is absolutely forming for KRU. Players getting close to the ults already, Dante for instance. But their economy is basically going to be uncrackable for how many rounds in a row? Constant Odins, constant ops. When we get back into this, you see Heat, he doesn't have to upgrade yet. The Outlaw is still just an op. As SEN are trying to take one from their bitter rivals in G2 and go for the full Stinger force.
Anyone can cook, and anyone can choke. Which way does Sentinels fall this round? Already, a little bit of mid presence thanks to the Blaze again. Jonapi's just trying the same thing again, but with no buddy system. The rest of Sentinels pushing up B main. Hey, that's where Heat is, and he one-shots everybody, by the way. There's the opener, and there's the follow-up. Dante trying to play puppy guard so you get that extra shot in. Heat having to TP after the second one of the mags gone, but that just lets SEN push up even more confidently, and Heat falls quickly. MW having to spray through with the Odin, and he's traded away only for the one.
KRU have the anchors there, but they do not have the shots connecting. Some devastating whiffs across the board from a team that has been on point with the shooting so far. Sodhawk and Les, that loud championship duo in the 2 versus 3 to try to bring the round back.
Oh, Les!
Oh my God!
From the boat! Attention turned away for a millisecond as they were trying to let Redux go crazy. And then he finds both on the opening, and the second that respawn on the run it back comes through, he snap into it. That is unbelievable. And a true toppler after the Stinger buy for SEN.
Yeah, that is the absolute worst heartbreak that SEN could experience at this point in the game. Almost winning the eco, the tide turning round, and it slips away.
Couldn't even look. And KRU is getting active.
Every player on KRU just taking a turn, having their hero round.
They're all at double digits now, man. Oh, and MW gets the double recon into the freebie onto Jonah P. That's already another rifle out. This is starting to get into smattering territory.
And now no drone, no recon to try to force Heat with the op off an angle. It's going to be down to the flashes to do that. Cortez puts it up and main, oh my God!
It doesn't matter at this point. It just doesn't matter what you do. That was such a great dance by Cortez. He played that like perfectly with what he had, and it just didn't matter. He barely even got a lick of health off of him. Sadak playing keep away with the flash drive. MW offered an opportunity to at least spray one more down, but now the rest of KRU just get to come in and feast. Redux is stunned by that and blocked out by the smoke, but he still survives. Now 2v3 on the reset, 45 seconds to go, and Catwalk owned by SEN.
Seeing if they can't catch someone pushed out of B. How deep of a line would he have maybe taken? Well, the shallows. He has just gone back to play safe.
Rose out of the water.
This KRU positional adjustment is nice, having less playing for main.
Good dance by Redux to force Sadak into a bad angle, but less with the immediate trade-off, and now just holding it down in main. That's how he makes it back here, just hits the door. John QT going for the TP with that spike in hand, but he didn't leave sight too hard just yet, and the smoke doesn't even have time to come down. He is so on today, bro. It's 10-7 KRU. Have yet to lose a round on defense.
Heat is coming off that year with Furia, devastating. Given how talented of a player he has been. I mean, I said it at the top, but when he really burst into the scene in Brazil, kind of like 2021, he absolutely is one of the best duelists from Brazil all time. He switches his role the first time he's with KRU, now he's on this perma chamber, and his opping is just as good as it ever was. This deep into his career.
Oh my god. Not even the slump eco can help you. Jerwin doesn't have his bloody gun out. And you have the Hunter's Fury if you even are a little bit behind on the stack this time?
At this point, Sentinels are just reeling. They are losing the first player into all of these rounds.
And you have to use all of Redux's util to get in now instead of Jerwin's fast lane. It has to be the plays, and he's probably going to have to dump both curveballs in before they even get the spike down.
That less 3K is a defining moment
yeah,
of
that's
this
just
game.
replaying in my head, man.
It feels like SEN cannot come back.
Redux can only manage the one.
Look, the emotional damage of that round even. Just forced to contact. Jonah doesn't have the tools to clear that out, but Heat can't blame him for getting a little bit greedy the way that he's playing.
But he still has to keep moving up, and the lineup is there.
Spike down mid.
Spike now too. Whew. What a discouraging streak of rounds. It's really tough for anybody at any rank to have a get back this map after this kind of back and forth. And I like, it's once again a situation in which KRU didn't really have to use that much. Their ult bank is still chock full. Give me a moment. They're just managing their angles, forcing the contact, forcing players on Sentinels to peek into angles that are not solely owned by them and one opponent. Yeah, I mean, Redux is peeking into that by himself when he knows there could be someone other than Jen. It's just, there's too many options that you have to walk into and just improvise on, and KRU isn't allowing them time to.
That is a somber look on the face of Coach Ewok, who has been, you know, dealt a serious task this year. Joining up with the Sentinels team halfway through, who were suffering from some major struggles trying to find their footing after a year in which they qualified for every global, which was off the back of a year where they won Madrid, had a great run at champs. He has been instructed to turn the ship around for one of the orgs with the most legacy in Valorant. And he's doing so with players that have just never been in these high-pressure situations in Tier 1 yet. But Redux is stepping up to the plate. He's had some tough moments, though, on this attack side. There have been rounds where he's been getting caught first. But yet still, he is finding a solid amount of impact throughout this game. What more can he do, though, beyond him? What about Jerwin? What about Cortez, Jonah P? They need to get some more involvement going on this attack side. KRU just 2 away from taking their map pick in dominant fashion.
Seeing KRU coming into this season trying to rebuild their own legacy, not getting to start that journey and kick off with visa issues, having to get bailed out by some collegiate players that, you know, admittedly did quite well given the circumstances. But, I mean, this is most of KRU's second stage, Heat's first of the season. They are still hungry to play more. And for Dante and Zonic, who have been together for years, since All Knights and Oxen coming into here, they are trying to form their own dynasty among these illustrious South American legends that surround him and support him.
KRU have set the bar for themselves so high with the way they started that first stage. They look like a world beater team. It feels like they might be starting to get a little bit of that aura back if they can continue this play-ins run. But they are looking so good so far today. Perfect timing on this Hunter's Fury from MW.
Just chasing it down, not able to find a secondary tag, and now a retaliatory Hunter's Fury to come out from Jonah P to try to clear the board away. Does a decent job, but the reposition onto the back of the hut, and Dante sliding into the switch. A war on both fronts once again managed by the Brazilians and Argentinians. They're just running it down at this point. Take us home, boys. You might as well.
The KRU are just all over them in that choke point. Sentinels cannot escape the desperation to get into the site, but they're stalled out by the Hunter's Fury. The paranoia comes through. Look at how fast this flood is. You know, two players just routed into playing logs. They're offered no space.
Yeah,
they can't
endless
get
pressure.
Anywhere else.
Flash, paranoia, slide, stun. Screw you, dude. You don't get to play the game.
It is a 7-round defensive run for KRU. Match point. And it just feels like an inevitability that they close it out here.
He dared to step out early into top mid. Absolutely zero support. Yeah, the perfect time to make the stupidest decision of the game is when you're in 12 rounds.
Very confident from Heat. Again, he's earned it, but
MW can't manage to land a spray down onto a full body. Redux and Jerwin both low, and the former can heal himself up with that blazing hot hands, but Dante and Les are here nice and early. The pinch is available, and Les has turned it to a 1v1 in an instant. Neural Theft confirms his position, but the body he just dropped already kind of did that.
Cortezia versus a Brazilian player that he must have idolized at one point. Les, the most legendary Sentinel from the region, and Cortezia representing that new generation to keep Sentinels in the game. The closest they've been to winning one of these attack rounds.
Cortez with a cage and a wire, Les with two smokes. Gonna use both of them to focus on the boathouse that Cortez is going to be ducking into. It's all timing here for Sentinels to hold on even one more round. Les making his way up. These will dissipate soon enough, and Cortez barrel spotted. Les cleared! It's a flawless defense half on Ascent. KRU picked it for a reason. They're one map out from keeping that survival here in the play-ins.
The individual expression from their players across the board was just insane on this map. So many hero moments from everyone, but it was guided by good team play. It wasn't just a messy game where players stepped up individually. No, they looked great as a team, and beyond that, the individual form is insane for them today. That performance on Ascent versus the one we just saw against Fluxo, way different. That one required a late in the game comeback, down 7-11 to win 13-11. This game, it felt like they were in control the whole time. They put up a good attack half, and then defense is just a masterclass.
Swift, confident, divine. It's KRU's map and KRU's series to take. Sentinels have to try to find some sort of security. Where else to do it other than Haven? We will see where they end up there. We know they've been changing stuff up. KRU sticking to their new identity. It's taken them this far. Can it bring them to the final match of the play-ins? We'll find out after this.
Want to find your fastest server every time? Express like a pro and optimize your connection in one tap. Express and game without ISP throttling. Express and shield yourself from DDoS attacks. Express and choose the VPN trusted by gamers everywhere. ExpressVPN. Experience gaming the Express way. Fast, stable, competitive. Outplay the world. It's time to Express. Unlock free cosmetics, including Lightning Kicks Buddy and more. Scan to subscribe.
Well, you might be wondering, well, where in the Riot Games arena are these gorgeous leather soft seats? It's in the press box. If you are an in-person member of the press and you have a press pass, you can sit right here, watch the game on the screen with a beautiful VALORANT mural in the background, or if you really want, you can watch from the best view in the building, period, point blank. And I'm not lying, check this out. Isn't this to die for? Look at this. Absolutely gorgeous on every single level. So yeah, if you're an aspiring press corps member, it's pretty good perks to become in person.
Finally ended up coming to fruition. John being the last man standing here. No. He's going to hit him with a flash. Around the corner, trying to chase him down. It's IGL versus IGL. John QT!
Los jugadores en la zona de CT van a resetear otra vez a Bassin y el tipo nunca muere, pero al final Sadak.
Here with the coach of KRU Visa, Zonik, and that was a very well played Ascent on your part. This is a map we've seen Sentinels struggle with. It's a map they struggle to win. Very clearly a pointed pick from you all. So I'd love to hear from you. What did you want from that Ascent? Why did you want to exploit it?
Yeah, I mean, we kind of figured out a way to play the map, which leave us quite comfortable in it. And we saw that they were struggling on it, so that's why we opted to pick it.
So it was a combo of you felt good, they didn't look good. Let's get it done.
Yeah, that's exactly the thing. Yeah.
All right, well, best of luck in map 2.
Welcome back. First map of the series going the way of KRU. This is some map that we've seen from them pretty recently.
Yeah.
We had some mistakes. There was questions going into today, but wow, what a turnaround. We get a completely different look. We get some hero plays. We just get a bit of everything.
Oh yeah, it feels like when we were talking about this Ascent map for them earlier, they struggled with their defense. They were really good on their attack, and now it's like switched over, and it's insane. And you can actually see on the timeline at the bottom there. At first, it was back and forth rounds into a how many round win streak? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8.
It's crazy though.
I said 6, 7.
And you're the only one who pointed that out. This was an incredible game from KRU across the board. The first half was just defined by hero plays, and we just have a taster of what happened in this package to watch here. Some of them were frankly ridiculous, coming from both sides. SEN winning some of their own eco rounds. This one with the classic, I felt was going to be an influx point where maybe SEN could take control, but MW, he had different ideas.
Oh yeah.
I was bringing up on the cast, but a guy who's been playing since the very beginning of the game, has been in and out of Tier 1, and has come back in with KRU. And I don't think I've seen him play this well in some time. This was a true takeover game from him with these big clutches.
Yeah, it feels like he was just absolutely phenomenal. Then you move on to see Heat pulling things like this as well, almost acing this round back to back. This was right after that MW Zera ace, getting the 1v4 and then almost the 1v5 to win that round is kind of insane.
Here's the thing, it's a position for both of these teams where they had a tough group stage. They had to reinvent themselves, come up with new comps, and significantly change their approach to the game in the play-ins. And that's the exact time where being able to lean on your individuals, having these big round plays, is what it takes to make the difference in a do-or-die elimination match. That is the difference between continuing a run and ending your VCT year here. And that's exactly what KRU brought. Confidence from all of these excellent individual players, and then just a clean game plan that was extremely well executed in the second half.
Yeah, it really feels like they did their homework. They polished up on a lot of the things they were struggling with. Their defense just looked literally unbeatable because they didn't lose a single round on it. It's just insane how quickly of a turnaround they've had on this map of Ascent, and it makes a lot of sense why they picked it.
Yeah, it literally was unbeatable.
Yeah.
And as soon as things start getting just a little bit weird, you get to see this huge pop-up. You know, let's put it 3K for just anything. It was incredible. And to be able to see KRU in this form, we had highlighted a lot that we needed to see these pop-off performances. We needed to see this step up. And a KRU looking so comfortable on the day and dismantling Sentinels. KRU really don't want to go home.
Yeah, they really don't. This was a great match from them. And I want to shout out Savak in particular. Most teams are playing the Phoenix on this map. I think overall the Phoenix is a better pick, but he showed a lot of value with this, whether it was having the knife to hard stall these execs from SEN. When they did go to faster rounds, most of the time they were defaulting towards mid, and then it was either the op is holding an angle or there's a KO pop flash to refight into that space. He plays a very active game when he's playing the KO, and in a meta where not many people are playing that agent, despite the fact that he was the long-time go-to on this map, I think it had a ton of effect on that defense.
Yeah. That map one, maybe not quite going as Sentinels would like, but let's hear what Coach Ewok had to say ahead of map 2.
Here's the coach of Sentinels, Ewok. Now that was a rough map loss on Ascent. It's a map we've seen you struggle on, but we're going to Haven next. You beat 2G on Haven, so kind of spin around, let's get positive. What do you have to do again to get another Haven victory to bring this to a map 3?
For Ascent, we didn't necessarily expect that they're going to pick it, but it's something where we are really comfortable there. But we lost a lot of really close rounds, and it really cost you on Ascent. The snowball is real. But for us on Haven, yeah, we prepared and we kind of know. Of course, it's the last time I think they played Haven is against us, EWC. So it's been a long time. So of course, not so much anti-prep that's going into that one, but we just need to play a little bit more of our own game.
So comfortable. That's what we're looking for. All right, well, best luck on map 2.
Looking at the second map of the series, Sentinels pick going into Haven, and a wild card coming out from KRU. I think you had some big words about this composition.
Yeah.
Else, it was a little crazy.
Yeah, I think on KRU's side, I'm really excited to see what they're planning on picking composition-wise. They did previously run the mix and the Waylay, but we don't talk about that. I think that's over.
Let's talk about
Surely not.
again.
I think they were just
Chamber.
trying to do something. Chamber, I'm expecting
Neon.
a Chamber, I'm expecting a Neon, and everyone else can kind of do whatever they want.
Phoenix.
A Sova, an Omen, maybe a Phoenix.
Maybe even a Sofa and an Omen. It'd be crazy. No, I think I would be shocked if they don't just go in that direction.
Yeah.
Because what KRU's turnaround has been having a consistent identity, similar comps across their maps, and executing it well while their individuals are popping. That's exactly what they showed on map 1. But now Sentinels, a team that's already beaten 2G here, that looked good with their new look on this map, has to turn this around. A team with very high expectations, with aspirations of champs after making every global event last year. If this project is to pay off and give the season that SEN fans desperately want, this is the moment they need to bounce back, or this might be the last time we see this SEN here in the Riot Games arena, on this stage, in this form of VCT Americas, which they defined for years.
Yeah, and that pressure also puts a lot of weight on players. When I'm looking at Jerwin, for example, he was really quiet in that last map, but now we're switching it up. We have Jerwin and John QT going to be those players on the Duelist instead of Redux. Redux playing absolutely phenomenal on the Phoenix, but I mean, going back on the Omen, we've seen John QT. We talked about him stepping into this Duelist role quite a lot, so I think there's a lot riding on the shoulders of those Duelists here on John QT to make sure that IGLing continues to be really good. Lots of mid-rounding, making sure he's calling a lot of the shots, and just securing Sentinels as a whole with the mindset.
And for Sentinels here, this could be the moment where it all comes crashing down, or can they take us into a map number 3 and get that comeback? Find out after this short break.
Sentinels are one map away from their 2026 VCT season being over, and they'll be taking us to Haven, where notably Wyatt, KRU have not shown their hand in quite some time.
They have been banning this map constantly throughout Stage 2, 5 times, I believe. But just recently, they have swapped Breeze to their permaban, which makes sense to me because they had only one win on it and have played it in almost every single series they had. But this Haven being so new to their pool leaves us with massive question marks as to what their level on it is going to look like. And they're going back to the Heat Phoenix, which, I mean, makes sense. You need the Phoenix on this map. The double duelist was not working out well for them, though. Their success in this second stage has started to arrive with the Heat Perma Chamber look, but it just feels like you can't play this map without a Phoenix. The Phoenix is just absolutely dominating in the non-mirror match win rate on Haven. So we'll see if KRU can display a better level of play with this very meta composition, or if they're not going to be able to put those pieces together. And the Sentinels, led by John QT in the front, picking up this duelist, will be able to win their own map pick.
Yeah, switching back after Redux and John QT both had very impressive performances on the previous map on what was their permanent roles for the majority of this season, but like we mentioned in their previous matchup against 2G, that shift that wanted to make John be that more active IGL, always on the front lines, always activating, no agent to be able to do that like Phoenix. We saw KC make that work with Aves over in EMEA, to the point where they have made it to playoffs very securely. Sentinels have not made it that far yet, and once again, this is an org that makes worlds. This is a team of players that makes worlds. John QT making it before, and Jonah P and Cortez coming off of teams that also made it quite far in the previous year too. These guys are so hungry, starving at this point after missing out.
The latter two players that need to step up for Sentinels on this second map. You had John and Redux accounting for 39 of the 60 kills from Sentinels. They need involvement from the other three. It's time for them to dial in on this map.
Les once again perusing, and with the help of Heat, coming off of this chamber reduces the amount of one-tricks on this team to 1, and the amount of one-tricks in the play-in to 6. Dante still on that perma neon, feeling good as can be on it for a map like this.
He's had one of his better maps in a while, actually, on Ascent. He was looking nice there, especially on defense. Just leading a lot of those floods in, was being set up well by Sodhawk.
Creeping up to a vacant A, and the cam getting shot when it's off rotation.
30 seconds left.
But KRU have infiltrated every bit of the woodwork on this opener for the map, begging Sentinels to try to go for some sort of creep. Nobody's buckling just yet. Smoke re-up on Link after it dissipates away, so you don't have a lot of setup after the plant. You've got to just keep fighting your way through it.
Les not going to go for any kind of flanking maneuver, so it is all 5 of KRU ready to straight up team fight brawl on this site. Sentinels getting that util ready. You can see the Molly lineup going to come over the top from John.
And then the hot hands the other way into Heaven to slow down the rest of Sen that's gone up there. There's 2 on Link that get slowed down by the Blaze. Paranoia down into Hell, Relay Bolt on the top. Jerwin sliding into the midst of it, and the rest of KRU are pretty stable. Seems like they manage it more than well enough, and yeah, 3 pistols stay standing. It's another pistol taken by KRU.
That second wave of utility that Sen had wasn't looking bad. The recon comboed with the Relay Bolt onto default, connected onto multiple players. They set themselves up well enough, but less positioned down long, not having any kind of smokes, anything to obstruct that sight line. Allowed for a couple free kills on that entry.
Yeah. You only have 1 coming out of Link into Hell as well. Other one went to Graffiti too, so you don't have nearly as much of that presence to be able to negate the pinch, which, yeah, when KRU have all 5 members on site, that's inevitable. Nobody on A this time around. It's a 3-stack for Sen to try to gamba their way through what they think will be the 1. And they're right. Cypher's chilling on his own. But, of course, it's the one that didn't have a buy.
Let's just get baited out into that.
Well done.
Just the player with the ghost, though. I think you're going to see less on this map now that he's playing the Sentinel, not the kind of off-roll Omen for him. Be willing to take a lot of fights, and that is where you want less. Feeling comfortable to just impose his will around the map, try to take timings against different players. And he'll have more opportunities than when he was playing heavier with the pack on that controller map 1.
Now it's Jerwin making his way through spawn to see if he can catch something. On the exit, potentially. Rest of Sentinels is chilling over on the link, but KRU keep the I's crossed and the T's dotted. Or however it goes. And I feel like we only get 1 or 2 peeks out of this. Dada boom. 2-0 for KRU, keeping some rifles up, but no orbs really handed over. So Sentinels in it for the long haul.
Sentinels yet to win a round since the second half of Ascent. Can this anti-bonus be the one? Jonah P going to invest into that Odin. It has just become a mainstay on Haven this year. KRU have got to be feeling incredible. Coming off of a comeback win against Fluxo to close out that series, and now dominating control against SEN, who need this round so bad. A fight underway. Classic combo with the recon and the stun, but not enough for Jerwin to really press forward. Not encouraged to take an early risk.
Yeah, staying pretty standardized to begin. Not trying to hand a single thing over, understanding how KRU really trying to manhandle all points of these opening lobbies. Drone will force out the hot hands early on. John QT going to step all the way back. And they'll turn that into a manual clear of the garage. Sentinels just temporarily giving away that space. Wire shot down to condition. John QT daring to stick around. And will take some damage thanks to it.
KRU have put together a pretty solid buy on this bonus round. Good rifles to work with. They want to get in towards B, but the flash from Heat leaves a little bit to be desired.
Unlucky. Cortez uses that as an excuse to step out and grab 3! And that is the start that Sen was looking for. Take it 1 round at a time.
30 seconds left.
From here, KRU seeing what they can escape with on the bonus. Less having a good vantage to let Sadak at the very least get this plant down securely. What more can you gain?
KRU would be happy if they can just deal a solid amount of damage. Keep a cap on the Sentinels' economy. Who are happy to just play for this full retake.
Blinding. Oh, Paranoia early on there just for some slowdown and let Sadak get a little bit of a free walk-up in the fast lane expiring just in time, just eating that recon bolt to be able to take the 1. It's all down to less, and he'll only get 1 as well. Cortez with the 4K this round, and Sentinels are on the board.
Cortezi has started Ascent very well. You remember, too, the first round on the pistol, it was a 3-piece that won it for Sen. He wasn't really able to capitalize off of a great early play, though, slowed down as the series went along. Can he turn this early 3K, a sick moment, into a really solid Haven game? He was able to the last time that he played on this map. It was 20 for 12 on the Cypher.
This should do. Yes, this should do. This goes here.
This buy up 3. KRU seeing if they can maybe put the foot to the floor this time. Nobody heavy perusing unless restricting himself to the window. But that's what this spray on the Odin is for. Jonah getting up close, and it lets Jerwin run up. Easy twofer to start things out. KRU trying to hold from the lobby, and they'll trade their way through it a bit, but Jonah P still stands with that spraying and praying to grab another.
The utility for Sentinels gets so much value in that fight. Gets them the advantage. Jonah, narrow on the escape. Some additional bullet tags bring him down to just 25 HP. The double flank from Sen coming through. I mean, they know Cortezi is on the flank at least because he had to throw the hat at a body, but do they expect 2 players to be there?
Turning into it just in time, and MW almost able to land the transfer. Now the confirmation that John's there. Les taking a further back vantage to avoid all of this opening util. Still somehow gets hit by that curveball. Trying to prio and can't. John QT manages it, and we're tied up at 2.
Les cannot bring the clutch magic into that situation. Sentinels off to a really nice start. Tying up after the pistol round loss. That util combo that they threw into main, the recon with the stun, the paranoia. The full fight out from Jerwin. Works out perfectly. Gets them the advantage, and then they just close out from there, trading things. KRU, though, still with the plants going down, have been able to put together a reasonable buy.
With no outlaw or op, yeah, this light armor doesn't really do too much other than makes your TTK against the Odin, which Sen has now bought 2 of. A little shorter. What is John gonna do with this thing? Oh, escort once again, Jerwin, but Sadok stunned, not checked, manages to land it in time, and avoiding by the TP to get out of that spray down to try to punish Redux. Attempting to use that for the positional advantage down sewers, but it's checked, less clocking it, forcing him back.
Sadok just resets the round with that teleport out. So much time on the clock to work with. Cortezia already came up.
Yeah, look how much
Crucial
slower.
3K.
Ascent's defensive pivot here is even slower because they have to make sure that Sadok hasn't happened to TP all the way back there too. So much open space they have to re-clear. It's a good way to KRU to waste some time, get them to second guess. And in the meantime, it's let Les creep all the way up to the B door.
Cortezia not going to be challenged over on C.
Joke's over. You're dead.
I mean, I spoke too soon. It's going to be in garage. Deals with that ultimate from Heat, but Les takes the timing. Able to deal with Redux.
And in across that street, that lets the rest of KRU get in pretty safely.
Yeah, look at that fast pivot towards B. Love the call from KRU. 20 seconds, Sadok, you might die. Oh my god, that was so close, and the shot comes in.
Yep, there's the second one. That'll make it work. Sentinels now having their excuse to duck in, but Heat can play police. Time is running short, though, so the spike has to get committed. Les can luckily hold down the fort, though, and KRU have got it covered. 3 standing, 3-2 now.
I love that call from KRU, trying to go through garage. Les gets the crucial kill to really open up that B site. Instant pivot back. And Sen have a good amount of counter util. That's just brutal to lose. Yeah, Les is just waiting outside doors, gets the free kill.
Him crossing that link early on to get to Gong there was everything to let the rest of KRU in. Just not fearing the Odin spray. You gotta get to that at some point if Sen is gonna keep buying into it. Sadok once again, early pickup into the cubby, and Jerwin able to avoid the first peek out, so just that neutral space.
Look at the economy right now for Sen. Despite tying the game up, that last round loss has them in a dangerous position. They need to convert. They have the ultimates to do it.
Cortez found by the jiggle from Dante, so it's an insert for now.
KRU have exercised a lot of patience in these mid rounds. Working in to get this garage control. Just posted up, waiting to see if there'd be some kind of re-clear B smoke. Just to make it seem like that execute's coming through. Utility from Heat, baits out the paranoia.
Yep.
The real executors right now on to see Cortez on the defense, but stunned up.
Cage can protect, but not against the shots that just come through anyway. And Dante's gonna replace that position. John has an idea, but not the shots! Still gonna respawn, and Dante's just gonna dash over to it. Redux has to trade the way through, and he can find a second as well, but the Neural Theft confirming all of these positions back up, including Jerwin's off from the garage peak. Sen is gonna be forced to group up for this retake.
MW0 can't get off-site, can't get in position to use this Hunter's Fury. It's going to come down to the team fight.
Overdrive from Jerwin, able to find the first. Jonah P, Odin spray for Odin. Spray forces Les to back out. 27 HP and nothing left in the tank. A single shock dart for Jonah P to be able to find the cubby presence that Les is ducked back into. Does he know? Surely, right? But the off angle for the spike. Jonah holds for half. Does Les dare to challenge it? No, he won't. Jonah psyching out once, and that'll do it. with just enough time to go. And we're tied back up.
Les was looking ice cold, but Jonah finds some heavy impact in this series. Much needed from a guy that experienced. Les so far, a couple clutch situations, but he hasn't been able to come up like he did on Ascent. Denied by Sentinels yet again. It was looking like a good crew round. I like the way that they're working the map. That pressure over towards B, it was that smoke thrown down, Heat getting all the util in, while the exec comes into C. All the backside util was good, but SEN are winning out the important clutch situations.
Keeping them neck and neck.
And on a round that was so important, would have broken the economy, but because they lose all those players, they are still in that very same danger zone.
Yeah, both teams heavy treading water this round. Jonah P able to get the early spray with the Odin. Doesn't pop a body, though. Sawdock down to 29 and still able to get the spike down.
Crew just want to get this spike off, use the Hunter's Fury for it, but MW is incentivized to use it early.
He's trying to track Sova for Sova. He can't find a thing there.
Now he needs to get involved close up with the Odin. SEN are going for a multiplayer flank right now. Les is on watch, but so many to deal with.
Yeah, that slide is everything enforcing the off. MW can at least counter the first for it and knows that there's at least one more coming his way, so he'll make a heavy reposition over to the sewer. That buddy system on Link has to push even farther down to try to flip the site. Heat'll turn it into a 1-for-1. Rest of this has to be a crew pinch and gets the spawn retake. John QT able to find the opening two to meet up with Jonah P, but as time ticks away and MW still has both shock darts, it has to be a bit of a double-sided push. Can't hold on the spike, but Jonah P holds the line. And Sentinels will take the lead here on Haven.
Jonah P is stepping up for the team. These late round situations, he is activating. Crew are consistently able to take the site, get the spike down, but SEN have been good on the retake. They've been loving this multiplayer flank coming through A lobby. Les is just not expecting that at all. He's happy to go and try to take the fight. Yeah, surely it's like Cortezia alone, right? And I can just take a 1v1. Nope, he's getting slid at, and then there's two players double swinging him.
Crew having a laugh about that one.
It's all right. Someone's got you, bro.
Well, now Crew will choose to call that timeout. Zonic seeing that we're officially up against the economic wall here. One team finally has to fully buckle.
I would not be mad at Crew throwing in some kind of crazy strat with the overdrive here, though. This SEN economy is still going to be in a bad spot. John playing on that Phoenix here, picking up the duelist for map 2, trying to reinvent himself, and he looked excellent against 2G. Kind of talking about it on Ascent, his transformation throughout this year, the various roles he's had, where he stopped being the IGL, was really good individually during kickoff, goes back to IGLing, the team feels like there'll be more value from him in that role, and now may be able to meet in the middle and accomplish both at the same time, picking up the Phoenix.
Definitely some investment into this round for Crew. They would love to springboard now. Early spray knocks Sawdock down to 44, though. Jonah having that wallbang lineup ready.
Les just working his way into garage. Pressure applied.
Amazing that he needed 0 cover on the window to be able to do all of that.
You can see Jonah has to pick that up now. But if an execute towards C does come in, Sentinels have more than enough players cheating towards that side of the map to be able to handle it. But with Sawdock embedded down in sewer, with the noise they made there, they might just be encouraged to finish on the safe side.
Dante trying to see if he can get that opening peak, but Jerwin staying patient with it until now. Shot number 1 will not land. Dante's got to bait out the second. Now KRU reconsidering again with how much time they're ending up wasting. Dante's going to try and go for the fake with the help of that overdrive, and now that he has the paranoia to help him out there, feels like SEN might react improperly, especially when there's only been one confirmed here, and Les manages to get a kill out of it too! On the Bandit, you're joking! KRU take over A, only one man to worry about for the moment. And Jerwin's about to walk into a defender up here. Sadak gets another Bandit kill! MW close up in the Sova Ditto, letting Jonah step out and grab that freebie, taking the angle back, but losing it again. This is a tough duel to take. Jonah turning it into 3. Can he make it? 4, no heat. Finally flashing his way back through it, and Cortez in the 1v2 with the run it back still available. KRU find their way back to form, and we're tied again.
Pure heroics. The buffed Bandit is just crazy. Give me the less replay again, please, and then maybe the less replay in 0.5 speed. I can't believe he gets the second onto John.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, no, do it again.
I appreciate that, production. Thank you.
0.1 times speed, maybe? Or that'll take too long between rounds, I think.
Felt like Jonah might have had it in the bag for the team again, though.
Very close, yeah.
This Odin in his hands is looking nice. One of the better performances he's had with Sentinels so far. Posting up those great Odin spray lines at 9 and 3 right now on the board. I feel like I've been talking about this SEN economy every single round because they've never been able to actually get it off the ground floor, and now it has fully cost them.
Jerwin found by Les, creeping out onto the grass, and again, no window coverage. John QT popping ahead, but that's all he'll do. KRU trying to stay careful about this, hold on to as much as they can so they can actually start being stable this half.
Cortezia always boasts that high headshot percentage in his kills. Sheriff in hand.
Gotta come up big now. As all of this offensive util expires, KRU have to settle for the front half. There's the run it back to try to breach even farther forward. Cortez can at least hold his own against that, but eventually just gets rolled over. Dante making his way up to the link to try to nip this in the bud here and now. Speed run this round, and KRU are doing it. Hitting that PB. Jonah P on the way back, forced to use something on this trap wire for certain. KRU on the verge of keeping it flawless. That would mean everything for these last 3 rounds of the half, but Jonah can at least meet the 1.
KRU have put themselves, wow, great shots from Jonah. I mean, he is definitely stepping up. I think after the last couple SEN games, especially in that loss to Envy, definitely a lot of community scrutiny being thrown his way. Just trying to remind everyone that he has been to countless globals, that he has been a top-tier initiator player for years in the America scene, worldwide. The KRU have now taken some control of this game with the round win. Only losing a couple players. Economy is in a great spot because they've won an eco.
Yeah, the best grip on this half that a team has had yet. And it's with 3 rounds in it to go. Perfect opportunity to try to find a nice and early lead to make this a 2-0. Sentinels back up with the buy, and Jerwin finally with this operator in hand. Already getting a little bit poked at, but that's just a good reason to peek even harder and win the Ditto.
Walt cut off that angle. And he wants to take the space. MW elsewhere just wins the Odin duel against Jonah.
But Redux spraying back through, and Jerwin finding heat close quarters. Both of those threats nullified.
SEN have needed that from the challengers call up. A lot of responsibility put into the hands of Jerwin this year.
My ult is ready.
And he's come up with the goods on this round. 2 versus 4. MW has had these Hunter's Furies in so many post plants, but he's just never been in situations to actually use them in a post plant. He's just always forced to play forward. Redux and Cortez could be shredded by this Odin. That HP is horrific.
Les being the first slide in, Jerwin on the poor angle. Cortez now with this operator, tries to go for the re-peek. MW Zera Gets too open, but that'll be all Redux.
Redux,
having
don't
to
do
make
it, don't do
sure.
it.
Yeah,
Don't do it.
please don't. But it'll be 5-all.
All good.
Yeah, we're chilling.
good.
We're good. We're fine.
All good.
Do not celebrate until it's done. Good work. Good discipline coming from... It's tough to forget, or it's tough to remember that Redux is also a rookie coming into this year, given the insane presence he's had in the North American Valorant space for the past 2 years. And here he is doing the exact same sort of shift that he has the previous 2, where in the very last stage of the season, on whatever team he's on, they say, hey, you cool with flexing smokes? Redux is like, yeah, sure.
Coming out of that Qubit Academy system, they really transformed him into a well-rounded player. Early fight against Jerwin, can't connect that op shot. Dante with the slide is going to make that next to impossible. And now SEN do have to be concerned about long presence, but it's just so fast into B, it may not even matter. KRU with the fake tap, Puncher's Fury, the connection is good for the first. Oh my god, I mean the damage is ridiculous.
Yeah, triple tags. Everybody from Sentinels is hella low now. And KRU have their pick of the litter for where they want to start touching on next. 65 seconds to play with this map. And Jerwin's so in need of a babysitter now that he's only on half HP. This A-site needs to be buffed up, and so the drone has to get tossed early. Traded away 1 for 1, and the stack given away. No bingo call yet. Jerwin, these op shots are painful to watch, man. It really looks like they're right on target, but instead, KRU coming in bulldoze once more. Jerwin at least able to grab the 1, but has to turn heel as John QT makes his way in on his own duelist rampage. 2 curveballs, 2 kills. Sadak at least stops that. 2v2 now as Jerwin still with this operator. Tough to grab a gun in the midst of the fighting, and so KRU try to get the rhythm stoppage again. Sadak with this tough tap out, and Cortez nails both! Sentinels take the lead back again on the defense.
Sentinels in these post-plant situations, in these low man versus man situations, 2v2, sometimes down to the 1v1s, they are consistently winning them out on this defense half of Haven. And you know, I think back to Ascent kind of posing the question at the end of the half, well, did they do enough? They only got 7 on the better side. Haven recently, with everyone needing to pivot to this Phoenix Neon, has been incredibly attacker-sided.
Insanely.
So for Sen to already have 6, and they didn't win the pistol, feels like they've done very well. And now you look at this last round, MW with just a stinger going up against 4 Sen ultimates.
That run it back immediately met Redux just hopping right in and grabbing an opening. 2-3. Odin just keeping on spraying, and John QT able to escort him all the way in down to spawn. MW and Les choked up off rip here. And Sentinels just driving the needle in harder to make sure that this half is theirs. Les only good for the 1. And it is 7-5. For Sentinels once more, but with such different circumstances to come.
Absolutely. Sentinels, it's not like they've been leaning on this Haven map at the top of their pool, but they are exploiting one of the weaknesses that KRU have had this year, which is at the bottom end of their map pool, very shallow. So Sen take this targeted pick, force them to play Haven, and so far it is working out perfectly. It's KRU out of their comfort zone, forced to play this double duelist again that wasn't working for them. And for Sen, the John and Jerwin combo of the double duelist, it's been nice. But now you're getting the rest of the team stepping up. They didn't have that on Ascent, but Cortez and Jonah P are right there at the top of the board.
The stars are aligned and Sentinels are primed to take us to sunset. The back half of Haven is coming after this short break.
Whenever I use Zowie monitors, I would say I just feel my element.
Demon 1 is good.
Without Nyack, the biggest difference was the ghosting. It was a immediate change. If you see something and it's not actually there, you're gonna miss your shot. Black Equalizer and Vibrance, I can react quicker to it, I can shoot better at it.
This guy is just spectacular.
And that way I can always trust him, that I can just focus on competing. My performance will always be at the top level.
Zowie.
Esto es muy importante para mí porque primero que quiero jugar nuevamente en São Paulo, quiero estar en Brasil. La comunidad brasilera siempre me abrazó muchísimo y realmente me hace sentir muy bien cuando estoy jugando allá. La última vez fue en el lock-in y la pasé sensacional. Y realmente es importante porque quiero continuar representando KRU, quiero continuar representando Latinoamérica. Entonces para mí realmente tiene mucho sentido.
Well, Sentinels have started things off dominantly on map 2 of Haven, and it's been necessary after getting taken down with a hard defensive streak on Ascent. Sentinels are looking to drive the needle the other direction as they head to their own attack side.
MW0 has been the rock of this KRU team, and it's on a role that he had to learn. He was originally just a duelist player with insane aim. That's what he was known for, but he's transformed into an integral core piece of KRU. Jonah P on the other side, though, that's what he was always supposed to be for SEN.
It's time to lock in with the #1 VPN, ExpressVPN. Be sure to scan that QR code on your screen now.
Jonah P is delivering on this map. The Sentinels fans have been clamoring for that across this second stage. He brings a lot of experience into this team. That's a given. We've heard in comms listenings how much he's been able to help John in mid-rounds, just providing so much good info for him to work around. But as an individual, hasn't been hitting his peaks, but it feels like right now he is. And it's in a critical game for SEN's 2026 run. It's to keep them alive in the play-ins.
He's already let that knowledge diff shine here on this map. Gotten away with a lot of kills that players without his tenure could not. Some mild wiggling to get the early intel onto the bingo stack, but Sentinels still have so much power behind it as they make their way onto C. Les staying hidden out, but the hot hands is going to be able to flush him away pretty easily. Still, Heat nails the kill, and Les is still standing. KRU is all here to take this back, save for Sadak on the creep up through the flank, but the rest of Sentinels feel fine taking the front lines, and it's majorly a trade their way.
Sentinels do a great job stabilizing in the midst of that execute and then going for a repush to backside, dealing with the very low HP remaining anchors of KRU.
Shadows traveling.
Still with this paranoia in hand, Sadak does have an opportunity to be able to isolate these fights, and especially with John QT so low, don't count this guy out. First dance up, misses, and that's it. A pistol taken by Sentinels. The first of many, but that climb back feels so close now after the morale booster of a half they had beforehand.
Cortesia is not easing up on Haven. He had a great showing here the last time they played. It dropped 20, and he's on pace for that, if not more right now. He has won Sentinels multiple pistol rounds in this series. Multiple 3Ks already, the 4K earlier in this game. He's heating up.
And now, love that toll-free number KDA that John's rocking, the 888.
My camera is destroyed.
Triple stack potentially in from KRU. They're tempted, but not gonna buckle. Well, Jerwin finding the creep up from MW though. Very similar kind of window shopping that we saw KRU take in the pistol to start this map. Just paying that natural level of respect one must. And then they can go crazy.
Deploying drone.
SEN being careful, don't want to throw anything away in that first half. Their economy was in a tough spot every round. It was always hanging in the balance. They were holding on by a thread to get that lead. They would love to be in a more comfortable position here on attack. Have a dominant second half after a close first, and the way that Ascent
30
went,
seconds left. I'm out of here.
Crew were able to just flatten Sen on that defense side. A little danger. Heat gets that first with the Bandit. The stun is looking nice.
Every free shot just feels so invaluable to Crew, and Les will grab a classic thing too.
It's looking like a pistol round. These guys just have ghosts for
There's
Bandits
12
and
seconds
classics.
to go. The spike is stuck in puppy guarded. Cortez can only land the one, and Sodoc's been holding onto his paranoia this whole time. He's on 1 HP!
They just need
Oh
to
my
live.
god, you've got to be kidding me!
How has it gone so wrong for Sen? The anti-eco buy is pretty light. They have multiple ghosts. It begins with Heat in the corner, but then credit to Dante. That relay bolt he hit in the choke point was nasty. It forced Jonah out of the way. He was stunned up, couldn't assist, and then John's just caught in the corner. Freest kill of all time.
Just picked clean. And now Crew has all of that momentum back again, albeit on their weaker side. And again, the big thing that has stuck out for Crew all season has been that lesser map pool. Sentinels picked this map for that reason after Crew made the pivot off Breeze. This should be that half where more often than not, despite the buys, despite the setbacks, Sentinels is holding all the cards.
Take flight.
Sen are just hoping maybe someone from Crew will push forward. Maybe there's someone to catch, but that's not going to happen.
Oh, Dante's giving him a smidge.
Yeah, I believe they spotted each other out, and Dante is just on the retreat. Neither team giving the other a thing to work with.
Revealing area.
Go button now. Heat in a pocket that's red. Easily cleared. Cortez on the lurk as well. Less easily caught. Sure, why not, man? Whatever works for y'all.
Might be time for the back-to-back eco. Cortezia lit up, but lives. And can just be that consistent, obnoxious flanking presence now.
Anywhere, anytime. Can hit that door whenever he wants. 3-stack paranoia hit, doesn't fully land, but Sodok still gets the opener. MW clears the rest of the crowd. That hot hands can at least take care of that Sova, but Dante's already made his way back up, and Cortez had to retreat back over to lane in order to stop this, and that Sheriff is good at headshotting, but not spraying. Sodok counters it, and Crew will stabilize. Take it to 7-8.
Brutal for Sen. Set up to just eco them right back. The openings were great. They caught Heat in a really risky position where he has no assistance there, tucked in the corner, has to purely face out. And Cortez hits a crazy headshot. And all of a sudden, Sen are cooking, but Crew getting in through the choke despite the molly.
We have so much space. Why do we give so fast?
I mean, it's true. They weren't playing anyone really in backside. Like, they were trying to swing from mostly just front side. Crew are still walking out of the choke. Even though the molly is at their feet, they're not getting shot in the side. And they're able to just take kind of stacked up little team fight with what little of the team remained with the three of them.
Yeah.
But you could see they were just able to double face all of those angles with the rifles, come up with the kills.
Yeah, Crew's explosions have been really incredible, but for a majority of the maps, they have been kind of one note because Dante has been on that singular duelist and Sodok is so geared towards solely enabling him. And now on this double duelist, you see a weird mutated version of that one note clear where they're sort of segmenting the bigger room clears into like 2 or 3 blocks. And they're using great util dumps, they're unfurling, they're extending, they're getting some great positions, but they're still hesitating when it comes to actually moving that envelope forward. So a good call by John that they need to take advantage of that. Press back. Keep that ego to a degree. And with that run it back, I mean, he's going to play into that heavy this round.
Out of the timeout, Crew want to do something massively disruptive, extremely aggressive to completely throw Sen off kilter. Whatever plans they have out of the timeout coming into this gun round, Crew would like to absolutely shatter them. And it's going to be in the form of this aggro A-long fight.
Dante just rushing it down, all the escort in, but Jerwin's ready for both of those. Sadak can at least manage the early up from the lobby, so the lane is all Sen has, but still the personnel advantage. Oh, not anymore, John's been found.
So Les has taken advantage of the chaos to just walk all the way down mid, and the Sentinel on the opposing team. Cortez, he walked all the way through C, but what a crazy timing on the camp. The 6th sense from Les, that's so annoying.
So now they have to be ready for this, as Sentinels just kind of have to commit to this bit. And a jump up from Cortez, that's like the worst possible way you could have handled that, man. That's so unlucky.
He even gets the ult off, and Jerwin is just hoping he could maybe isolate Les, get the kill. Oh, it's crumbled. 2 rounds back-to-back where Sen are able to get into a 5-on-3. And the round just slips through their grasp.
Yeah, that one hurts.
And these are the kind of moments that Les is enabled to have when he's playing on the Sentinel, when he's getting more autonomy. The push down mid from him was great. Sen on the Stinger force by 8-8, tied up.
Stun TP Redux. This time it's the other Neon that gets thrown off kilter. Heat trying to save the face by going for this run it back and finding the Cubby, but the Hot Hands is going to make it so easy for Redux to just deal with that. They really want to deal with this first body, but eventually he'll get escorted out with the help of the rest of the team. Sadak takes that as an opportunity to find Jonah. In the meantime, John trying to chase this back down, and he just barely misses out on the rest of Heat with that run it back. Still, it'll be a 4v4 at the end of the day. Sentinels have one rifle to call their own off of it.
That's just the economy difference, not having the rifle there, not having anything good at range. Or John absolutely would have gotten that free kill. Sentinels cannot afford to lose another round where they get the man advantage. I mean, they go into it at a huge disadvantage, obviously, in terms of the weaponry. But they keep putting themselves in position to win. This C site is free. They're going to need to play close range to find these kills.
This double lurk up is both ends of it expected.
30 seconds left.
Enough. And wow, just MW knowing that he can cycle to his next ult. He's just going to let the Hunter's Fury go now to burn the clock, let the rest of them go in. He gets the double tag after the trap wire, catches him. It's just a comedy of errors at this point, manifesting itself into a tragedy. KRU has the lead on defense.
It feels like we might be approaching a point in this game where we are watching the experience difference come through in real time. John knows what it takes to win out games like these. He has led teams to wins in high-pressure situations just like this, but the personnel that he always had in the past, at times even more experienced than him. But it's on him this year to be able to get it across the finish line with players that he is bringing up.
The buys are available. The ults are good. Sentinels have every opportunity and reason to tie this back up at 9 and keep that breath up. Let's listen into how they handle this round.
Smoke lane, smoke lane.
It's okay.
I'm darting for you.
Scanning ahead.
See? Close, close, close. I'm anti-clutch window. Reclear, reclear.
Replay, I stunned them. Nice.
One more. Neon and Cypher there.
Get back up.
John in mid on you guys. Cypher's garage.
Alright, I have C long. Cypher's on site C.
One HR pushing alone.
Is he solo?
He's only solo.
I'm gonna push this guy off.
Yeah, I'll get bumped.
Cypher garage.
Shoot that word TP.
Neon. Pushing me, I think. No. Backed up.
They're gonna pack up.
No,
Alpin, can we just contact?
I can ult to A if I...
Can we contact C? Contact C.
Okay.
Yeah, we can.
There's a question mark on
it.
it.
Neon here. No stun. Did you stun? Okay. It was Neon Cypher C.
Okay. I still have a drone.
Alright, I'm holding. He could have walked into Cubby.
Okay. Can you guys contact?
We should walk.
Okay.
I have dart one.
Ready to peek?
I have dart in 5.
3, 2, 1.
Cam saw 3. I have dart for backside.
I'm smoking. Yeah.
Close.
I'm gonna blind radio in a sec. I'm blinding 3, 2, 1. Blinding.
Darts
for backside. Or trips are backside. Radio one.
Radio. On the smoke. Let's go together. Radio.
And there's smoke behind you and CT.
2 backside.
Fight CT. Flank. Can't get the bomb in hold. No time.
Nice try. All good. NT.
Just hoping they could make it all the way up close. See, maybe the Cypher cam would be elsewhere. But knowing the setup is there, they just walk into that trap. As soon as they're spotted, you could just see on the mini-map, KRU are going to beat them to that site. Cortezia losing that to Solidhawk was so brutal.
Just so alone there. And even, I mean, for the garage take, they had to just abandon that plan the second that first stun came out. The slight disconnect was everything.
SEN put themselves in position to win this game. They lost the first half pistol. They still are up 7-5 on defense. The harder half to play on Haven in this meta by far, but KRU have stolen away the lead.
Fast lane in, Sentinels will make the distance, but Sherwin, no, he's the only guy who made it in! Cortez, at least with the lurk, can make it all the way back up to the window and take care of MW, so KRU have to split the diff and take on this fight, but even still, Cortez is so by himself right now. That Hunter's Fury let fly by Jonah P, searching through the garage, and it's another trade away as Dante lets that overdrive go. Heat managing to find the first. Cortez snap on the fight that he's still taking, and Jonah P, the attempted sandwich onto this last member on C. Les finds Cortez on the creep. It's just Jonah P, and he's about to be inside the vice grip of another KRU hold on C. This wire that Les gets to puppy guard, ultimately circumvented just by another creep attempt by Jonah P. Does he try to go all the way back through the link? Sadok's made his way up to the blocks. No lineup available, but you could ISO if you pop out here. He's watching, he's waiting, he's good! KRU are 2 rounds out on their break point pick from making it to the last match of the play-ins.
Les is just too aware. Look at the molly that he threw down before he flashes out. He perfectly isolates Jerwin from the rest of the pack. No one could help their duelist. And from there, it's SEN just slowly trying to get into C, but they're divided. And the timeout is going to be called from Ewok. He has to get involved at this point. It's been 6 rounds in a row for KRU. Commanding lead in all regards. Cortezia said not long ago after that game against Envy that he felt shaken up. The team was feeling shaken up as well. And he started to have thoughts of, damn, is it going to happen? Are we going to be eliminated? Am I going to miss out from champions this year? And he said that the difference between the experienced players and the inexperienced players is whether or not you let those thoughts become reality. There is such a differential in this server in terms of where these players have been in the past. Sadok and Les, they did it in 2022. They have held the most prestigious championship in this game. They won that champions. They put Brazil on the map globally. And then you look at SEN Cortezia, he's trying to rise up the ranks in that very same region. Jonah P is trying to guide this team with his experience, same with John, but they have to make the most to enable these challengers players, one coming up from their own academy system, Jerwin, a prospect throughout this year. They have to enable them to succeed in these last few rounds to take this Haven map.
Both these teams have still so far to climb to make it to champs. That reality just seems so distant. Winning this, you have to fight EG in sudden death. Then you have to fight a loser of a winner's bracket in sudden death. Then you have to do that again. Then you have to do that again. Then you have to do that again. And so for either of these teams at this point, they just want to play another game. They just don't want it to end here. Big grass presence here from SEN, 4 on the 1. Les holding solid to try to sell Heat's presence, and no one is watching for it. 1 down, and it's a total blender in the garage. Nyon done out the gate. And Sentinels are 1 death away from going, what? 1 for 12, 13 in the second half of these maps?
Cortezia has been left in an impossible situation after the team walked into the trap and was just massacred in garage. Can't connect. Dante undoes him, and KRU are now on match point. 1 round away. from continuing their run in the play-ins, but beyond that, just providing more proof and trying to cement that those wins they got in Stage 1 weren't just a blip on the radar of what would otherwise be a tumultuous year where they can't live up to the expectations. They are continuing to prove that they can bounce back, that they can evolve late into this year, and maybe do what the KRU org has always seemed to do, which is make champions despite the odds.
And they are insurmountable at this stage. At this point, both teams starting to try to just vibe their way through it. W key through a lot of the problems. Just diff. Be better.
Sadhawk, he doesn't want to give that open.
He's not sticking around, bro.
He just backs up. Look at the weaponry for Sentinels. They have to stay in this game via headshots. These Guardians have to connect.
Drone, I don't think that spotted him. Doesn't necessarily mean anything if there's no contact, but less knowing that that possibility is present means that his best chance at nailing value out of this is actually moving up on it. No one's gonna go for it. Slide out from Jerwin, already dinked on the Phantom, and the paranoia to counteract that fast lane. That's your entry tool gone. Now the peek out again from Sadhawk to finish off the health pool, and why not just do a little more to John QT's too. Shock Dart chasing him down and almost chips him all the way down. Has to scurry on back to this C contact that Cortez has managed to manifest.
Cortez has to come up with a high impact play as the time in this round is escaping Sentinels. Les might just be able to timing them in. Garage, no, reveals himself, can't connect the shot. Sen still have a chance trying to get into this site.
Heat wasting more time with this run it back. Heat has to get ducked in on. It's all down to John QT, and there's just no time. Not anymore. Chances are gone for one. And for KRU, at least they have tomorrow. Making it out in 2 maps. Confidence never looking better. Identity never looking more certain. And just as Sentinels had tried to adopt their own. But we must wait to see what comes of them next. For KRU, we barely have to wait at all.
I mean, you can see how much it means to these guys. They just wore their hearts on their sleeves. Left it all out there today. It was a sick 2 maps, but KRU really displayed that championship pedigree. The experience that they have in situations like this just shone through. Back-to-back matches for them were on the 2nd map. They were down, but came back to win. This KRU team is the real deal. They have proved that they absolutely have the capability of going on a run in this bracket.
Just one step, but man, was it a good-looking one. Dominant runs in the back halves of both maps, both of which they seemed to be disadvantaged in. And yet they rise against the odds, rise against the doubters every single time. Keep doubting.
Cortezia really gave it his all on this 2nd map. Jonah P, the clutch factor, it was there. But it wasn't enough against this revitalized KRU team who were playing as a team. But beyond that, individually, just giving a reminder of who each player is, who they've been in the past and who they still are. The guys from Brazil who have had the longest career tenures by far. MW, Heat, Sadhawk, like all 6 years of play, and they are still at this top level. Swapping roles throughout that time, transforming themselves into different players, but they are still just this good, just this capable of playing Valorant at a top level in 2026.
Maybe going home to Sao Paulo is still so far away, and Shanghai is miles beyond that, but at the very least, there is that chance, and that's all these teams want to hold on to. A massive congratulations to KRU, and best of luck, because the job is not finished. In the meantime, let's send it down to Liz down at the stage for a Verizon post-match interview with Dante.
Thank you so much, Tenrek NY. And yes, I'm here with one of the winners from KRU Visa. It is Dante. An incredible performance from you and all of your team. It just seems like KRU have this newfound energy and confidence. And when I spoke to one of you guys earlier today, you said, yeah, we could work on anti-stratting. Yeah, we can work on all this, but we just need to work on our own energy. Talk to me about how that energy was today in the server, defeating Sentinels.
Y la verdad que la energía fue muy buena, tipo, ahora mismo estamos siendo un equipo más de feeling o de sentimientos, poner como de emociones, a un equipo más táctico, y creo que esa es la llave de todo esto, ¿no? Somos un equipo que grita mucho, que siempre está tipo en cabeza en alto, que siempre está jugando, y eso está haciendo mucho la diferencia últimamente.
Yeah, we're really a team that's also about like the feeling, the excitement, and the energy during the games. We're like getting up and yelling, and I think that's the key to all this, really.
I mean, talk to me after the game. What was the emotion that you felt from the team? Was it more relief? Was it elation?
Y la verdad que fue increíble, tipo, ganarle a un equipo como Sentinel, ¿no? No es fácil. Siempre, yo lo dije incluso en la entrevista que tuve, que iba a ser un partido difícil y lo fue. Entonces, estoy muy feliz y quiero ya jugar el siguiente partido.
Yeah, you know, it's incredible beating this team of Sentinels. I'm like really elated. In an interview, I talked about just how tough of a match this would be, so.
And you did it. Was it as tough as you thought it was going to be going into today? Because it looked very convincing from our end. It looked like easy 2-0 for you guys.
Y la verdad, espero que sea un partido bueno porque, nada, yo compito porque son partidos muy cerrados, tipo 2-1 o 13-11, algo así, que sea muy reñido, porque para mí eso es como la gracia de competir, pues si es muy sencillo, no tiene gracia para mí.
Yeah, you know, there's these matches where you have like these really close maps, and then there's these matches where you get like 2 zeros. And for me, that's like the fun of it when it's like kind of like that.
Well, your next opponent will be Evil Geniuses in this incredible lower bracket run that we've had from KRU. What are your thoughts going into Evil Geniuses? Is it going to be another Sentinels 2-0 like today, or is it going to be one of those like you're talking about, one of those harder matches?
Y va a ser un partido difícil. Tengo muchas ganas de jugar contra AG, quiero jugar contra DG5, que es un output muy bueno. Quiero jugar contra todos los chicos ahí, también que está Bao, que es un sentinel muy insano. Así que nada, quiero ver qué onda y cómo es ese in-game.
Yeah, you know, this game is going to be really tough for us. We have DJ Zine, who's a really good off player, and as well as Bao, and all the boys are really great, so it's going to be a good match.
Well, I am so excited for it. I can't even wait for tomorrow, but I'll let you go prep for tomorrow because you have a go, but congratulations, and we're going to send over to Match Point.
Hello and welcome to Match Point. We have to get a little bit more about that match, so we have Les and Zonix. Thank you so much for joining us, and congratulations on the win. A 2-0 as well. How good does that feel?
You can start. Okay. Honestly, it feels pretty good. We have a good week of preparation, I'll say. I'm quite happy with the way we played today.
Yeah.
So overall, pretty good.
I think that kind of goes to show on the way you guys were playing Ascent. Before you struggled a lot with the defense side, but today you blew it out of the water, won every single round on defense. Was that prep, or was it mainly like anti-stratting against Sentinels, or was it just you guys as
I think it was both,
yeah,
of course, but we saw a lot of mistakes on defense last game against
I don't remember.
the last game that we played,
Fluxo.
Yeah. So we did a lot of mistakes on defense.
It's okay,
and
I forgot to. I was like,
yeah. And then we were like, but at the same time that we had a lot of mistakes on defense, we loved our attack against Fluxo. So we thought like, we like this map.
Yeah.
We are good in this map. We just need to fix some mistakes on defense, and we did that.
I can tell that you like this map because you had a heck of a game. I mean, looking back at a couple of these moments, we're seeing the 2Ks, the 3Ks, the clutches coming out.
Yeah, you guys were crazy, actually.
What was different today?
This was insane.
That was insane.
You were literally just deathmatching here. It's crazy. Talk us through it.
To be honest, when I saw that the Sova was looking to me, I thought, yeah, I'm dead. Because they would pick together.
Yeah.
But it's because like in theory they should pick at the same time that the Phoenix is coming out.
Yeah.
Because then I'm gonna put my aim on Phoenix and they're gonna pick me. But they did this mistake, and we saw that like it was a little bit of anti-strategy against them, that they lose some rounds like that. I think it's the Sentinels problem that they are having now, that they lose a lot of 1v4s, 1v3 situations.
Yeah.
So we knew that, and we focused a little bit on that because they are not picking together really well yet.
Yeah. I can say that when I saw that the Phoenix ran through you and he didn't saw you,
Yeah.
like I said,
You're
we
like,
won.
he
We
won it. He won it. Now, Zonic, a question for you. It is about less, actually.
Okay.
But, so you can answer later if you want. We felt like, at least I did, within this stage that Les wasn't lurking as much, but it feels like recently you've enabled him to start lurking again and getting a lot of those really good timings. Was that real? Were we imagining things, or do you feel like he's back on his really good lurk timings, and is it enabled by the rest of the team?
I mean, of course we have conversations about the way we want to approach game plans and the strategy-wise. At the same time, Les is a player that have like a strong identity as a player.
Yeah.
So to some degree, we need to go through the process of kind of choosing the way we want to play and we want to approach the map. So yeah, sometimes it's a bit of strategy.
Yeah.
He loves to lurk, I'll say.
You're phenomenal at it, by the way.
Yeah, it's my favorite thing. To be honest, I think I am not comfortable playing with the team more than I'm comfortable playing alone.
That's so funny.
Yeah, I do a lot of mistakes when I'm playing with the team.
Yeah.
So, like, I feel better playing alone. It's strange.
Yeah.
That's funny. You got the harder one.
Yeah,
Lurking
like
is the harder one.
Yeah, there is the harder one.
Strategy-wise, it's actually quite nice for him to say that, because that means that if we put him outside of the core, like of the main 3-4 players, he'll do well. You know.
Yeah.
So it's
yeah, and it's
nice. Kind of easier that way.
It's nice to have.
It's nice because like 2 days ago we were doing some mistakes, and Zonic said that we are doing a lot of micro mistakes, like picking together, and then I said it's not my problem. Because if it's my problem, I would just leave the party of the team. Like I would just leave the group and play alone, and then we fix one of the problems.
He was like, "We're not trading, guys. We need to do this and this." And Les was, "I'm not there, but I'm not there."
Yeah, guys, listen up. Don't look at
because,
me, everyone.
Yeah, it's because I did these mistakes.
Yes.
Like we did like a scrim, and I did like 4 mistakes when I was playing with the team.
Yeah.
So I just said, instead of fixing that, I would just not play with the team.
Hey, if it's working, it's working, right? Because that was a fantastic 2-0 to be taking the win today and move along with this bracket. And let's take a look at our play-ins bracket, because only 4 teams remain. You live to see another day. Up next, though, you're going up against Evil Geniuses, and the other side of the bracket's looking scary too. How are you feeling about this match coming up?
I think our game against EG, it was really hard the last time that we played. We won, right? We beat them. But DGZ is an amazing player, and they had these new players. When we played against them, they did like the changes like 1 week ago, and now they are like already 1 month with this team. So I think it's gonna be a really hard game. But I think that the other bracket, like it's really more scared, like G2 and Envy. Envy has this strange game style of playing really aggressive, and it's not really comfortable to play against this.
Yeah.
When it's a game that if you lose, you are out.
Yeah,
you know?
100%.
So I wouldn't like to play against Envy. G2, it's kind of our counter, I would say, because we lost twice to them already. So I'm happy to play against the Genius, but I know that it's going to be a hard game.
That's fair.
Yeah.
It'll be a really fun match to watch, and it's going to be a great day. And immediately following that match, we'll have the playoffs draw show. You do not want to miss it. But as for today, thank you all so much for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. But for now, here's the Samsung OLED Fast Replay.
And Bestia need to make a miracle run through this lower bracket. It is gonna be a gauntlet, and they're basically going up against a final boss here. This distraction to start breaking the crosshairs. He actually identifies one, breaks this down, and they're gonna be able to squeeze the last 2 G2 members into A main. As Trent doesn't know which way to look, and he's gonna get turned up a little bit there. They are not stopping. But G2 still trying to kind of waltz into the site. Traded the 1v1s for him. It's gonna be pop-up though. Camera's not gonna be active for this. Half defuse. Actually, Valen comes up with 2, and Bestia plays with their food a little too long. 13-8 here for G2.
Talking about doesn't clear the corner. Oh no, he turns away. Okay, there was a chance if talking about looked towards that left side.
Push through the smoke and source out what's going here. The crossfire almost disjointed, but it's gonna be baby.
Let's go, baby.
Let's go.
Hot dog, come on, baby.
Jogamo makes the play. Going up the stairs, Valen now is able to get a few kills on in a snap. As they creep into the site, this becomes even scarier. Van Silly Oh, a few more shots. There's no way this is a possibility that G2 can do this. It was supposed to be Bestia's pistol round. They extinguished the challenger's flame, and G2 will continue through the lower bracket to keep that playoff dream alive.
When it comes to Sentinels and KRU Visa, as organizations, as teams, as fans, and as players, losing is not an option. For one of these teams, it's a conclusion. No doubt their most important match. Cortez has been planted in the wine cubby and is going to pop out of the perfect moment to grab all 3 heads. Everybody on Sentinels is just coming up crazy, and the kill feed Redux just dancing around Jenny, and he's going to grab almost 4. But MW is able to shut that down, and Sentinels once again in time for the interruption, but Jonah P revealing his head! MW following the slide!
2 versus 3 to try to bring the round back.
Police
oh my God!
From the boat! It's a flawless defense half on Ascent. They're 1 map out from keeping that survival here in the play-ins. Unlucky, Cortez uses that as an excuse to step out and grab 3! Eating that recon bolt to be able to take the 1. It's all down to Les, and he'll only get 1 as well. Cortez with the 4K this round. Feels like Sen might react improperly, especially when there's only been 1 confirmed here, and Les manages to get a kill out of the 2! On the Bandit, you're joking! Back immediately, met Redux just hopping right in and grabbing an opening 2-3! Eventually, he'll get escorted out with the help of the rest of the team. Sadak takes that as an opportunity to find Jonah, and the double lurk up is both ends of it expected. Chances are gone for 1! And for KRU, at least they have tomorrow.